The mysterious woman who suddenly broke into my house threatened me with a knife. Jang Yi had just returned home and closed the door when a cold voice suddenly came from behind him. Don't move. Who are you? Why did you break into my house? He turned around suddenly and saw a woman holding a fruit knife, her eyes as sharp as a knife. Jiang Yi's heartbeat suddenly accelerated, and he stood there nervously, not daring to move. He argued, You misunderstood. I didn't break in. This is my home. The woman sneered and questioned. Your home? How should I know? Jiang Yi did not back down. The owner of the house is my sister, Xiao Jie. Do you know her? The woman frowned slightly, her eyes still full of doubt. Your sister's name is Xiao Jie? Your last name is Jiang. Jiang Yi felt helpless. This woman did look a little neurotic. He raised his hands above his head and whispered, Miss, calm down first. Can we call to confirm? My sister is abroad. She gave me the key. Yes, this is my house. Time passed by, and Jiang Yi still didn't get a response. His arm gradually became numb, and he couldn't help but ask, Beautiful sister, can you let me put my arm down? I'm really not a bad person. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Yi suddenly realized that the woman did not answer. He turned around and saw that the room was empty. The woman with the knife was gone. He was stunned, full of doubts, and whispered to himself, She's gone? How did she leave? Did she jump out of the window? He looked around hurriedly. Suddenly, with a creaky sound, the bedroom door opened. Jiang Yi turned around abruptly and jumped up from the sofa, nervously in an instant, picking up a pillow to prepare for the fight. He knew that the tension he had just felt was definitely not an illusion, and that there must be something wrong in the house. His eyes were fixed on the bedroom door, and the footsteps were getting closer and closer. Sure enough, a tall woman in a beige coat came out, with a cold temperament and a stunning appearance. Jiang Yi was shocked, and his mind was filled with countless questions. How could she be the woman who threatened him with a knife just now? This instant contrast was simply unbelievable. The woman turned her head and glanced at him with her moon-like eyes. The corners of her mouth raised slightly, revealing a hint of a smile. Jiang Yi, your sister said to arrive tomorrow. Why are you here so early? Have you had dinner? If you're hungry, I will cook something for you. Jiang Yi was completely dumbfounded. The man who had just threatened him with a fruit knife was actually going to cook now? His brain short-circuited instantly, and he didn't know how to respond. I've eaten, Jiang Yi replied nervously. Do you know my sister? Don't you know who I am? The woman seemed a little surprised and looked up and down at Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi was stunned. Although she made him feel strange, why was she here? He was confused and shook his head. I haven't seen you before. A trace of loneliness flashed across the woman's eyes, and then she returned to her indifferent smile. That's okay. It seems I remembered it wrong. After saying that, she turned and left. Jiang Yi let out a long sigh, still unable to believe what had just happened. He sat back on the sofa, feeling as if he had been swept by a storm. Everything happened so suddenly and was hard to understand. However, before he could calm down, his cell phone suddenly rang. It was his cousin Xiao Jie calling. Hello, sister, what's the matter? Jiang Yi answered the phone with helplessness in his tone. Brother, what's the matter? Xiao Jie's dazed voice came from the other end of the phone. She had obviously just woken up. Jiang Yi calculated the time difference with his fingers. Xiao Jie should be abroad at this time. It was already very early. He felt a little guilty, but what happened today made him want to talk. Sister, do you know what happened to me today? It was my first day in Jinghai, and something bad almost happened. Jiang Yi began to complain. I helped a girl covered in blood at the door, and the police almost took me as a suspect in a hit-and-run accident. Xiao Jie was a little confused. Aren't you arriving tomorrow? Why are you here early? I arrived early, but as soon as I entered your house, I met a woman holding a fruit knife who asked me why I broke into a private house. Jiang Yi said excitedly. Xiao Jie on the other end of the phone was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. Did you encounter a ghost? Jiang Yi almost choked on the milk and started coughing violently, taking him a long time to recover. Breaking into someone's house? Is there really a woman who would say that? Yes, she said I broke into her house. Xiao Jie's heart tightened after hearing this, and she immediately guessed who it was. That woman must be your childhood friend and best friend, Su Wanqing. Did she really say it was me? She didn't recognize you? Xiao Jie asked puzzledly. Su Wanqing is the girl Jiang Yi grew up with. Xiao Jie knows that Jiang Yi is not the kind of person who would break into someone's house. But the problem is that Su Wanqing also knows Jiang Yi. Jiang, you would go home almost every holiday, and it has become a habit for the three of them to play together. Xiao Jie was puzzled. How could she not recognize him? It was not until Jiang Yi told Xiao Jie the whole story from beginning to end that she suddenly understood. So, she didn't see your face at first, so she took out the knife directly? Jiang Yi nodded helplessly. How bizarre. Xiao Jie couldn't help but laugh. She actually ignored you like that and just changed her clothes like nothing happened. She laughed so hard that she almost hiccuped and didn't ask any more questions. When hanging up the phone, Xiao Jie almost teased Su Wanqing. At this time, Jiang Yi was still kept in the dark, full of doubts. Should she recognize me? What about me? Who is she? I have no impression of her at all. At the same time, on the top floor of Yiqing Cosmetics Company, Limited in Jinghai City, Su Wanqing was sitting at the desk in the president's office, lost in thought. Her eyes were gentle, as if she could see through all the secrets of the world. Just as she was lost in thought, a knock on the door broke the silence. Boss Su, here are the documents you need to sign. The secretary handed over the documents and then said carefully, the 4S store has already given the damage assessment result for the new car. The other party is fully responsible. Although they are responsible, they will replace it with a new car for us. We just have to wait 2 days. Got it. Su Wanqing responded simply and waved her hand to signal the secretary to leave. She didn't care about the car being late, since Jiang Yi wouldn't arrive until tomorrow anyway, so it didn't matter to her. But she couldn't help feeling a little unhappy when she thought of Jiang Yi's indifference to her. He didn't recognize me. She recalled the scenes when they were little. The three of them always played on the beach, and Jiang Yi could always recognize her in the crowd at a glance. My big eyes are so bright. How could he forget me? However, time washed away her memories like a tide, and even she herself began to doubt whether everything had been forgotten. Is there anything else? Su Wanqing suddenly realized that the secretary was still standing at the door, and she asked hurriedly, feeling uneasy. It's okay, Mr. Su, good night. The secretary left quickly, leaving Su Wanqing alone, stunned in the office. She stood up tiredly, originally planning to go to Xiao Jie's house to rest and prepare to tidy up the room to welcome Jiang Yi tomorrow. However, the uneasy mood in her heart made her unconsciously walk to the company to try to calm her inner fluctuations. However, before leaving the office, the vibration of the cell phone suddenly broke the silence. Seeing that the caller was Xiao Jie, Su Wanqing sighed and picked up the phone reluctantly. How embarrassing is Jiang Yi? He actually reported it to you so quickly, she teased. Xiao Jie laughed at the other end of the phone and then said jokingly, Su Wanqing, you are so amazing. As soon as my Jiang Yi came in, you pointed a knife at him. He even said, Sister Wanqing, how can you run so fast? Su Wanqing was stunned for a moment, then calmly replied, What? Jiang Yi came to Jinghai? Already here? Is he in danger? Do you want me to go over and take a look? Xiao Jie almost burst out laughing. It turned out that she had forgotten that Su Wanqing also had the ability to play dumb. Don't pretend. Only you and my Jiang Yi have the key. Will he not recognize you? I'm really not pretending. I've been in the company the whole time. Su Wanqing whispered, Shall we have a video call? Xiao Jie smiled helplessly. Stop pretending. I'll ignore you for now. A few seconds later, Su Wanqing's gentle voice came from the other end of the phone. He recognized me. Xiao Jie smiled like a proud goose, her face full of excitement. Geese, geese, geese. Of course not. I made it up on purpose to see if you'd still pretend. Her voice was full of playfulness, and it was clear that her goal for the day had been achieved. Su Wanqing, you are still pretending to be stupid in front of me. Xiao Jie couldn't help but laugh. However, Xiao Jie was stunned by Su Wanqing's reaction. On the other end of the phone, Su Wanqing smiled lightly without any anger or rebuttal. Don't smile so proudly. Su Wanqing's words revealed a hint of helplessness. You know, Jiang, he didn't recognize me at all. Xiao Jie was stunned and felt a little dazed. She comforted him softly. Maybe he just didn't see it clearly. The impression between you and him is too faint, and you are very different now than when you were a child. There were sudden coughs from the other end of the phone, but Xiao Jie couldn't tell Su Wanqing's emotional changes from them. It's nothing serious. I'm hanging up. Sulanung interrupted Dioye, seming a little absent-minded. Xiao Jie smiled and put away her phone, preparing to sort out some of Jiang Yi's belongings, which she was also going to pack and send back. When she walked in the room on the second floor, she noticed that Jang Yi's clothes and small items were piled in the corner of the room. She picked up a few books and put them gently into the box. When she was sorting in the corner, Xiao Jie found an envelope. There were water stains on the envelope, and it was obviously wet. She frowned slightly and couldn't help but open the envelope. Inside was a diagnosis. Name, Jiang, age, 23, diagnosed with late-stage CLC, small cell lung cancer, conservatively estimated to have 2 years left. Xiao Jie's heart stopped instantly. Her eyes trembled, and tears unconsciously slid down and dripped onto the diagnosis. She forced herself to calm down, but the pressure in her chest became stronger and stronger. Jiang Yi was working in another place and finally got the answer. She picked up the phone. Her fingertips hesitated on the dialing interface for a long time and finally dialed Jiang Yi's number with mixed feelings. At night in Jinghai City, the moonlight sprinkled on Su Wanqing's car window, reflecting a soft glow. After taking a shower, she lay on the bed, gently closed her eyes, and the scene of meeting Jiang Yi today kept replaying in her mind. Her mood was complicated and contradictory, full of shame and nostalgia. Jiang Yi finally came to Jinghai, and she had already planned what to eat and where to play with him. However, just as her thoughts were flying lightly, the vibration of her cell phone broke it all. Joe? Yeah. Su Wanqing looked at the caller ID and answered the call with confusion. Hello, Wanqing, listen to me. Xiao Jie's voice on the other end of the phone was a little tearful. I want to ask you, do you like our Jiang Yi? This sentence seemed to suddenly hit Su Wanqing's heart. Her heart skipped a beat, and she was stunned for a moment before answering. I like him. Who wouldn't like him? He's so handsome, sensible, and humorous. However, Xiao Jie's tone became more serious. It's not that kind of like. I'm not talking about that kind of like. Su Wanqing's heartbeat accelerated. Her lips trembled slightly, and her eyes scanned the familiar room around her, as if everything had become strange. Her heart was in turmoil, and she fell into a brief confusion. You just treat him as your brother? Xiao Jie continued to ask, why have you always rejected others for so many years? And the reason is always that you're already married to someone else and are waiting for your brother to grow up. Every word hit Su Wanqing's heart like a heavy hammer, and her mind went blank. She never thought that the emotions she had hidden for many years would be completely exposed at this moment. She lowered her head and was silent for a long time. Finally, she said softly, how is it possible, Xiaojia? Jiang Yi is your brother, so of course I treat him as my brother. Her voice trembled slightly, and although she tried her best to cover it up, the turmoil in her heart was difficult to hide. On the other end of the phone, Xiao Jie smiled coldly. You even have his pictures on your phone wallpaper and computer wallpaper. You know in your heart, don't you? The silence on the phone almost suffocated Su Wanqing. She knew that she could no longer escape from all this. You must be good to Jiang Yi and accompany him through his last days. Xiao Jie's voice finally had a hint of tenderness, which seemed like a request, but also like an order. After hanging up the phone, Su Wanqing's eyes became moist and endless pain surged in her heart. After Jiang Yi had his fill, he wandered around Jiang Jinglanwan's house and suddenly thought that he had to call Xiao Jie because he was not familiar with this house. For example, why was the washing machine running without water? Where was the iron? And Xiao Jie had said before that there were new sheets and quilts in the house. He dialed the phone. Hello, sister, you? After the call was connected, Jiang Yi asked all the questions at once. Xiao Jie, who was on the other end, suddenly felt heavy in her heart when she heard her brother's voice, and she felt a little sad for the first time. Xiao Jie tried hard not to cry and tried to make her voice sound steady. The iron should be in the utility room. Look for it. The new bedding is also there. She was halfway through her words when she suddenly changed her tone. The new bedding should be in the closet in the master bedroom. Go look for it. Jiang Yi didn't think much about it and quickly walked toward the master bedroom and opened the closet door. But the next second, his mood suddenly became bad. The wardrobe in the large bedroom was packed to the brim with all kinds of women's coats and innerwear. A quick glance revealed that they were all high-end luxury brands. That was nothing. What really made Jiang Yi collapse were the small clothes in the small compartment under the wardrobe. He swallowed his saliva. This was the first time he saw so many bras and panties in his closet. There were all kinds of styles and materials, including tulle, black and red lace, triangle, close-fitting, and even CK. Jiang Yi couldn't help but swear and quickly closed the closet door. He felt a chill in his heart. Don't look at it if it's inappropriate. he muttered softly. Xiao Jie on the other end of the phone had obviously guessed what he had discovered. After all, she was the one who guided him step by step to find the wardrobe. What's wrong, Jang Yi, have you found it? She asked, pretending not to know. Jang Yi replied helplessly. What the hell, sister? How dare I look at what's in your closet? Xiao Jie pretended to be innocent and answered, I don't live there. Those things are hers. Your sister is not here. The room is hers. If you want to find new bedding, go to her closet. Jiang Yi was a little confused. She? The one holding the knife? At this moment, Jiang Yi's mood was a little subtle. That sister had a really great figure. He was not a hooligan, but inevitably a trace of inappropriate fantasy flashed through his mind. However, he quickly shook his head rationally. Forget it, sister. There are differences between men and women. I won't look for it anymore. Xiao Jie chuckled twice on the other end of the phone. It's okay, Jiang, you don't mind it. Just look for it, it's okay. Just don't look around. Jiang, he felt that something was wrong with him, but he felt a little comforted. No, sister, I can't watch these. Xiao Jie seemed to be relieved. Okay, if you insist on watching it, I won't bother you. After all, you're the only one at home. By the way, Jiang Yi, I can introduce my best friend to you. She's very nice. Jiang Yi couldn't help but feel ashamed when he heard this. Sister, stop joking. Xiao Jie smiled and said, the gods know that you're doing the right thing. Don't worry. Jiang Yi took a deep breath, decided not to think about it anymore, reopened the closet door, and started looking for sheets and bedding. But at this moment, he suddenly felt a gust of cold wind blowing. When he turned around, he saw the beautiful woman with a knife standing at the door. Have you found it, Jiang Yi? She asked softly, her voice coming from the other end of the phone. Jiang Yi quickly hung up the phone, feeling flustered. Hey, beautiful sister, I'm looking for towels. My sister said they are all in this closet. He hurriedly closed the closet door, but his heart tensed up, and when he glanced, he happened to see a row of brand new towels. He grabbed one and was about to close the door and walk out with a smile. However, his hand was too fast, and he took the wrong thing. He actually took a pair of panties. Jiang Yi was stunned. The underwear in his hand made him feel embarrassed. He quickly threw it back and smiled awkwardly, but found that this smile made him look more like a gangster. Seeing this, Su Wanqing couldn't help but laugh. This thing doesn't absorb water. Are you using it as a towel? Or are you in a hurry to borrow some underwear? Jiang Yi felt that he was doomed, and he regretted it in his heart. Sister, I really took the wrong one. Do you believe it? Su Wanqing noticed Jiang Yi's embarrassment, smiled gently, and helped him put his underwear back into the closet. It's okay, Jiang Yi, these are new, don't mind. Your sister sometimes stays at my place, so I bought these clothes. It's okay. Jiang Yi was a little stunned. Why is your closet so big? There should be a lot of clothes in it, right? Su Wanqing smiled and nodded. There are 5 or 6 such wardrobes. I have about the same number at home. Jiang Yi was secretly shocked. With 5 or 6 wardrobes and double the clothes inside, how many sets of underwear would that require? He instantly realized that Su Wanqing could wear a different outfit for half a year without repeating it. Okay, Sister Wanqing. Jiang Yi said somewhat unnaturally. Su Wanqing smiled and said, didn't you just say that you don't want to call me sister? But it doesn't matter. You can call me whatever you want. Jiang Yi was confused for a moment. Then how should I call you, Sister Wanqing? Su Wanqing glanced at him and smiled slightly. Look at me for a few seconds and think carefully about how to call me. Su Wanqing, who hurried over from home, was still wearing the same long skirt and jacket she had worn when she left. She thinks this outfit is pretty good looking, and she learned it from a fashion blogger on the internet. The comments section of that blogger is full of people calling his wife. Of course, Su Wanqing didn't ask Jiang Yi to be so radical, but calling him baby was fine. She was looking forward to it, and Jiang Yi's eyes seemed to become clearer as he looked at the stepmother's skirt she was wearing. He seemed to have understood. Okay, Ansu. Jiang Yi looked at Su Wanqing and couldn't help laughing in his heart. Rich, pretty, beautiful stepmother group. Isn't this Aunt Su? In fact, this sentence sounded more like calling her stepmother, but he really couldn't bring himself to call her that. Hearing this, Su Wanqing's face flashed with a complicated expression, and the corners of her mouth twitched fiercely. She stared directly at Jiang Yi, her face slightly unhappy. If he wasn't Jiang Yi, she would have slapped him in the face. Why do I call me Aunt? Am I not young? Am I not pretty? Why can't I be the same age as him? She thought to herself. Su Wanqing couldn't help but whisper to herself. Where's the fruit knife I took earlier? After saying that, She turned around and prepared to go out to find the fruit knife. Jiang Yi was so frightened when he saw this scene that he quickly shouted, Sister Wanqing, don't be impulsive, let's talk it out. Strangely, when she heard Jiang Yi calling her Sister Wanqing like this, she actually felt it was a bit pleasing to the ear and her mood improved a little. She thought, let's just leave it at that for now, forget it, just be Sister Wanqing for now. What's there to talk about? Aren't you going to sleep? She asked helplessly. The tag on the bed sheet I bought for you hasn't been removed yet. I'll remove it for you and then make your bed. At 10 o'clock in the evening, Su Wanqing finally made the bed for Jiang Yi. Although the small house where Jiang Yi lived was not big, he liked it very much, especially the balcony of the room. The small house was about 30 square meters and the facilities were also complete. Jiang Yi felt that it was completely enough. Su Wanqing clapped her hands, took a long breath, looked at the bed she had made, and a gentle smile appeared on her face. She was actually exhausted, but not from making the bed, but from the argument with Jiang Yi. The scene at that moment was very much like two brothers from northeast China competing to pay the bill. Thank you, Sister Wanqing. Jiang Yi sat on the bed, looking at her profile, feeling a little dazed. He suddenly felt as if he had returned to his childhood, and a warm feeling emerged in his mind, like the warm breeze blowing in the afternoon. No trouble. What do you want to eat tomorrow morning? Su Wanqing asked with a smile. Jiang Yi was unable to answer immediately. His mind was a little confused. That night, Su Wanqing lay on the big bed in the master bedroom, tossing and turning, unable to fall asleep. There was bright moonlight outside the window, which poured into the room, bringing a touch of warmth to the darkness. Her mood was just like the bright moonlight, a little uneasy, especially when she thought of Jiang Yi. When she accidentally bumped into Jiang Yi's arms, her heart was pounding and she even lost control. What's more, Jiang Yi was sleeping next to her, which made her feel complicated. Why hasn't he told me what he wants to eat tomorrow morning? She felt a little anxious. Thinking that Jiang Yi had not told her what he wanted to eat before, she simply left his WeChat account and told him that he could message her if he had any ideas. She thought that she must make breakfast for Jiang Yi tomorrow and let him taste her cooking skills. As the saying goes, if you want to capture a man's heart, you must first capture his stomach. What's more, he is still sick, and she has to take good care of him. However, suddenly thinking of Jiang Yi's illness, and thinking that he only had a year left, Su Wanqing couldn't help but feel tears in her eyes. At the same time, Jiang Yi was already lying on the bed, closing his eyes and preparing to fall asleep. He was really exhausted today, and felt exhausted. But just as he fell asleep, the image of Su Wanqing making the bed for him suddenly appeared in his mind. She is really beautiful and has a good figure. Any look and smile of hers can make people's hearts beat faster. She is not only virtuous, but also can cook and is gentle and considerate. Jiang Yi couldn't help thinking that if anyone could marry Su Wanqing, it would be a blessing that has been cultivated for 800 years. He slowly fell asleep. In his dream, he returned to the pond he walked by when he was a child. He chased after the back of a little girl and kept shouting, Su Yaya, you just fell down. Take off your pants quickly so I can see if you were hurt. The next morning, Su Wanqing suddenly opened her eyes and sat up. She grabbed her phone and was almost scared. It was already 7:30. How could she sleep until this time? Why didn't her alarm go off? She knocked on Jiang Yi's door gently, ready to wake him up. Suddenly, she found an unread message from Jiang Yi on her phone. Sister Wanqing, I'm going to report to the company. I got up early in the morning and cooked some porridge. You can have some too. This message was actually sent at 6:30 in the morning. Jiang Yi actually got up before 6:30, cooked porridge, and then went to the company to report. He had already left at 7:30 in the morning. Su Wanqing couldn't help but frown, full of doubts. Jiang Yi went to the marketing department, and the reporting time was clearly 9 o'clock. Why did he leave so early? Was he too diligent? Or was there some other reason? She pondered for a moment and decided to call her personal secretary. Have you arrived at the company? Here we are, Mr. Su. I've been here for 20 minutes, the secretary replied. What time does the marketing department report today? Su Wanqing asked. It is indeed 9 o'clock, but... The secretary's voice suddenly changed, making Su Wanqing's heart tighten. But what? She asked. But when I arrived at the company, I found that there were already quite a few people in the conference room on the first floor, all waiting to report. I asked them, and they said that they received a notice last night that the reporting time was changed to 7 o'clock because the minister had something to say to everyone. The secretary replied, 7 o'clock? How could it be so sudden? Su Wanqing frowned even more. She felt that something was wrong. She made a decision immediately. Go find Zhou Shihua and ask him to answer the phone. I want to know what happened. The secretary hung up the phone and rushed to the first floor meeting room. A few minutes later, she reported back. Mr. Su, I didn't see Minister Zhou. He doesn't seem to have arrived yet. Hearing this, Su Wanqing's expression became even more stern. What? We asked everyone to report so early, but the minister didn't show up? She said coldly. Ask Jiang Jinglanwan to pick me up later and call Zhou Shihua. I want to ask him what's going on. Su Wanqing had already gotten up late and was in a bad mood. When she saw Zhou Shihua asking the employees to report so early, she was so angry that she almost exploded. Jiang Yi was sick now and had to get enough rest. How could he be tortured like this? Her original plan was to make breakfast for Jiang Yi and then go to the company together, but it was disrupted by Zhou Shihua's random arrangement. She was so angry that she wanted to sneer, thinking that the director of the marketing department was just making a fuss. At the same time, Zhou Shihua hurried out the door, full of questions in his mind. Why did Su Wanqing suddenly ask him go? There was no particularly urgent task in the marketing department recently. He drove faster and faster, and beads of sweat gradually seeped out of his forehead. Just when he was about to go crazy, his cell phone rang. It was a spy who answered the phone, reminding him that Su Wanqing might be related to the matter of asking employees to report early today. Zhou Shihua breathed a sigh of relief, but couldn't help frowning. Isn't President Su too serious about such a small matter? Oh, this is really troublesome. Zhou Shihua thought to himself and decided to find Jiang Yi to take the blame. He secretly decided that he had to handle this kind of trivial matter well. After all, Jiang Yi was an outsider and had no one to rely on, so it would be best to take advantage of him. As he thought about it, he opened his phone, found Jiang Yi's contact information, and dialed without hesitation. Xiao Jiang, I'm Zhou Shihua, the director of our marketing department. He laughed a few times and got straight to the point. Are you waiting in the meeting room on the first floor? I have something to tell you, so I'm letting you know in advance. Jiang Yi was instantly alert when he heard this. He originally thought that Zhou Shihua had something to inform him about, but he didn't expect it was for such a small matter. He immediately responded, Minister Zhou, go ahead. I asked everyone to report early today because I wanted to familiarize everyone with the company environment, but my sister-in-law and I had a big fight this morning and I was delayed. Zhou Shihua continued, don't air your dirty laundry in public. Xiao Jiang, don't worry. If anyone asks me, I will say that something happened to you, and I am here to pick you up. Jiang Yi sneered in his heart after hearing this, thinking that Zhou Shihua was just making excuses for himself. Sure enough, he was not stupid and immediately saw through Zhou Shihua's intentions. Minister Zhou, I'm in the conference room. There's nothing I can do if others don't believe me. Jiang Yi deliberately responded calmly. He had long seen that Zhou Shihua wanted to use this incident to defend himself. Zhou Shihua was a little overwhelmed at this time and immediately changed the subject. Our company will select a team leader for department intern soon, and I thought you might be interested in doing it. His tone was a little subtle when he spoke, and Jiang Yi certainly understood the meaning. Team leader? I'm too tired. I need to recover. Jiang Yi responded calmly, easily rejecting Zhou Shihua's proposal. At this, Zhou Shihua's face darkened, and the other end of the phone fell silent. Okay. Zhou Shihua gritted his teeth and hung up the phone. He had already made a note of the bill for Jiang Yi. After hanging up the phone, he secretly decided that Jiang Yi would have to pay the price sooner or later. At the same time, Jiang Yi just hung up the phone, and a man next to him stood up. Jiang Yi heard him call Minister Zhou and couldn't help laughing. It seems that Zhou Shihua was indeed being targeted by the company's top management, and that's why he was so eager to find an excuse for this kind of thing. He secretly felt lucky that he did not agree to Zhou Shihua's request. Otherwise, this would have been really troublesome. Soon, the buddy next to Jiang Yi came back, walking unnaturally, and kicked Jiang Yi's chair. Sorry, I bumped into you. Jiang Yi looked at him and couldn't help laughing. This guy had been staring at him since he arrived at the meeting room, apparently trying to attract everyone's attention, but now he was embarrassed. However, Jiang Yi didn't care. Anyway, his attention was no longer limited to these trivial matters. At this moment, Jiang Yi inadvertently looked at a paper cup next to him, and the water suddenly spilled out, hitting the guy's face. Jiang Yi is a straightforward person who never drags his feet. When faced with someone who needs help, he lends a hand without hesitation, and when faced with someone who is causing trouble, he also quickly takes action to deal with it. As a young man, things that could be solved on the spot will never be postponed until tomorrow, and hatred should be avenged on the same day. He looked at the guy, gave him an innocent smile, and then turned and left the meeting room. Jang Yi thought to himself that Zhou Shihua must be busy explaining to his boss and had no time to pay attention to them. It would be better to take this opportunity to go out for a walk and learn about the company. As for the guy, Jiang Yi was too lazy to pay attention to him. One accidentally kicked him and splashed water on him, so it was even. If he dared to cause trouble again, Jiang Yi was ready to deal with him. The face of the guy who was splashed with water instantly turned pale, especially when he heard the faint laughter of his colleagues around him. He stared at Jiang Yi angrily. "You kid, wait." At the same time, in the CEO's office on the top floor of the company, Zhou Shihua waited nervously at the door, feeling uncertain. Finally, Su Wanqing and Secretary Zhang arrived late, and Zhou Shihua immediately adjusted his expression and greeted them with a smile. "CEO Su, Secretary Zhang." Su Wanqing glanced at him calmly, raised her eyebrows slightly, and turned to walk into the office. Zhou Shihua breathed a sigh of relief and hurried in. Secretary Zhang took out the tea that had been prepared long ago and gently filled the cup. Su Wanqing waved her hand and asked her to stand aside. "Zhou Shihua, you temporarily advanced the reporting time of new employees by 2 hours today. Why haven't you arrived yet?" Su Wanqing's tone was calm, but it revealed a pressure that could not be ignored. Zhou Shihua suddenly relaxed a little, as he was mentally prepared. He began to explain. "Boss Su, I was planning to take everyone to get familiar with the company environment in advance. But there was a problem with the arrangement, and I may not have notified the new employees in advance." Su Wanqing listened quietly and nodded gently. "Oh, so that's how it is." Zhou Shihua thought his explanation had worked, and couldn't help but continue. "Yes, I should have informed the new colleagues in advance to prevent them from waiting there for too long. This would have left a bad impression on them. I'm really sorry. Please punish me, Mr. Su." He thought that since he had given a reasonable explanation and had used a self-torture tactic, Su Wanqing would probably soften her heart. However, he obviously did not realize the seriousness of the problem. "Okay, then I'll demote you to a lower level and cancel this year's bonus," Su Wanqing said calmly, and Zhou Shihua was stunned. "What? Demote you to a lower level? Cancel the bonus for the whole year? This is a 6-digit loss. Boss Su, I think." Zhou Shihua tried to argue, but was interrupted by Su Wanqing coldly. "By the way, what is the name of the employee you picked up?" Zhou Shihua was stunned and quickly replied, "Wang Yi." "Fire him," Su Wanqing said coldly. "He is from Jinghai. This kind of thing actually happened. He is really not suitable to stay in the company." She waved her hand, let him leave clearly, and arrange for someone else to report. She drank tea while looking at Zhou Shihua. In fact, she had known for a long time that Zhou Shihua's explanation today was completely fabricated. The secretary had confirmed in advance that everyone was waiting in the meeting room on time, and there was no situation of going out to pick up anyone. Zhou Shihua saw that the situation was not right, and quickly bowed his head and admitted, "Boss Su, I'm sorry, I lied." He confessed. "In fact, I asked everyone to report in advance because I wanted to give the new employees a warning so that I can manage them better in the future." Wang Yi is right. He has been waiting in the conference room since early morning. He was anxious, thinking that if Wang Yi was fired, things might become more complicated. Su Wanqing looked at him and sneered. Sure enough, without some deterrent effect, an old fox like Zhou Shihua will never tell the truth. She turned to Secretary Zhang and said, "Call Wang Yi over here. I want to see how Zhou Shihua usually conceals the truth with others." 5 minutes later, Wang Yi followed the secretary into the office in a panic. When he saw that he was called to the president's office, even Zhou Shihua was stunned. Wang Yi's hair was wet, and his white shirt was also wet, looking like he had just been pulled out of the water. Zhou Shihua hurriedly asked, "What's going on?" Obviously, he thought this was a good opportunity to change the subject. As soon as Wang Yi saw Zhou Shihua, he couldn't help but vent his anger. "Minister Zhou, General Manager Su, Secretary Zhang, you have to make a decision for me. I was waiting in the conference room, and when I came back from going to the toilet, he kicked my chair and splashed water on me." He continued angrily. "I apologized to him, but he didn't respond and just threw water in my face." "You said?" Su Wanqing frowned and asked. She was about to speak when Zhou Shihua interrupted her. Boss Su, I have to say something. This Jiang Yi, he has bad conduct and moral problems. I also heard that he is sick." Zhou Shihua saw a gleam in Su Wanqing's eyes, and he immediately had an idea. President Su must be interested in this topic. Coincidentally, he also disliked Jang Yi and felt that this opportunity could not be missed. Wang Yi saw Minister Zhou's gesture and immediately seized the opportunity to agree. So he is sick. No wonder he splashed water on me. Zhou Shihua also nodded. Yes, he told me so himself. Zhou Shihua was about to continue speaking when he suddenly felt a shock in his chest. He looked down and found his cell phone thrown at him. Yes, it should be Su Wanqing's cell phone. He looked up and saw Su Wanqing had stood up. Her face was no longer calm, but rather cold. Who are you saying is sick? Her voice was so cold that it gave people chills. Zhou Shihua was stunned for a moment. His brain almost shut down, and he answered with a trembling voice, Jang Yi. The next second, another pack of A4 paper was thrown over. Without a doubt, it was Su Wanqing's counterattack. Let me ask you again, who is sick? Her tone became even colder. Zhou Shihua's heart tightened, and his hands and feet began to tremble. He had begun to realize that he might be in big trouble. Then, Su Wanqing turned to Wang Yi and asked, who is sick? Wang Yi did not expect to be asked this question. After hesitating for a moment, he replied, Minister Zhou is sick. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly felt that Zhou Shihua's eyes became unusually sharp. Minister Zhou and I are both sick, he quickly added, with a hint of fear in his voice. At this moment, Su Wanqing's atmosphere was icy, and her eyes were like a sharp winter blade, piercing people's bones. She was silent for a moment, turned her back to them, and said, Zhang Ying, take them to the Human Resources Department to write a letter of resignation and sign it for me after it is done. The whole process should be completed within an hour, and then let the security guard take them out. The air in the office suddenly became extremely heavy, and Zhou Shihua and Wang Ye's faces changed. For the next hour, the entire Iching Cosmetics company was filled with gossip. The news that Zhou Shihua and Wang Yi were quickly fired spread throughout the company, and everyone was curious about this sudden change. The marketing department's office has changed. Xiao Yuan has been promoted from deputy director to director. No one in the marketing department is dissatisfied with Xiao Yuan's appointment. Minister Xiao should have been promoted to a full-time position a long time ago. He didn't have the chance before because of Zhou Shihua. Colleagues discussed privately. Now that Zhou Shihua is gone, Minister Xiao is now worthy of the title. The work in the marketing department was relatively leisurely, especially when there were no new products on the market, and everyone's pace became more relaxed. Jiang Yi was tidying up his workstation while slowly getting familiar with his colleagues. However, suddenly, a somewhat vulgar but sincere voice sounded. Brother Jiang, I finally meet you. You are like my second parent. Jiang Yi was stunned for a moment, then looked up and saw a fat boy standing in front of him, with a sincere look in his eyes, as if he had found a savior. Jiang Yi pointed at himself. Me? Your adopted parents? The boy nodded and answered without hesitation. Yes. I was able to enter the company only because of the replacement. The fat guy's name is Chun Mingho, and he's a newcomer who has just been assigned to the marketing department. He excitedly said to Jiang, Brother Jiang, I am from Jinghai. I failed the interview before, and I was discouraged. My girlfriend also broke up with me and asked me to go back to my hometown to develop. When I was about to give up, the company suddenly notified me that I was replaced. Jiang Yi smiled and said, That's a good thing. I have a job and can keep my girlfriend. Chen Mingho shook his head and said, I have a job, but I can't keep my girlfriend. He said this with a helpless expression. I just arrived at the company, and unexpectedly, I was standing at the door of the house my girlfriend and I rented. I heard her say that she was going to die. I was so scared that I quickly pushed the door open, and I saw her with the landlord. Chun Mingho smiled bitterly. Later, I was too lazy to care about it, and I reported to the company directly. Jiang Yi couldn't help but laugh after hearing this. So you didn't even have time to change your sweatshirt? Not really. I just happened to buy a pair of scissors and cut the hat. Chen Mingho chuckled. Jiang Yi was also a little amused and gave him a thumbs up. It seems that you are really an open-minded person. Chun Mingho smiled, looking very carefree. In fact, I was also very conflicted and felt very sorry, but after seeing these things, I figured it out and I am no longer sad. But you said I was your adopted parent. What do you mean? Jiang Yi was a little curious. I didn't do you any favors. Chun Mingho pointed at himself and said, Brother Jiang, you see, this position is very limited. The fact that I can come here proves that someone must have left. Just think about it. I got lost downstairs just now, and the secretary brought me up and told me that Wang Yi and you had some conflicts, and the president called me away. He went on to say, I heard that Wang Yi and Minister Zhou were both scolded by the president and then fired. I guess you have some connection with the company's leaders. How could it be such a coincidence? Jiang Yi was stunned for a moment, realizing that Chen Mingho had misunderstood him. I don't have any big shot backing me. Jiang Yi felt relieved, thinking that this matter was not a big deal. However, the matter between Zhou Shihua and Wang Yi must be related to me. Jiang Yi's mind quickly turned over this thought, and suddenly he thought of Su Wanqing, and his mind was a little distracted. I don't know whether Sister Wanqing has gotten up or not, and whether she has drunk the porridge he specially left for her. The porridge he made is delicious. You are really smart, brother. Jiang Yi patted Chen Mingho on the shoulder and shook his head helplessly. This kid could actually guess things to this extent. Jiang Yi was speechless. Sometimes, you can never wake up a person who is pretending to be asleep. As for whether you have a backer, time and facts will prove everything. Jiang Yi and Chen Mingho spent the entire morning getting familiar with the environment in the department. It was not until 10:30 that Director Xiao Yuan appeared in front of everyone. Everyone, please pay attention. We will have a meeting in the large lecture hall on the 3rd floor in 20 minutes. The meeting will mainly summarize the sales situation of the previous quarter, and new colleagues will also be welcome to join. Xiao Yuan briefly arranged the content of the meeting. Jiang Yi, Xiao Chun, get ready. New employees may be selected to speak at the meeting. Xiao Yuan also specially slipped a note to Jiang Yi and Chen Mingho, with some universal responses written on it. Jiang Yi always felt that Xiao Yuan's eyes were always on him. Perhaps because Zhou Shihua's matter was exposed, the things he didn't agree to would be exposed sooner or later. It was estimated that there were no secrets among the company's top management. At 10:40, Jiang Yi and Chen Mingho walked side by side to the lecture hall on the 3rd floor. Employees from other departments also arrived one after another, and almost everyone was present. I heard that our company sales were not good last quarter. We have to perform better today and not get caught by President Su. A colleague whispered, Yeah, I heard that President Su was furious this morning and fired Zhou Shihua. Another person also whispered. Chen Mingho couldn't help but shudder when he heard these words and whispered to Jiang, Brother Jiang, did the leader behind you remind you not to provoke President Su? Jiang, he shook his head. He had no leader behind him, and he didn't even know that General Manager Su was a woman. He was just a small employee who had just joined the department. How could he have the chance to get involved with the big boss? No, what about you? Has the leader behind you told you? Jiang Yi teased, while Chun Mingho shook his head frantically. If I had a boss, my ex-girlfriend wouldn't have been dumped so badly. He smiled bitterly and shook his head. But I met with President Su this morning. Brother Jiang, just by looking at her from a distance, I knew I should never mess with her in the future. She looks so cold and aloof. It feels like I've fallen into an ice cellar. Jiang, he raised his eyebrows. Can being so aloof make people freeze to death? He said with a smile, picking up the document that fell in front of him and handing it to the other party. Her characteristic is that she is aloof. Have you met her? Apart from her aloofness, what else did you notice? Jiang Yi asked curiously, thinking to himself that it is always good to get to know your boss. Chen Mingho answered excitedly, Yes, she is very beautiful, even prettier than the stars on TV. Jiang Yi was stunned for a moment. Beautiful? I really don't see anything special about her. He said with a smile. Chen Mingho nodded. I think Ms. Su is the most beautiful woman I have ever seen. My aesthetic sense is not wrong. She must be the most beautiful woman you have ever seen. Jiang Yi couldn't help but laugh. You're exaggerating too much. Even if she's really beautiful, I have seen many beauties. He didn't realize that he had already begun to accept in his heart that Su Wanqing was indeed an extraordinary person. Arriving at the lecture hall, Jiang Yi and Chun Mingho followed the flow of people. Each department's seats had signs, and the marketing department seats were in the front row with a wide view. Xiao Yuan was already sitting there. When he saw Jiang Yi coming in, he waved for him to sit next to him. Chen Mingho sat next to Jiang Yi. Brother Jiang, do you think President Su is really the most beautiful woman I have ever seen? Chen Mingho asked excitedly. Jiang Yi could only smile. How could he give an accurate answer? The lecture hall was full of people chatting casually, discussing how to arrange lunch or which new restaurant had opened nearby. Suddenly, the door of the conference room was pushed open, and a young, beautiful girl walked into the room. Jang Yi subconsciously looked back and found that everyone almost shut up at the same time and quickly sat up straight. Jang Yi couldn't help thinking that it seemed that President Su had great prestige in everyone's heart. In order not to stand out too much, he quickly turned his head and stopped looking in that direction. The footsteps were getting closer, and suddenly there was a crisp tat-tat sound of high heels. Jiang Yi's heart moved, thinking that this must be President Su. He adjusted his perspective slightly and saw several middle-aged leaders walking by. Then he noticed a tall figure in a white suit jacket who walked with grace. Jiang Yi widened his eyes and finally realized that the familiar, beautiful face appeared in his sight. Brother Jiang. Chun Mingho saw that Jiang Yi's expression was a little dull, and he realized that Jiang Yi seemed to be shocked by something. Jiang Yi's mouth was slightly open, and his eyes followed Su Wanqing's movement, and he seemed to be completely unaware of his surroundings. Chun Mingho couldn't help but push Jiang Yi's arm and whispered, "Calm down." Jiang Yi came back to his senses and nodded. It was true that his previous state made him a little embarrassed, but he really didn't expect that the aloof CEO, Su Wanqing, he met was actually his sister Wanqing's best friend, the one who made his bed last night. This contrast surprised him a little. Did he really have a backer in the company? Jiang Yi was not sure before, but after hearing Mr. Su's last name, he had some guesses in his mind. It was not until he saw Su Wanqing's cold and aloof look that made people afraid to approach her that he finally realized that it was really her. This made him a little dazed for a moment. After all, he thought that Ms. Su was the kind of cold and aloof beauty who was unapproachable. But she was completely different from the sister Wanqing he was familiar with. It was precisely because of this difference that Jiang Yi was so surprised. Chun Mingho didn't care that much. He just thought that Brother Jiang must have been defeated by the true fragrance law. He didn't believe President Su just now, but he almost drooled when he saw it, which made him want to laugh. The meeting officially began, and Jiang Yi also got to know the senior leaders on the stage. The company's president was Su Wanqing, and the 5 vice presidents were responsible for different businesses. The young and beautiful Zhang Ying was Su Wanqing's secretary, and she welcomed the new employees on behalf of the company. Although the company's performance last quarter was not ideal, the leaders' reports were still very positive, and the topics focused more on new products and future plans. Jiang Yi was listening a little sleepy, and suddenly his eyes inadvertently swept across the stage. Su Wanqing was staring at him. The corners of her mouth seemed to raise a little, and Jiang Yi also smiled slightly when he saw this, thinking that this was just a greeting to Sister Wanqing, but in the eyes of other employees, this smile caused a sensation. Is President Su laughing, or is he planning something? Someone whispered she should look at the marketing department. The marketing department is finished. It's bad. When President Su smiles, who dares to mess with her? Another person also whispered. Jiang Yi didn't care too much about it. He didn't want to affect Su Wanqing's image in front of so many people. Although this smile seemed particularly eye-catching to outsiders, in his heart, it was just a simple response. Su Wanqing was not as cold as she appeared at this moment, but her heart was already moved by Jiang Yi's smile. She couldn't help but sigh that Jiang Yi was really outstanding, and even a glance at him could make people involuntarily notice him. When she saw Jiang Yi smile, her heart softened a little, and she even wanted to go over and pinch his face. But soon, a round of applause brought her back to reality, and the meeting continued. At the end of the meeting, Su Wanqing gave a concise summary speech. She did not give a long speech, but simply mentioned a few words and directly announced the end of the meeting. The next step was the interaction between the leaders and the new employees, and the employees could raise their own needs and questions. Jiang Yi looked at the note Xiao Yuan gave him, which had some answer templates written on it. He was prepared to respond according to the content on the note if he was drawn. However, as the lottery began, he gradually found that something was wrong. It was supposed to be a relaxed speaking session, but the leaders started asking the employees all kinds of practical questions, such as how he would handle a sales volume of 5 million per month. Jiang Yi suddenly felt that this was more like a second interview. However, he was not too worried because there were a total of 40 new employees, and the chance of being selected was less than 1 in 10. He felt that he would not be that unlucky. But at this moment, Jiang Yi's stomach suddenly growled. Frowning slightly, he rubbed his stomach, thinking that he had eaten early in the morning, so it was normal for him to be hungry. However, this sound caught Su Wanqing's attention. She frowned slightly, as if she was worried that Jang Yi was not feeling well, and quickly sent him a message. "What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" Jang Yi quickly replied, "It's okay, I'm just a little hungry." Seeing Jang Yi's reply, Su Wanqing was relieved. Fortunately, he was just hungry, not uncomfortable. She was concerned about Jang Yi's health, especially knowing that he had been in poor health before. But then she frowned again and thought to herself, hunger cannot be ignored, especially for sick people. If you're hungry, you have to eat, and if you're thirsty, you have to drink water. This is a signal sent by the body. Just as she was about to pay attention to Jang Yi again, the speech of a vice president at the meeting finally ended. She stood up decisively and interrupted him. "Okay, today's meeting is over. Everyone, let's go." She quickly walked towards the marketing department. At this moment, more than 200 employees, workers, and executives present were shocked by this scene. Everyone couldn't help but start to wonder if Mr. Su hadn't finished speaking when he stood up. However, everyone's speculation was soon broken because Su Wanqing walked directly to the marketing department with a firm look in her eyes. "Is President Su going to look for Xiao Yuan?" someone whispered. After all, he is President Su's newly promoted marketing director. Everyone guessed that Su Wanqing must have something important to discuss with Xiao Yuan. After all, she stood up so suddenly. But what happened next stunned everyone. Su Wanqing stopped, but her eyes did not look at Xiao Yuan. Instead, she looked past him and fixed her gaze on Jiang Yi without any concealment. At this moment, the entire lecture hall suddenly became quiet, and all eyes were focused on Su Wanqing and Jiang Yi. Her gentle smile was as warm as a sister next door, and the dimples on the corners of her mouth were so cute that it was hard to ignore them. "Let's go and have dinner," she asked softly. Her smile was like a spring breeze, making people feel extremely kind. Jiang Yi was completely stunned. He walked out of the lecture hall arm in arm with Su Wanqing and went all the way to the underground parking lot. He had not yet recovered from the shock just now and was completely confused. "I don't like the food in the hotel very much, and the hotels nearby don't cooperate." Su Wanqing spoke gently, and her voice floated gently into Jiang Yi's ears. "So we can only eat outside. What do you want to eat? In a few days, I will find a partner hotel and have him deliver meals to me every day." Her words were understated, but revealed her concern. Jiang Yi was a little stunned, thinking that this arrangement might not even cover his monthly salary for food. "Sister Wanqing, I'm not picky about food. The cafeteria is fine." Su Wanqing smiled slightly. "The cafeteria is not bad, but you are sick, so you have to pay attention to your nutrition," she said seriously, then took Jiang Yi's arm and gently squeezed his arm. Jiang Yi felt an itch spreading from his arm, and his heartbeat seemed to speed up unconsciously. He couldn't help but wonder if it was because she and his sister Xiao Jia were best friends that she took such good care of him, but he felt that it shouldn't be that simple. When they walked out of the underground parking lot, the blue sky of Jinghai came into view. The scenery was so beautiful that people couldn't help but immerse themselves in it. Laojiang Xiaochu in Jinghai City is a century-old restaurant located in the center of Guangming District. Although it is called Xiaochu, it is very large with a 5-story building, a small courtyard, and a landscape garden inside, and an elegant environment. Jiang Yi had already decided to treat Su Wanqing to a meal when he got on the bus. He wanted to express his gratitude, so he chose this restaurant, thinking that he would thank her for her care with this meal. However, when he arrived, he found that the place was so popular that he had never expected it. The restaurant hall was almost full, and even the private rooms were empty. "There are no private rooms, Sister Wanqing. Let's just sit in the corner of the hall," Jiang Yi said a little embarrassedly. After all, he originally wanted to give Su Wanqing a quieter dining environment. Su Wanqing was not at all squeamish. "No problem," she responded lightly, and took Jiang Yi to a seat in the corner of the hall. "I've heard of Lao Jiang Kitchen, but I've never been here," Su Wanqing said as she walked. "It seems this restaurant is really popular. Even before the rush hour I have to get off work, the seats are always full." When they sat down, Jiang Yi said jokingly, "Sister Wanqing is so beautiful that she will be the focus wherever she goes." Su Wanqing smiled and looked around. Her eyes did not stay on any one person, but the people around her unconsciously looked away. She was the focus, and all eyes would naturally focus on her. Jiang Yi couldn't help but feel that this aura was very powerful. At the door of Lao Zhang's kitchen, another Mercedes-Benz E-Class slowly stopped. A well-dressed man got out of the car and opened the door for the beautiful woman in the passenger seat. "Let's go, Mimi. Let's go eat." the man said with a smile. When a woman got off the car, she was carrying an LV bag and wearing a Prada coat, looking beautiful. Zhang Peng, you are such a gentle gentleman, Mimi said with a smile. Zhang Peng smiled and took Mimi's hand. The two walked into the restaurant and became the focus of everyone's attention. It seemed like a perfect combination of handsome men and beautiful women, and everything seemed so harmonious. However, no one knew that Zhang Peng had a dark secret in his pocket, a bottle of medicine and several remote controls. After they were seated, Zhang Peng gently pressed the remote control in his pocket. Mimi immediately felt a strong, tingling sensation, and she could hardly hold back the sound she made. Zhang Peng, stop doing this. I can't stand it anymore. Her voice trembled. Zhang Peng smiled and said, I'll deal with you when we get back to the hotel. Mimi's face was red as if it was about to bleed, and she shyly turned her head away and ignored him. At this moment, she suddenly saw Jang Yi's profile and was stunned for a moment. That was a familiar figure to her, Jang Yi. What's wrong? Did you see someone you know? Zhang Peng saw Mei suddenly stop and turned to look at her in confusion. Mimi came back to her senses and stroked her hair gently. Yes, that guy pursued me before, but I rejected him and he still refuses to admit it. Zhang Peng glanced at Jiang Yi and couldn't help thinking that the man was really attractive. Looking back, Mei's appearance suddenly became less attractive in his eyes. Although he was a little skeptical of Mei's words, he still said impatiently, since the relationship is not good, there is no need to say hello. Don't embarrass yourself. Mei disagreed. She glared at Zhang Peng coldly and said, No, I have to go and say hello. After all, he is an old classmate. She was filled with jealousy and couldn't understand why the woman around Jiang Yi could be so beautiful. Why did Jiang Yi get her attention? Just because he's good-looking? Mei was unwilling to give up and thought that she must go and take a look, otherwise she would always feel uneasy. Someone is coming. Is he your friend? Su Wanqing saw Mei walking towards them, narrowed her eyes slightly, and reminded Jiang Yi softly. Jiang Yi turned his head and frowned, feeling a little touched. He knew Mei, but it was not because of her that he knew about the restaurant, Lao Jiang Xiaochu. Mei met Jiang Yi's roommate at school, and they fell in love online. Jiang Yi didn't have a good impression of her, and her roommate even used Jiang Yi's photo as an online dating tool. Long time no see, Jiang Yi. I didn't expect you to come to Lao Jiang kitchen for dinner. Mei sneered and spoke with a hint of provocation in her voice. Jiang Yi smiled cheerfully. If you can come, why can't I? Do you think I'm worse than you? Although Jiang Yi's words were joking, they were actually sarcastic. Mei made a living by catching rich men every day, but she dared to mock him? It was really unreasonable. At this time, Su Wanqing chuckled. Jiang Yi's counterattack was simply great, concise, and direct. You. Mei blushed and wanted to refute, but her mouth was blocked by Zhang Peng's intervention. Brother, look, they're bullying me. Mei grabbed Zhang Peng's arm and acted coquettishly. Zhang Peng had long been dissatisfied, thinking that Mei was causing trouble, but he was too lazy to argue with her. Aren't you old classmates? Say hello and leave quickly, so as not to disturb everyone's meal. Zhang Peng signaled Mei to leave, wanting to resolve the matter quickly. After all, Lao Jiang Xiaochu was not an ordinary restaurant, and he didn't want to cause trouble here and upset the boss. Mei glared at Zhang Peng with dissatisfaction. Zhang Peng, what do you mean? There was anger in her eyes, but Zhang Peng remained unmoved. What do you mean? Su Wanqing's voice suddenly turned cold, breaking Mei's reaction. Do you feel a little embarrassed and want to leave quickly? Su Wanqing's eyes did not stay on Mimi, but continued to do her own thing, quietly pouring tea for Jiang Yi and herself. Her calm attitude made Mimi a little stunned. Mei was about to fight back, but Zhang Peng quickly covered her mouth and said, Yes, go back and calm down. Zhang Peng seemed to understand that the person in front of him was the boss of Yicheng Cosmetics, the cold and beautiful Su Wanqing. He had seen her at the supplier's banquet before, and instantly felt a strong aura, and his heart skipped a beat. Mei was stunned. She didn't expect Zhang Peng to treat her like this. She was furious and broke free from Zhang Peng's control, shouting, If you don't help me, don't touch me. Go away. Zhang Peng frowned, and his eyes became gloomy. He didn't want to continue making trouble here in front of everyone. Okay, let's go back and calm down. Zhang Peng nodded to Jiang Yi and Su Wanqing and hurriedly left with Mei. However, Mei's reaction was clearly not calmed down, and Zhang Peng sensed her irritability. At this point, he decided to take action. As soon as he returned to his seat, Zhang Peng quietly reached into his pocket and pressed the switch of the remote control. Mei Mei felt a strange feeling spread throughout her body, and when she was about to get angry again, she was unknowingly interrupted by this feeling, and an unspeakable sound came out of the corner of her mouth. Mei Mei's soft moan and the blush on her face made Jiang Yi's mind go blank instantly. Her reaction made him stunned, and he simply couldn't believe that he would see this scene in such an occasion. Zhang Peng. Mei Mei turned around suddenly and looked at Zhang Peng sitting at the table, her eyes full of anger. She was so angry that she almost couldn't say anything, but Zhang Peng still held the remote control tightly in his hand, not caring at all. Mimi walked towards Zhang Peng angrily, but Zhang Peng did not stop, but walked faster and faster, pressing the remote control nonstop. Mimi's body could not resist the strong feeling, and her steps staggered. As soon as she walked to the door of the restaurant, she was stopped by a middle-aged man in formal attire. "Miss, you haven't paid yet." Mei Mei was stunned and annoyed that someone actually reminded her to pay the bill at this time. She was in no mood to pay attention to this and pointed directly at Zhang Peng's car and shouted at him, "Zhang Peng, you grandson, come back and pay the bill." The people around were attracted by her shouting, and their eyes turned to Zhang Peng and his Mercedes-Benz. Zhang Peng frowned and cursed in his heart. This woman is really crazy. How could she be so loud? How could I meet such a silly woman like you? Zhang Peng said, gritting his teeth, while increasing the frequency of pressing the remote control in his hand. Mei Mei tried her best to hold back the trembling of her body and said in a cold voice, "Zhang Peng brought me here, and he ordered the dishes. Why should I pay the bill?" The middle-aged man smiled, but his tone was unquestionable. "You came here together. He left first and didn't pay the bill. You should be responsible." He then added, "No one can escape the responsibility of paying the bill at Lao Zhang's kitchen. We never allow free meals here." Mimi's face turned red, but her body was still involuntarily affected by the remote control. She clenched her fists, knowing that she couldn't escape now. "I need some time to raise the money. Maybe try to buy some time." The middle-aged man nodded and said, "Okay, let's get married later." He signaled to the security guard standing at the door, "Pay attention, don't let her run away." Then he looked at Mei Mei and raised the corner of his mouth slightly. "By the way, let me remind you, if you mess around at the door, the consequences will be more than just compensation." At this time, Jang Yi and Su Wanqing had already started eating and were not affected by Mei Mei's matter at all. To them, it was just a small interlude before dinner, which was quite interesting. "Sister Wanqing, my brain was a little out of sorts yesterday, and something went wrong when I met you," Jiang Yi said with a smile. "I just found out today that you are my immediate superior. What a coincidence. I'm finally recovered now. I'll have to trouble Sister Wanqing to take care of me in the future." Jiang Yi raised his water glass to signal. He didn't mention any wine. After all, Su Wanqing still had to drive and had work in the afternoon. He certainly couldn't ask her to drink on the first day, even though he really wanted to see what Su Wanqing would look like after getting drunk. Su Wanqing lowered her head slightly and saw Jiang Yi smile as he raised his glass. She suddenly recalled her impulsive behavior last night and couldn't help feeling a little guilty. She raised her glass and clinked it with Jiang Yi's. Her tone became gentler. "Forget it. Just saying sorry is not sincere enough. Jiang Yi, make a request and I will satisfy you." Jiang Yi's eyes lit up. "Just mention it." Su Wanqing nodded, "Of course." Jiang Yi smiled and said, "Sister Wanqing, did my sister tell you that I am thick-skinned and greedy?" Su Wanqing couldn't help but chuckle. "It's good to be thick-skinned, but greedy. What are you greedy for? Don't be greedy for my bed." A smile appeared on her lips, and she thought to herself, "This boy has been so short-sighted and has no ambition since he was a child." Jiang Yi's smile became even more innocent. "That's right, Sister Wanqing. That's exactly what I want. But I want to." Jiang Yi suddenly heard Su Wanqing coughing softly, and when he turned around, he found that the blush on her face made him a little flustered. He was speechless for a moment, and he didn't expect that what he said would actually cause Su Wanqing's reaction. "What you just said is indeed a bit too much." Su Wanqing smiled helplessly, knowing that Jiang Yi was not serious. Jiang Yi immediately changed the subject. "Sorry, Sister Wanqing, I was joking. After all, it's not appropriate to have a girlfriend now." When he said this, there was some sincerity in his eyes. He knew that he still needed time to grow. After all, he had just entered the workplace, and many things had to be done slowly. Su Wanqing didn't seem to care about this rejection and just nodded gently. She lowered her head and ate her meal. Although she looked calm, she felt a little complicated. Jang Yi said he didn't want to find a girlfriend. Was it because of his illness? Didn't he feel lonely? Could this silly child really face so many difficulties alone? Okay, never mind. Su Wanqing finally breathed a sigh of relief and tried to let go of the heaviness in her heart. She smiled at Jang Yi and pointed at the vegetables in his bowl. Eat more vegetables. It's good for your health. Jang Yi responded, lowered his head, and continued to eat, picking up some vegetables with chopsticks. At this time, he noticed that Su Wanqing suddenly stopped eating. She looked at him silently, and a complex emotion seemed to flash in her eyes. Sister Wanqing, what's wrong? Jiang Yi was a little confused and put down his chopsticks and looked at her. Su Wanqing smiled gently and pointed at the vegetables on his chopsticks. Jiang Yi, you are so good. Jiang Yi felt a little embarrassed and continued to eat his vegetables. He didn't expect to receive such a compliment. At this time, he didn't realize that Su Wanqing was no longer in the mood for eating. Some memories from her childhood flashed through her mind. The boy who had pulled her sleeve and told her that she had to eat more vegetables to grow taller and not feel so much pain when she fell. Her heart ached, and she suddenly felt that the promise she had made with that boy was so far away. You don't need to be taller than me, because I am a man and I will protect you from the wind and rain. Those words still echoed in her ears, making her feel a little sad. Eat, eat. She tried to divert her attention, but her eyes still unconsciously stayed on Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi and Su Wanqing's lunch seemed peaceful, but the fluctuations in their hearts made every bite of food seem particularly heavy. Not long after, Su Wanqing used the excuse of going to the bathroom to pay the bill. Jiang Yi looked at her back and was still lost in his thoughts. I want to pay. Su Wanqing walked to the front desk, ready to pay the bill, but she didn't expect that she would get into trouble. The receptionist smiled and said, Sorry, you can't check out yet. Only guests who have paid a deposit can check out. Su Wanqing was a little surprised. Then how much do I need to spend before I can check out? The minimum spending for Black Gold members is 1 million. The receptionist explained with a hint of awe in her eyes. After all, this restaurant has many high-end customers, some of whom can spend 1 million. Okay, I'll deposit 1 million for dining expenses. Can I become a Black Gold member? Su Wanqing asked without hesitation. Her tone was relaxed, as if the money was insignificant to her. The receptionist was a little surprised and immediately confirmed and nodded. Yes, you could become a Black Gold member of our restaurant. At this time, Jiang Yi was looking down at his mobile phone, and his thoughts were interrupted. When he looked up, he saw the conversation between Su Wanqing and the receptionist, and he couldn't help but frown. Wait a moment. When the receptionist went to find the manager, Su Wanqing leaned aside, looking unusually calm. She didn't realize that Jiang Yi had quietly paid a deposit for them, which made the checkout process a little bit complicated. It's okay. 1 million is nothing to me anyway. Su Wanqing chuckled, completely unaware of what Jiang Yi had done. In fact, she didn't expect that Jiang Yi had secretly paid a deposit, which caused a little trouble in her checkout process. But it doesn't matter. She spent 1 million to become a Black Gold member. Who can care about her just paying the bill? I'm sorry, Mr. Su. Please forgive me for my previous disrespect. Su Kun ran to Su Wanqing breathlessly, with a smile on his face, and bowed his head humbly to apologize. He is the lobby manager of Lao Jiang Xiaochu. When the boss is not around, he is the highest authority in decision-making. It's okay, it tastes good. We'll have a long-term partnership. Today's bill will be included in this amount. Su Wanqing responded indifferently and took out the card nonchalantly. Give me an account number, and I'll ask the finance department to transfer the money. Su Kun was stunned for a moment, and his heart tightened slightly. Of course, he was willing to accept a $1 million cooperation fee, but this situation never happened. He spoke a little unnaturally. Boss Su, I'm sorry, there's a rule. We at Lao Jiang Kitchen require that only those who have paid a deposit can check out. No one else can. Even if you're a Black Gold member, you have to comply. Su Wanqing raised her eyebrows and looked at him calmly. It was obvious that she had expected this to happen. She touched her temple, her tone a little tired. Manager Su, my father is Su Wuji. This sentence is like a stone that stirs up 1,000 waves. Su Kuan's expression suddenly became clear. He raised his head suddenly, and a hint of shock flashed in his eyes. Su Wuji. He coughed and then smiled more attentively as if he had changed his face. I'm so sorry. I didn't know you were Mr. Su's daughter. He bent over in a hurry, barely giving himself a chance to breathe. It's okay. Su Wanqing smiled gently. Then can I pay the bill? Su Kuan raised his lips to a proper smile. Of course, Mr. Su. Actually, you don't have to pay the bill. This meal is on our behalf. Take care and come back next time. Oh, by the way, this is my business card. When you place your order in the future, please contact me directly and I guarantee that it will be delivered as soon as possible. Su Kuan knew clearly that Su Wuji's face was more important than any rules. He knew very well that if it weren't for Mr. Su's investment, their Lao Jiang kitchen would have gone bankrupt long ago. Let's go, Su Wanqing said softly to Jang Yi. Jang Yi looked at her suspiciously. Where's the bill? I'm already married. She smiled and took his arm. Jang Yi was stunned, his thoughts in a mess. He clearly remembered that he had paid a deposit, and the hotel's customer service had clearly promised that only he could check out. He couldn't help but look back at the front desk, only to see the young lady standing there, smiling and bowing, very enthusiastic. Welcome to visit us next time, Mr. Su, Mr. Jiang. He was silent for a moment, then slowly turned around. We've already been married. He got into the car in silence, feeling mixed emotions. I'll transfer the money you spent to you. Jiang Yi spoke, trying to sort out the situation. No, Su Wanqing shook her head. I'll treat you to dinner today. You can cook porridge for me in the morning, and we'll be even. Jiang Yi smiled and said, How can you compare a pot of porridge with a meal? Stop it, you did that yourself. Her tone was gentle, with a hint of imperceptible warmth in her eyes. Arriving at the company, Jiang Yi hurried back to his seat. He was already more than an hour late, but what happened this morning made him fearless. Before he sat down, Chun Mingho immediately stood up, moved the chair in front of him, and said with a smile, Brother Jiang, sit down. Would you like something to drink? Coffee, tea, or juice is fine. Jiang Yi was stunned. Why was Chun Mingho suddenly so attentive to him? Ew. I made progress secretly behind my back. Jiang Yi deliberately raised his eyebrows and asked tentatively. Chun Mingho quickly waved his hands and smiled brightly. Brother Jiang, what are you talking about? How could I possibly make progress without your knowledge? I have always regarded you as my elder brother. He patted Jiang Yi's shoulder solemnly and said, The greatest virtue of my life, Chun Mingho, is loyalty. Jiang Yi was not a fool. Chun Mingho was talking nonsense, as if he was possessed by a demon. He immediately took out his cell phone, opened the map, and threw it directly to Chun Mingho. The nearest hospital is 2.1 kilometers away. Let's go and have a look. If you don't treat it, you may have drooling in the future. Chun Mingho was stunned for a moment, looked at the screen, and said blankly, Brother Jiang, this is a pet hospital. Viang yi similit akardli. Sorry. Without waiting for Chun Mingho's response, he said easily, Boss Su and my cousin are good friends. I came to Jinghai because she asked Boss Su to take care of her. He didn't want people in the company to make wild guesses, especially such groundless rumors. Chun Mingho's eyes lit up. So that's how it is, no wonder. Reasonable. Jiang, he raised his eyebrows. Yes, Brother Jiang. There are rumors recently that you have a child. What? Jiang, he took a breath of cold air. The news spread so quickly. Rumors stop at the wise. He couldn't help but sigh, and Chun Mingho quickly took action to put out the fire. Jinghai City, Lao Jiang Kitchen. Su Kuan sat opposite the boss Jiang Hua, looking serious. The man paid the deposit first, and Su Wanqing insisted on paying the bill herself. Jiang Hua's eyes were sharp. Send me the surveillance footage, the clearer the better. Su Kuan left to do it. Jiang Hua touched the small-leaf red sandalwood bracelet, and a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. This opportunity cannot be missed. The incident at lunch made him interested in Su Wanqing, especially the news that she was having dinner alone with a man, which made him feel even more unusual. Jiang Hua had heard about Su Wanqing's coldness, but today's actions completely broke his inherent impression of her. Jiang Hua picked up the phone and dialed Su Wuji's number. Uncle Su, are you free tonight? A friend sent me a few bottles of gujiao. Let's have a drink together. On the other end of the phone, Su Wuji's voice was a little hoarse. Let's talk when I have time. No drinking or smoking these days. Jiang Hua smiled and said, Then come back when it's convenient for you. Wuji Group has been developing well recently. You have to take care of yourself. Su Wuji agreed casually, but his eyes flashed, and suddenly he saw the secretary coming in with documents. He waved his hand. Don't bother me with these small projects. He didn't want to be disturbed by these trivial matters, and Jiang Hua's interest in talking gradually diminished. At the moment, he was more concerned about the game that was about to begin. Jiang Hua changed the subject. By the way, Uncle Su, Sister Qingqing came to our restaurant for lunch at noon. What? Su Wuji sat up straight suddenly. His face changed. She went to your place? No way. She was alone. Jiang Hua laughed softly. She came with a man, Uncle Su. This is the first time. That person should be Wanqing's friend. Jiang Hua responded calmly. Su Wuji raised his eyebrows, his eyes sharp. Is it a man or a woman? Jiang Hua chuckled. Uncle, would you rather have a boy or a girl? Su Wuji's heart moved, but he didn't react too much. I hope it's a girl. He answered coldly, with a barely perceptible fluctuation in his eyes. Jiang Hua was stunned, with a complicated expression on his face, and questions welled up in his mind. Su Wuji would prefer a girl? Could it be that his feelings for Wanqing were so hidden? Moreover, Wanqing was obviously of marriageable age, so it was reasonable to arrange for her to find a man to marry. No, I'm talking about Wanqing's secretary. She is indeed a girl. Jiang Hua hung up the phone, realizing that he had misunderstood the situation and was filled with doubts. Su Wuji was not in a hurry to get married, so did he not want to have a grandson? On the other side, Su Wuji fell into deep thought after hanging up the phone. Wanqing found a man to have lunch with. He said to himself, if it's the meal she wants to eat, then it must be someone she wants to see. Normally, she kept her distance from any man, but today she was unusually relaxed. This abnormality made him feel nervous. No way, my girl is going to fall in love. His thoughts became more and more confused, and cold sweat gradually broke out on his back. Su Wuji knew that if this was true, everything in his family would change in an instant, from tens of millions of assets to nothing, and he could not afford such consequences. He stood up, walked to the corner of the office, and opened a hidden safe. Only he knew the password, and in the safe there were some confidential documents in gold bars, as well as a yellowed paper. He unfolded the paper and saw the words, marriage certificate, written in front of him. This was the marriage he arranged for Wanqing in her early years. Under the paper was written, this marriage is witnessed by heaven and earth, and the compensation for breach of contract is 10 billion. Seeing that astronomical figure, Su Wuji couldn't help swallowing, and his expression became extremely serious. 10 billion. No, we must not let her do whatever she wants. Jiang Yuan spent the afternoon in the company learning about the corporate culture and secretly trying to find out about Su Wanqing's background. Xiao Yuan did not assign him any work, and specifically told him that Jiang Yi could look for him if he had any questions. At 6 o'clock in the evening, Jiang Yi had nothing to do, so he went off work with Chen Mingho. Chen Mingho has been in a bad mood recently. His girlfriend cheated on him, and he was kicked out of his place. He has been looking for a house all day today, and finally decided to go to a few suitable places tonight to look at houses. Jiang Yi was too lazy to accompany him, but agreed to lend him the car. Drive the car to Jiangjinglin Bay before leaving. Jiang Yi said as he threw down the car keys. Jiangjinglan Wan, Chen Mingho exclaimed. What's the situation with your home? That place costs tens of thousands per square meter, right? I walked past there when I was with Lily. Jiang Yi sneered. It's not mine, it's my cousin's. Oh, I see. It belongs to my cousin. The two entered the garage, but their attention was attracted by the M9 parked next to them. Brother Jiang, this car. It's the M9, quite high-tech. Jiang Yi nodded. But there is a problem. Chen Mingho kept his secret. Jiang Yi raised his eyebrows. What's the problem? It's not mine. Jiang Yi was speechless and almost laughed out loud. Stop dreaming. Drive quickly. Where are you going to sleep tonight? When the two were getting in the car, suddenly the lights of an M9 came on. Viangyi. Viangyi. Wait a minute. An anxious female voice was heard, and Jiang Yi turned around and saw Zhang Ying, Wanqing's secretary, running towards him breathlessly. Secretary Zhang, what's wrong? Jiang Yi asked politely. Zhang Ying didn't say much, and directly took out a pair of car keys. This is the car key for you. President Su asked me to arrange a car for you. It's a gift for you. She is in a meeting and doesn't have time to come in person. Huh? Jiang Yi was stunned. Chen Mingho also looked at him in surprise. Okay, don't refuse. It was Mr. Su who asked me to give you the car keys. Jiang Yi, don't you want me to complete the task successfully? Take it. 2 minutes later, Jiang Yi got into the driver's seat of the Series M9. Just as he was about to start the car, he found that the old Camry was still parked next to him. He honked the horn. Chen Mingho was speechless. He lowered his head, started the car, and left. Jiang Yi waved his hand and said, "You can go and look at the house. I really won't see you off." Chun Mingho did not reply, but lowered his head, gritted his teeth, and drove away quickly. He felt very complicated. The car belonged to someone else, and suddenly it became his brother's. This feeling made him feel mixed. Jiang Jinglan Bei, Jiang Yi returned home and sat on the sofa. The car keys in his hand made him more and more uneasy. He picked up his phone and called Xiao Jia. "Sister, is Sister Wanqing really your best friend?" Xiao Jia had just finished breakfast and obviously didn't understand why Jiang Yi suddenly asked this question. "Yeah, what's wrong? Did she save your life?" Jiang Yi frowned. Xiao Jia didn't take it seriously. "It's just a car. Just keep it if I give it to you." "But is she too nice to me?" Jiang Yi always felt something was wrong. Xiao Jia smiled and said, "Don't think too much about it. Just accept her. She doesn't want anything." Jiang Yi was still confused. "Why did she give me a car?" Xiao Jia half-jokingly replied, "Maybe she's after you." Jiang Yi was stunned for a moment. "What?" "Thank her well at night, send her to bed, and hold her to sleep." Jiang Yi stood there in a daze. Xiao Jia's words completely devastated him. Iching Beauty, Su Wanqing had just finished an emergency meeting, brows slightly frowned, and some consumers in Huangjiang City reported adverse reactions after using the product and are seeking redress. "Has Jiang Yi left?" She turned to Zhang Ying. "Yes, Mr. Su, I put the cake in the car." Su Wanqing was stunned for a moment. "Both of them are put up?" Zhang Ying nodded, not understanding the meaning of her question. "Then hurry up and get ready. Let's go downstairs together." Su Wanqing said with a smile, "One is for me and the other is for your sister. Today is her birthday." Zhang Ying's eyes lit up. "Wow, thank you, President Su." She left in a hurry, and Su Wanqing looked at her back with complicated eyes. At 6:40 in the evening, Su Wanqing received a call from her father. She was stunned when she saw that the caller was Su Wuji. "Hey, Dad, what's going on?" "It's okay, Wanqing. What do you want to eat tonight? Are you still at Xiao Jie's place?" Su Wanqing replied calmly, "I will stay at Xiao Jie's place tonight." "Oh, so, are you going home tomorrow night?" She didn't think much about it and said, "Let's talk about it later." Before she finished speaking, the phone was hung up. Su Wuji stood in the Juanfu villa. Listening to the voice coming from the phone, his heart tightened. "She's not coming back? Then these few days." He whispered to himself. The beautiful woman next to him raised her eyebrows and said, "You think too much. How about you bring a man back to Xiao Jia?" Su Wuji frowned. "What if she really brings a man back? Go and have a look. You'll know if the car is downstairs, right?" The beautiful woman rolled her eyes at him. "Don't let your imagination run wild." Chapter 19, Sister Wanqing. "Your neckline seems too loose." "Hey, don't say it, don't say it." Su Wuji immediately stopped standing and looked at his wife, then gave her a thumbs up. As expected of my daughter-in-law, what she said does make some sense. "Yes, you're right. This makes me feel relieved." Su Wuji laughed heartily, while the beautiful woman was slightly stunned as she looked at him sitting like a mountain. "Don't you want to go and have a look?" Su Wuji waved his hand. "Forget it. The girl is grown up now. We can't interfere too much. Whether you want to watch it or not, I will go to the company tomorrow and not slack off. I will do a few more projects. If our girl has someone she loves, we can try to get some money left for the family after paying compensation. She likes it. What else can we do?" The beautiful woman nodded slightly, turned around, and continued her maintenance without saying anything. The night is dark, and the weather in October is getting cooler in the morning and evening. The fallen leaves are flying and dancing, as if they are praying for the arrival of the winter girl, so that they can return to their roots as soon as possible after just leaving the nourishment of the trees to repay their gratitude. When Su Wanqing returned to Jiang Jinglan Bay, as soon as she opened the door, a crazy aroma of fried meat hit her nose. "Sister Wanqing, you're back. I cooked 2 dishes. Wash your hands and get ready to eat." Jiang Yi poked his head out from the kitchen slightly, his refreshing voice accompanying his smile. "Oh, okay." Looking at the watch, it was already past 7 o'clock. Su Wanqing frowned slightly. After the meeting, she hurried here, but it was the evening rush hour and the road was really congested. She had reasons for coming home late, but she didn't want to make excuses. She knew there were vegetables in the refrigerator, and she was thinking, coming back to cook for Jiang Yi. As a result, just because she came back late, Jiang Yi had already prepared dinner for her. Please, she should be the one taking care of the sick Jiang Yi. Why now she has food to eat after work, as if Jiang Yi is her nanny. Back in the bedroom, Su Wanqing changed into her pajamas, which was a black lace dress that showed off her smooth and flawless calves just right. She changed into slippers, and her pink skin was faintly revealed through the transparent white socks. Looks like food grade. Tomorrow, no matter what happens, you can't delay getting off work. Staring at herself in the mirror, Su Wanqing bit her red lips and said viciously, as if it was a warning, but this warning was so cute. She walked quickly to the kitchen and found 2 dishes already on the table. One was stir-fried pork with beans, the other was stir-fried tofu. They looked delicious and presented well. Sister Wanqing, please sit down. I'll serve you the food. Jang Yi's words exploded in Su Wanqing's ears like a bolt from the blue. She stood up like an arrow and blocked Jang Yi's way. I'll be there. She took the lead in picking up the rice spoon, filled a bowl for Jang Yi, and then handed it to Jang Yi. Yes. Su Wanqing had seen Jang Yi's appetite at noon. At this moment, Jang Yi stood still when facing the bowl handed to him by Su Wanqing. He was full of energy just a second ago, but now it seemed as if his soul had been suddenly sucked out of him. Jiang Yi's soul had already flown away, but he still swallowed his saliva subconsciously. He really wasn't daydreaming on purpose, but he was sitting now, and Su Wanqing was standing to serve the rice, and now she was bending slightly to hand it to him. He really didn't mean to look at her, but Su Wanqing's collar seemed a little too loose. Following the angle of Jiang Yi's gaze at this moment, when he looked forward, what caught his eye were 2 fair and round. Ahem. It was covered with milk cap, but Jiang Yi could also see part of the whiteness, so he was stunned. This is not only big, but also so beautiful. Jiang Yi was really stunned, and Su Wanqing also vaguely sensed something was wrong. It seemed that Jiang Yi's eyes were not looking at the bowl in my hand, nor at me. Humans are advanced creatures. When faced with different situations, different hormones will be used to regulate the brain's thinking. So, some people often act impulsively. The advanced nature of human beings is further reflected in the fact that some people can control their impulses and restrain their desires. Just like Jiang Yi at this moment, his rationality still overcame the wildly surging male hormones. He came back to his senses, but it seemed that what was going to happen next was also a dead end. He guaranteed that Su Wanqing must have noticed where his eyes were. He had to think of an excuse to avoid embarrassment, and it couldn't be something outrageous like, wow, this bowl is so big, or oh my god, the rice I steamed is too white. As mentioned above, humans are advanced creatures because human wisdom is infinite. When the situation was almost deadlocked, Jiang Yi suddenly glanced at the golden Buddha necklace on Su Wanqing's chest and then silently lowered his head, clasped his hands together, looking like a devout believer. Amitba, Subankin. Jiang Yi did not look up and did not see the blush that was hard to conceal on her cheeks. And of course he did not see the hint of surprise rising under the blush. Su Wanqing was of course confused. She thought Jiang Yi was looking at her chest, but it turned out that he was looking at the bodhisattva on her chest. Is she not as attractive as this gold necklace? Do you believe in Buddhism, Jiang Yi? Jiang Yi put down his hand, turned his gaze towards Su Wanqing naturally, and sighed slightly. Alas, it's hard to explain. My mother has always believed in Buddhism. The habit I have developed since I was a child is to bow to the Buddha whenever I see him. And he believes in Buddhism? Su Wanqing thought about it for a while. She didn't remember that Jiang Yi's mother believed in Buddhism. She narrowed her eyes slightly, glanced at Jiang Yi with interest, then served her meal, sat down, and spoke softly. I understand. When I was studying abroad, many people there believed in Jesus. When they encounter problems, they don't think about how to solve them, but pray silently, and they all think their Lord will tell them the answer. I later discovered that it was a form of mind reading in sheep's clothing, so I studied it a little bit. Jiang Yi's eyes widened immediately. Could Su Wanqing also read minds? Is this true or false? Su Wanqing didn't waste any time and just waved her hand to show it. Close your eyes and think of color. I can probably guess what color it is. Jiang Yi wondered if this thing could really be so magical. He didn't believe it, so he closed his eyes. But the moment he closed his eyes, the turbulent scene he had just seen rushed into his mind frantically. Have you thought about it? Su Wanqing's voice came leisurely, and Jiang Yi nodded. He already had a color in mind, of course, not yellow. Purple, right? Viangyi. No, is it really that magical? He was really thinking of purple. Sister Wanqing, how did you guess that? Please teach me. Jiang Yi's answer also proved that the color guessed by Su Wanqing was correct, which made her smile secretly. Teach you? This is really a secret. Sure. How could she read minds? She just knew that Jiang Yi's mother didn't believe in Buddhism and didn't believe what Jiang Yi had just said. So, she tried to find out whether Jiang Yi was looking at her chest or the Buddha on her chest. There is no doubt that Jiang Yi was looking at the former, because the little dress she was wearing today happened to be purple. Chapter 20 is our son in love. He has a childhood sweetheart. The dishes you cook are so delicious, Jiang Yi. Su Wanqing directly changed the topic. After all, she had already got the answer. Of course, she didn't just say this for the sake of finding a topic, but it came from her heart. To her, Jiang Yi's 2 plates of home-cooked dishes were better than the century-old restaurant she had for lunch. After all, the meaning is different. If possible, she really wants to eat it for the rest of her life. On the other side, at Juanfu Mansion in Jinghai City, Su Wuji was watching the football game with a dull look in his eyes. The beautiful woman happened to come out to pour tea and frowned slightly when she saw his appearance. I stretched out my hand and waved it in front of him, but found that he didn't react at all. Lao Su, what are you thinking about? Su Wuji suddenly came back to his senses and shuddered as if he was frightened. It's okay, I was just stunned by your kicking. The beautiful woman glanced at the TV screen and spoke slowly again. Are you supporting a foreign team? They beat our national team 3 o'clock. The corner of Su Wuji's mouth twitched fiercely. He looked at the TV and found that it was true. After taking a deep breath, he explained with gritted teeth. I said it was ironic. After all, you didn't see the goalkeeper of our national team block the ball with his head just now. Not only did he fail to block the ball, but he also hit his head on the goal. It seemed like he was trying his best. At Jiangjinglan Bay, Su Wanqing took the initiative to take on the job of washing dishes. In fact, it is neither reasonable nor moral to let her wash the dishes because she is the boss outside and the elder sister at home. At the very least, she is still a woman. Jiang Yi should take the initiative. But he really couldn't win the competition with Su Wanqing just now. Just at this moment, a phone call came in. He picked up the phone and found it was his mother, Lu Wan. Hey, Miss Wan, what's up? A gentle, pleasant, but heartbreaking voice came from the other end of the phone. Nothing. I just want to ask you if you feel the dangers of society after working for a day. How is it? Didn't life give you 2 big slaps in the face? The corner of Jiang Yi's mouth twitched violently. Ah, this familiar taste. Since he was a child, he has been constantly teased by his mother Lu Wan. Life is filled with small details, like the recent incident of a lung puncture. The meme, "Love you, Mom, see you tomorrow," was particularly popular some time ago. It just so happened that Jiang Yi met another buddy who said that no one liked him. As a result, the buddy's mother sent him a message saying, how could it be possible? She liked him very much when she first saw him more than 20 years ago. Jiang Yi was an emotional person, and when he saw it, he sent a message directly to comrade Lu Wan. So he got the following reply. Do you want me to comfort you by saying that I loved you so much when I saw you more than 20 years ago, and your mother was also a young and beautiful girl wearing a skirt at that time? Little Jiang Yi, do you really think your mom doesn't surf the internet? The internet is so big. There's so many jokes on it that I don't know. But no matter how strange it is, I love you, so I'm still willing to answer you. Son, do you want to hear the truth or a lie? At that time, Jiang Yi decisively chose to tell the truth, and the result was, please put it this way, son. This is because your grandmother is no longer around. Otherwise, you could ask her. The day you were born, your dad was out of town and couldn't make it back, so your grandma stayed with me until 5 in the morning. I recovered and hugged you. The moment I saw you for the first time, I almost dropped you to the ground. Your mother, cried a lot at that time. I didn't understand. I wondered how I could give birth to such an ugly thing. To be honest, sometimes Jiang Yi really wants to figure out how he has lived to this age. Of course, I feel the dangers of society. Today, I was slapped in the face by a colleague as soon as I walked in. It hurts so much. Jiang Yi didn't answer seriously. Hearing his words, Lu Wan on the other end of the phone breathed a sigh of relief. Then I feel relieved. Oh, by the way, son, fan it again tomorrow and tell your colleague to fan the other side. This thing has to be symmetrical, otherwise, if one side is swollen and the other side is not, it will affect our appearance. What the hell? Jiang Yi really wanted to smash his phone. The next second, before he could speak, Su Wanqing's voice came from not far away. I'm done. Of course, Su Wanqing was referring to washing dishes, and Jiang Yi also knew it was about washing dishes, but Luwan on the other end of the phone didn't think so. Hang up now and get busy. You didn't tell me earlier that you were busy. Don't make the girl wait anxiously. The corner of Jang Yi's mouth twitched fiercely, and Su Wanqing was also stunned when she saw that Jang Yi was holding the phone in his other hand. Her face turned red instantly, and she turned around and left the spot. Don't I live with Xiao Jie? This is Xiao Jie's best friend. We just had dinner, and she washed the dishes. Jiang Yi described the situation briefly, and Lu Wan must have believed it. Yes. Okay, I believe it. I really believe it. Well, Jiang Yi felt that this explanation was feeble and powerless. Rather than explain further and make the situation worse, Jiang Yi simply hung up the phone. But before that, he suddenly thought of something and spoke again. I won't tell you anymore, Sister Wan, but I have to remind you. From my childhood till now, you have always believed in Buddhism. In Songchang City, in an exquisitely decorated house, Lu Wan sighed helplessly as she looked at the hung-up phone. She has always been a staunch materialist, but just one word from her son made her convert to Buddhism. Honey, your son seems to be in love. Lu Wan spoke lightly, and immediately a burst of hurried footsteps came from the living room. The next second, Lao Jiang pushed the door open, his eyes wide as bells. What? My son is in love? Is this true? Lu Wan shrugged indifferently. I think it's a good possibility. I just called him. There was a girl's voice over there. The little girl said she was done washing. What do you think the scene is like over there? Lao Jiang has a slightly old face, but he was very handsome when he was young. After hearing Lu Wan's words, his wrinkles seemed to deepen a little instantly. How can this brat fall in love? Lu Wan looked at him with some disdain. What's wrong with dating Jiang Yinhai? Your son has graduated from college. You didn't allow him to date in junior high and high school, and told him not to wait for a job in college. Now he's working. What else do you have to say? To be honest, Jiang Yinhai knows that falling in love too early is not good. But he really doesn't mean that falling in love too early is definitely bad. At least he thought it would be a beautiful thing if they could walk from campus to wedding dresses as childhood sweethearts. But, wife, do you still remember why I have never supported our son's relationship? Lu Wan was originally a person in the fog, and Jiang Yunhai's words were like 10,000 meters of sunshine that dispersed the fog around her and made her remember some things. It seems our son has a childhood sweetheart. Jiang Yunhai nodded heavily. Yes, it was a child marriage, and at that time, the penalty for breach of contract that we agreed upon with our in-laws was 10 billion. Lu Wan couldn't sit still anymore. She stood up and hugged Jiang Yunhai and asked in a daze. Old Jiang, was it stated in the agreement at that time that it was 10 billion yuan? Can I pay with happy beans? I really have 10 billion happy beans on my account. Chapter 21, you'll suffocate if you sleep like this. Jiang Yinhai was really amused by Lu Wan. What do you think? Well, since happy beans cannot be used for payment, then Lu Wan can't do anything to help. But the next second, she grabbed Jiang Yunhai's waist. Hey, old Jiang, I forgot about this. Did you forget about it too? Your son went out to work, and you didn't even remind him not to date. What do you think about all day? Jiang Yunhai smiled bitterly. This is only this kid's first day on the job. I didn't know he would be so fast. Indeed, this brat's progress was too fast, and Lu Wan also felt it was a bit magical. At the critical moment, it is Jiang Yunhai, the person in charge, who has to think quickly. Forget it. Don't think about it. We don't have a solution to this problem. We can only adapt to the situation. And the current situation doesn't seem that bad. What if you misunderstood? Even if my son really has this idea, what if he breaks up with the girl after a while due to a disagreement? That's a childhood marriage, but it doesn't say you can't date before then. Besides, maybe that old girl of Lao Deng doesn't have anyone in her heart now. Lao Deng and I haven't discussed this for a long time. When I have time, I'll give Su Lao Deng a call to get in touch and feel out the situation. In Jinghai City, Jiangjinglin Bay, Jiang Yi and Su Wanqing chatted briefly and then went back to their rooms to sleep. Of course, he didn't listen to Xiao Jie and hugged Su Wanqing to sleep in order to express his gratitude. He thought that as long as he dared to mention it, even though it was his cousin's house, Su Wanqing would kick him out. Oh, and it's also possible to use a knife directly. It was already 10 o'clock in the evening. Having woken up too early in the morning, Jiang, he was already feeling sleepy. But just as he was about to fall asleep, all kinds of scenes he had seen emerged in his mind. There are all kinds of small clothes, and the white that is clearly visible at night. At the same time, while Jiang Yi was about to fall asleep and his consciousness was weak, two little men popped out of his mind. Little man, I really want to stick my head in there. Little man be no. A villain, why? Why are you pretending to be so noble? If I put my head in it and sleep, it will definitely be fragrant, soft, and comfortable. Little man be, it's too big. I can't breathe. I'll suffocate to death. Little man, that makes sense. Then how about sleeping with a pillow? Little man be, I think it's okay. Okay, fuck you. Jang Yi sat up straight. Damn, how can I sleep like this? No, Sister Wanqing's impact is too great. I have to find a way to hypnotize her. Jiang Yi murmured, taking out his cell phone and finding his high school class group. His head teacher was a math teacher, and at that time, he would often post recordings of online classes in the group. Later, his recorded math classes became a must-have for Jiang Yi's insomnia. I can only say that the effect is amazing and it lights up immediately. But as soon as he opened QQ, Jiang Yi noticed a new friend notification. Xiangyang requests to add you as a friend. Verification message. Do you still remember me, Jiang Yi? Xiangyang? Who is this? Jiang Yi thought for a while and then agreed to the friend request. It's Jiang Yi. Hello. Jiang Yi really couldn't remember who Xiangyang was, especially since there were no photos of her on her space. What Jiang Yi didn't expect was that the other party replied immediately. At Xiangyang. Hello, Jiang Yi. Long time no see. I'm Su Yaya. The moment the three words Su Yaya appeared on the screen, Jiang Yi remembered the face in his memory. The little black girl always falls down and cries a lot. When eating, she always gets food on her nose and needs his help to wipe it. It's Jiang Yi. Su Yaya. It's you. We haven't been in touch for a long time. It was indeed a long time since they had been in touch. Jiang Yi had forgotten which summer vacation had started, but he could no longer see Su Yaya when he returned to his hometown. He did look for her, but heard that her whole family had gone to another place. Later, as smartphones became popular, Jiang Yi's playmates gradually became digital games, so he stopped looking for her. However, when he suddenly realized that the person in front of him was Su Yaya, Jiang Yi remembered what he did to her when he was a child. Su Yaya, you broke the glass, but I will bear the consequences for you. Remember, if you don't give me 2 sons when you grow up, you will be sorry for me. Su Yaya, why are you sticking your nose in your food again? You'll have to give birth to a son for me in the future. Can you please stop being so stupid? It's a hereditary trait. I don't want my son to stick his face in the rice bowl and get it all over his face every day. Jiang Yi remembered that when Su Yaya was little, she would talk back to him. She was obviously older, but she was just obedient. No matter what he did, she followed him like a little tail. On the way home, even if she was bullied by him and cried all the way, she would still pinch her nose and follow him. Time flies. At Xiangyang, yeah, so many years have passed. If I were to stand in front of you now, you wouldn't even recognize me. At Jiang Yi, no, I will definitely recognize you at first sight. At Xiangyang, why? At Jang Yi, the one with the wheat-colored skin and silly look must be you. It's Wangyang, Omesori, Wangi. Now that I'm white and beautiful, I'm not stupid anymore. Oh, Jiang Yi stroked his chin. It's true, girls change a lot when they grow up. When she was a child, Comrade Lu Wan also said that Yaya girl has good facial features and she will definitely be an exceptionally beautiful lady when she grows up. At Jiang Yi, then I will recognize you too. At Xiangyang, why? At Jiang Yi, because I remember your eyes. No matter how your appearance changes, your eyes and your gaze will never change. I remember your big, watery eyes, which hide countless stars. At Xiangyang, well, what if you don't recognize me at first glance? Faced with Su Yaya's question, Jiang Yi was slightly stunned. He casually typed a reply. Then I didn't recognize you. What can you do to me? But after a little thought, he deleted the text and looked out the window. Thousands of stars reflected his true heart, but this was not the answer in his heart. Lying quietly on the bed, Jiang Yi silently typed a line of text. That's because you became too beautiful and too dazzling, and I was so timid that I couldn't muster the courage to look you in the eye. Chapter 22, Who's Rolls Royce? Who's Handsome Boy? The night was not very sleepy to begin with, but it made Jiang even more awake. He watched the status of at Shangyang switch back and forth between typing and normal. Finally, 2 minutes later, he got a slightly playful response. At Shangyang, okay, in that case, I will forgive you even if you can't recognize me. At Shangyang, it's time to go to bed. Jiang Yi, good night. At Jiang, good night. At 12 o'clock midnight, In a detached villa in the Juanfu Villa district of Jinghai City, a beautiful woman couldn't stand Su Wuji tossing and turning around beside her anymore. She sat up straight and slapped Su Wuji on the butt. I say, if you really can't sleep and are worried, go over and take a look. Please don't make yourself look like a maggot in my bed, okay? Su Wuji slowly turned his eyes and got out of bed silently. He put on his coat and walked out of the room. When he opened the door, he felt the cool weather. He drove alone, and the Rolls-Royce Golden Man slowly disappeared into the night. Su Wuji relied on his memory to find his way to Jiangjinglan Bay and came to Unit 3, where Xiao Jie's house was located. After driving around for a while, he breathed a sigh of relief when he found Su Wanqing's Panamera. Well, the girl is still good. If it were an ordinary person, he would probably turn around and leave contentedly at this moment, without taking Cloud with him. But there is no way. He is Su Wuji, a top boss who does everything flawlessly and likes to watch all kinds of melodramatic online dramas. Suddenly, a thought wildly emerged in Su Wuji's mind. What if his girl goes out without a car? She leaves the car here and goes on a date with someone else. No, he really couldn't let it go. So, after thinking for a while, Su Wuji decided to stay here and not go home tonight. Anyway, this beautiful dream night was delayed. He is old and sleeps less. Su Wuji nodded heavily after making up his mind, then got out of the car and looked at the parking space opposite the unit door, where Mercedes-Benz E was parked. He found a car-moving phone number left on the windshield and dialed it directly. Who is it? The call took a while to be connected. It was a man's voice, very hazy, and he was obviously woken up by Su Wuji's call. Su Wuji rolled down the window of his Rolls-Royce and held a cigarette in one hand. Hello, please come down and move the car. The person on the other end of the phone was stunned. Good. But as soon as he finished speaking, the man was obviously stunned again. That's not right. I parked in my own parking space. Why are you asking me to move my car? Who are you at this hour of night? What's wrong with you? What's wrong with you? Su Wuji exhaled a long stream of smoke, which sank into the hazy moonlight. Move your car out of your parking space and leave it there until tomorrow noon. I'll give you 200 for moving the car. The man on the other end of the phone got angry when he heard this. 200? Who are you looking down on? Come on, big brother, this is Jiangjinglanwen. This is a well-known residential area in Jinghai City. Who among us do you think needs your $200? He was about to open his mouth to refute, but he didn't expect Su Wuji to have the second half of the sentence. I'm really sorry to bother you so late at night. I'll give you a small red envelope of 2,000 yuan as a reward for your trouble. At this moment, the Mercedes owner was glad that he was not an impulsive person and did not speak very quickly. Okay, brother, wait a moment. I'll go downstairs and move my car out of my parking space. The next morning, Jang Yi got up early again to prepare breakfast. This was due to the constant torture his father inflicted on him over the years, which made it impossible for him to fall asleep after 6 in the morning. Jang Yi didn't feel like moving today, so he simply toasted some bread and heated some milk. After eating, he waited for another 10 minutes and felt that Su Wanqing had no intention of getting up, so he sent a message and left first. The elevator went directly downstairs, but as soon as Jang Yi walked out, he noticed the little golden man at the door. Whose Rolls-Royce is this? At this moment, Su Wuji in the car also noticed Jang Yi, and he was also slightly stunned. Whose handsome boy is this? He is really handsome, and has some of the style he had when he was young. Jang Yi took a look and left because he noticed that there was someone sitting in the Rolls-Royce. It was just that the car window film was very thick, so he could only vaguely make out that it was a middle-aged man, but he couldn't see his face clearly. And Su Wuji's gaze gradually became a little dazed as he looked at him. Hey, why does this guy look a little familiar? Where have you seen me? Su Wuji didn't think much about it. After all, he had to attend countless cocktail parties and meet countless businessmen in Jinghai every year. It was possible that he would meet them only once. Iching Cosmetics Company, Limited, Jiang Yi came to his workstation, and the next second, he saw Chun Mingho with heavy dark circles under his eyes. Chun Mingho handed him the car keys. Brother Jiang, good morning. Jiang Yi took it and smiled slightly. How's the house search going? Chun Mingho let out a long sigh and shook his head helplessly. I haven't found a particularly suitable one. They're either expensive, far away, or the facilities are too simple. Jiang Yi patted him on the shoulder and handed him the car keys. Just take your time and look for it. When you find a suitable car, give it to me. There's no rush. Huh, that's not right. You didn't find a house to stay in last night. Chun Mingho pointed to the floor. I slept in the car and slept in the company garage for the whole night. I also bought myself 6 bottles of Snowflake. Jang Yi's eyes widened instantly. Wow, this is interesting. I'm thinking of your ex-girlfriend again. Chun Mingho shook his head. No. Jiang Yi was ready to give this boy a thumbs up as he respected him as a man. There is no need to miss or reminisce about your cheating girlfriend. But before he could give a thumbs up, Chun Mingho added another sentence. I saw her. Jiang Yi was stunned for a moment, somewhat helpless. Then what? Chun Mingho spoke softly. I was a little tired after looking for a few houses, so I just wanted to fill my stomach first. I wandered to the barbecue restaurant near our rental house in a daze. Then I saw a man holding her, and they were very intimate and eating there. Jiang Yi said with interest. So, the fact that you drank 6 bottles of wine by yourself has something to do with this. Chun Mingho nodded. Yes, Brother Jiang. I know I'm a complete loser, and I really shouldn't be sad because of her. But I really can't control myself. Seeing them together hurts more than being stabbed by a knife. After all, I treated her wholeheartedly for 4 years. During these 4 years, I gave her everything I could and hardly let her spend a penny. Chun Mingho was about to cry as he spoke. He thought he was very strong, but he found that he always wanted to cry when he recalled the past. But the next second Jiang Yi just grinned. Fatty, if you say so, your house problem is solved. Chapter 23, Sister Can Do It. Brother Jiang, I was telling you about my failed green turtle relationship, and you said I had a housing problem? Viang, you know dit kaimli. Yeah, didn't you say you didn't let that watch spend much money in all these years? So why do you let her live in the house you rented? Huh? Chun Mingho's eyes widened instantly. There's nothing wrong with that. Brother Jiang is right. That was the house I rented at the time. Why do I have to find a house myself now that she is cheating on me? That makes sense. Jiang, he spread his hands, raised his eyebrows, and chuckled. So, you don't need to look for a house. You already have a house to live in. Go ask Minister Xiao for leave to arrange your house. Don't sleep in my car again tonight, and drink another 6-pack of beer. Although we are good buddies, but vomiting on the car is 200. Chun Mingho nodded heavily. His frown seemed to declare his determination. He got up and ran straight to Xiao Yuan's office, but not long after, he came back dejected. Brother Jiang, I don't know how to tell my ex-girlfriend. Where will she live if I kick her out? She can't sleep on the street, right? She has no money in her pocket. Jiang Yi was attacked by Chun Mingho as soon as he opened his computer. He turned his eyes to glance at his car keys on Chun Mingho's desk and pulled them back with extremely fast speed. I don't care, but if you don't come back to the house, you'll have to sleep on the street. To be honest, Jiang Yi had never seen such a useless man. Come on, fatty, your ex-girlfriend cheated on you, and you still care where she lives? After all, in today's society, which man can't she sleep with? Is it your turn as an ex-boyfriend to care about her? At Jiang Jinglan Bay, Su Wanqing touched her full stomach and walked out of the apartment building with a heart full of shame. She couldn't sleep last night because she was looking at Jiang Yi's space updates, because Jiang Yi's QQ space records his college life. Every time Su Wanqing saw a sentence, she would imagine what Jiang Yi was feeling at that time and what she would do with Jiang Yi if she was around. There were dozens of updates, and by the time she realized what was happening, it was already 6 o'clock. So, all in all, she only slept for 2 or 3 hours. So, she got up late again and didn't have time to prepare breakfast for Jiang Yi. So, Jiang Yi had to take care of her again. No, next time if you stay up this late, prepare the meal before going to bed. Su Wanqing was thinking silently, and when she saw the Rolls-Royce parked in the parking space opposite the apartment building, she was stunned. She walked to the front of the car, glanced at the license plate, and then knocked directly on the driver's door. Su Wuji, who had fallen into a deep sleep, was awakened. He opened his eyes with a start, and his subconscious thought was that he should be damned. He was waiting for the girl to go downstairs, but how could he fall asleep? If he didn't see his girl, he would be so disappointed. But the next second, he turned his head and found Su Wanqing looking at him beside him. What are you doing here? Faced with the questioning from the little girl, Su Wuji was stunned. He came to see whether Su Wanqing actually lived here, but he couldn't tell the truth directly. Yeah, what is he doing here? Thinking quickly, Lao Su keenly noticed that there was a briefcase placed on the passenger seat that was unknown at some point. He didn't know what was inside the LV box, but he didn't care. He opened the car door and handed the box to Su Wanqing. This thing was given to me by my partner. It's useless for me to keep it. Take it, and I'll bring it to you. Su Wanqing looked at Su Wuji with considerable confusion, and then examined the briefcase suspiciously. She didn't hesitate and opened the box in front of Su Wuji. Inside was a limited edition men's wallet. Men's wallet? Are you sure it's for me? Su Wuji was speechless for a moment. If he had known earlier, he would have changed the parking space. This parking space was too conspicuous and was immediately discovered by Su Wanqing. Yes, girl, I think it really suits your temperament, so you can keep it. I'm leaving now, so you can go back to the company. Su Wuji would not explain, because even the top business tycoons were afraid of his little girl's questioning. He stepped on the accelerator and drove away, while Su Wanqing stared at the men's bag in her hand in a daze. She felt that her father was indeed old, so how could this bag match her temperament? But after a few seconds, Su Wanqing's red lips slightly raised, because giving this men's bag to her is not completely useless. In Jinghai City, Jang Yi came to the Intai shopping mall near his company alone. This is the task that Xiao Yuan just issued in the department, because yesterday many consumers in surrounding cities came to Yiqing Beauty's counter without any prior arrangement, saying that they had adverse reactions after using the new products and their skin was burned. Today, almost all the staff of the marketing department went to the counter. The first purpose was to control possible public opinion, and the second was to investigate consumers' willingness to purchase Yiqing Beauty products under this situation. The Yiqing Beauty counter in the Intai department store is one of the largest counters in Jinghai City. The store manager is experienced, and there is a high probability that nothing will go wrong. All that is needed is research, so Xiao Yuan sent two newcomers, Jang Yi and Chen Mingho, to go. As for Chen Mingho, Jiang Yi asked him to go home and throw away his girlfriend's things first. It was just a survey. He was there, so it wouldn't be a big problem. As expected of one of the largest shopping malls in Jinghai City, Intai Plaza has a considerable number of customers even on weekdays. Jiang Yi walked all the way to the front of Yiqing Cosmetics store on the second floor, walked in slowly, and showed his work badge to the sales lady who came up to him. From the marketing department at headquarters, the sales lady was slightly startled. When she first saw Jiang Yi, she felt that he was not here to buy anything, but she didn't expect that he was from the marketing department of the headquarters. No, this is a bit too cool, isn't it? This handsome guy, the first time I saw him, was not on TV. Sister can. Sister is 36D. The sales girl is already 25 or 26 years old, and is no longer at the age of being infatuated with men. But Jiang Yi is so handsome. The sales girl was stunned. She felt that if she had a boyfriend like Jiang Yi, she could enter the state of a woman in her 30s as fierce as a wolf earlier. But in the next second, she was stunned. No, it was Jiang Yi. At that time, Manager Ming also said that two new people from the marketing department would be coming today, and one of them was taken away directly by the president at the meeting held at the headquarters yesterday. So, is there a possibility that the president is against Jiang Yi? I'll go call Manager Ming. There's a rest area over there. Please wait a moment. The sales girl gave up her infatuated state because Jiang Yi was very likely the man favored by her CEO. She felt that she was already 25 or 26, and it was not appropriate for her to be too impulsive. Sister Ming, Mr. Jiang from the marketing department of the headquarters is here. Chapter 24. You blame me for cheating on you? You forced me to cheat. Sister Ming's name is Meng Cici. The moment she walked out, Jiang Yi felt the temperament of an urban white-collar woman coming towards him. Sister Ming, who is about 30 years old, is at the critical moment of transforming into a mature woman, exuding an inexplicable attraction from the inside out. But this doesn't attract Jiang Yi. It can only be said that Jiang Yi, who has experienced strong storms, has sufficient immunity when facing some winding rivers. Sister Ming, I'm Jiang. Jiang Yi and Meng Cici started their research work as usual today, which was nothing more than inviting customers to come in and take a look around, and then telling them that they could take away a sample of a certain product if they filled out a survey questionnaire. In less than half an hour, Jiang Yi had prepared 10 copies. Brother Jiang, while Jiang Yi was resting and drinking water, Chen Mingho came jogging over, panting. I'm here, are you busy? Jiang Yi stared at the sweat oozing from his buddy's forehead. I'm not too busy, but I see you're quite anxious. Done. Chen Mingho chuckled. It's done. I threw all the things I gave her in the hallway. I'm just afraid that you'll be busy and come to find you in a hurry, right? On the other side, in cooling Nanfeng community, Jinghai City, Zhao Lily was arm in arm with a young and beautiful woman who was dressed similarly. If Jiang Yi were here, He would be able to recognize at a glance that this youthful and beautiful woman is Mei Mei, who danced the vibration dance in Lao Jiang kitchen. I'm telling you, sister, I learned how to cook last night. You have to try my cooking today. Zhao Lily said to Mei Mei with a smile. They were obviously good friends. After hearing her words, Mei Mei curled her lips helplessly. Okay, I'll listen to you. Even if you poison me to death today, I'll accept it. But you can really do it. You even learned to cook by yourself. Let's find a man and go out to any restaurant we want, right? Zhao Lily shook her head. No. You're still young and don't quite understand. As the saying goes, if you want to capture a man's heart, you must capture his stomach. This is absolutely true. As they chatted, they walked to the apartment building where Zhao Lily lived and took the elevator to go upstairs. The moment Zhao Lily, who had successfully reached the 6th floor and wanted to greet Mei Mei warmly, saw the scene in front of her, she went completely crazy. Aren't these all her things? Why are they scattered all over the corridor outside? What's going on? Damn it. Sister Lily, you need to move. Zhao Lily's mind is completely confused now. No, I don't know what's going on. It wasn't like this when I left this morning. If her things were all in the hallway, what did the house look like now? Zhao Lily subconsciously reached in her bag for the key to open the door, but she discovered that the key, which had previously opened the door so smoothly, now simply couldn't be inserted. Why can't it be pushed in? It's as if the lock core is a size smaller. Sister Lily, could it be that your ex-boyfriend is back? At this moment, Mei Mei revealed the secret, and Zhao Lily's eyes widened instantly. That must be it. Besides her, Chun Mingho is the only one who has the key to this house. However, she didn't understand how Chun Mingho dared to come over and throw all her things into the corridor. I'll call him now. Zhao Lily really couldn't bear it anymore. If Mei Mei wasn't there and she had to maintain her image, she would probably kick the door in anger. While Zhao Lily was on the phone, the bored Mei Mei glanced at a small pink bag beside her. Although it is a small bag, the capacity is definitely sufficient. Mimi is a little curious about what is inside. She didn't hesitate and directly unzipped her pants to take a look. The next second, 2 ZW sticks, one simulated and one electronic, appeared in front of her. Zhao Lily glanced at her and said nothing, but waited silently for Chin Mingho on the other side to answer the call. Mei Mei was also very tactful and zipped up her bag again, while silently sighing in her heart. Sister Lily is really amazing. She can use such a large size. On the other side, at the Yiqing beauty store in Yintai shopping mall, Chun Mingho was stunned as he looked at the incoming call notification on his mobile phone screen. It was his ex-girlfriend Zhao Lily who called. Brother, I have filled it out. Can I pick a sample now? At this moment, a female college student was asking him with a smile on her face. Chun Mingho placed all the samples in his hand on the table and let her choose, and walked aside silently. His slightly furrowed brows showed his hesitation, and the finger that pressed the connect button seemed to be amputated and struggling to move. Hello, who is this? Finally, Chun Mingho answered the phone. He pretended to be calm and cool, but the next second, he was scolded by the person on the other end of the phone. Chun Mingho, why are you pretending to be so high and mighty in front of me? Who are you? I am your ancestor. You bastard, why did you change the locks of my house and throw all my stuff out? Are you crazy? Do you think you're awesome just because Yiqing Beauty accepted you? I'm really convinced. Now you dare to challenge me. You really have a hard temper. I'll give you 10 minutes. Come and give me a new key and return all my things to their original places. Otherwise, you'll have something to worry about. This was a barrage of abuse, and also a cheap feeling that Chun Mingho had received in exchange for his wholehearted devotion over the past few years. A well-known master once said that sometimes some people are worse than dogs because some people cannot be tamed at all. I'm sorry, that's the house I rented. You don't have the right to live here. You should move out. I have already communicated with the property management staff. If you still don't move your stuff out before 6 p.m. tonight, they will ask the garbage collector to come and collect it. Chun Mingho's voice was trembling, but he still forced himself to finish his words. Zhao Lily on the other end of the phone was furious. The house you rented? Chun Mingho, how dare you say that? I admit that I didn't pay a penny to rent this house. But then again, didn't I help when we were looking at houses? Didn't I choose when we were buying things? Usually I was at home while you were out looking for a job. When the property management came to urge you to pay the electricity bill and said they were going to cut off the power, didn't I tell them that I was busy and didn't have time to pay and would pay it as soon as I was free? Otherwise, how many nights did you have without water and electricity? Now you are denying my contribution. Besides, if you want to kick me out now, Then how can a girl like me find a place to stay with so much luggage? Where will I sleep today? On the street. You've always been like this, Chen Mingho. You only think about yourself and never care about other people's feelings. You saw Zhao Lin and I at our house a few days ago. I felt a little ashamed at the time, but now I don't feel ashamed at all. I tell you, Chen Mingho, I am what I am now because of you. It's all because of you. Chapter 25. Buddy, why are you shouting so loudly? Chen Mingho was really pissed off by Zhao Lili. Why didn't he notice that this woman was such a liar when they were together before? However, he is not good at talking and is not good at quarreling. There were also a lot of people coming and going around, and he didn't want to lose his composure. Just when he was stunned, Jang Yi walked up to his side without him knowing when. Jang Yi patted his shoulder gently, his eyes filled with encouragement. For people in trouble, an encouraging look means a lot. Seeing this, Chen Mingho's slightly frowned brows relaxed, and his face was full of calmness and fortitude. Finally, he stood up angrily, holding the phone, and spoke viciously to the person on the other end of the line. Zhao Lili, you still have the nerve to tell me this? Are you putting the effort when we look at houses? Aren't you just making things difficult for me? I looked at 800 houses, but none of them worked. Without you, I would have rented a house in just 2 days. You picked things when you were shopping, but were any of them for us to use together? Weren't they all picked for you? Just think about it carefully. Have you made any contribution to that house or that family? You still have the nerve to say that you have made contributions. You also said that I forced you to cheat. What did I force you to do? We've been together for more than 4 years, and I've been so sincere to you. But what do I get in return? We live under the same roof, and I wanted to hold your hand, but you didn't want to. Then when I got home, I saw a man lying on top of you and doing it to you. Now that you think about having no place to sleep at night, why didn't you think twice before you cheated on me and slept with someone else? Chen Mingho was really angry. It was obvious. However, Jiang, you really want to say, buddy, you really shouldn't be so loud. Chen Mingho was getting more and more excited as he spoke, and he shouted a lot of words, so much so that now many passersby and young ladies in the surrounding shops were giving him extremely excited looks. I'd better stay away. Jiang Yi walked away silently, not because he felt a little embarrassed. Good brothers, if you become rich and powerful, don't forget each other. The main reason was that an old lady happened to come to the store. Yeah, really. Hello, I have a research report here. Can you spare a moment to help me fill it out? In return, you can pick one of these samples to take away later. The visitor this time was a middle-aged lady who looked to be in her late 50s. Jiang Yi took the initiative to step forward and said, while the aunt glanced at him and then spoke coldly, "Who dares to use your things? Go call out the manager of your store. I'm telling you, I'm going to sue you." The auntie's voice was extremely loud. Originally, because of Chen Mingho's words about being cuckolded, a lot of people gathered around the store to watch the show. The aunt's words, "Sue," made them walk into the store at the same time. For a while, the store's customer flow increased sharply. They all pretended to shop, but Jiang Yi knew that most of them came to watch the show. "Hello, I'm the store manager Meng Cici. If you have any questions, please tell me." Meng Cici was in the office behind the shop. When she heard the noise outside, she hurried out. After hearing that she was the store manager, the aunt finally took off the mysterious mask on her face. Under the mask was a fairly normal face, except for the intermittent blushing on the cheeks. The aunt said excitedly, pointing at her face, "Do you see my face? It's all caused by using your products. I need an explanation for this matter. Today, I must let everyone know what kind of inferior products you, Iching Beauty, sells." The old lady chattered away, while Jiang Yi and Meng Cici subconsciously looked at each other, and a gleam of light flashed in both of their eyes. I still remember that the reason why Jiang Yi came here to do research today was that a group of people suddenly came to Iching Beauty's offline counters in the surrounding cities to defend their rights, causing a lot of commotion. So, even Jinghai, where Iching Beauty's headquarters is located, can't escape, right? "Auntie, can you please talk to me for a moment? My office is just behind me." Meng Cici lowered her voice and spoke, obviously wanting to take the aunt away to deal with it privately and avoid any impact as much as possible. But this sentence seemed to have touched the old lady's sore spot, and her face suddenly became ferocious. "Why do we have to go to your office to talk? I'm saying this right here. I have a lot of consumers backing me up. Do you feel guilty?" "Huh, you're quite good at speaking." Jiang Yi didn't say anything, but just watched the aunt silently. Later, when Meng Cici saw that the aunt was not going with her, She asked her what product she was using. The aunt brought a Iching beauty product with her. Meng Cici said that she would ask the RD people from the headquarters to come over for testing. The aunt sat down on the sofa calmly, picked up an orange from the rest area, peeled it, and started eating. As for Jang Yi, he slowly sat down opposite her. Auntie, where are you from? The aunt glanced at Jang Yi and spoke with some sarcasm. What? You want to get close to me? I'm telling you, it's no use. Today I am here to report that your product is garbage. Don't talk nonsense to me. Jiang Yi was not angry and still smiled gently. No, it's convenient for me to register for you, isn't it? I'm Jiang Yi from the headquarters marketing department. What we do is market testing. If there is a problem with your Iching beauty products, we will definitely take responsibility for it. Not only that, we will give you compensation and all the skincare treatments. Our beauticians provide door-to-door service, so you don't need to run around. When the aunt heard this, she thought it was a good idea, as she really needed some maintenance. My home is in Xingmingbei community. Xingmingbei? Jiang Yi was not very familiar with Jinghai, so he took out his phone and searched for it using the navigation system. A few seconds later, he asked another question. Did you buy this product online or offline? If you bought it online, could you please tell me the order number? The aunt was stunned for a moment, then shook her head. I bought it offline. Jiang Yi still smiled gently. But Manager Meng just said that he couldn't find your purchase information at this counter. The aunt waved her hand and spoke in a nonchalant manner. I bought it at the counter near my home. Jiang Yi let out a long oh. The counter over there is a small one. They don't have the habit of recording customer information. No wonder. Is it the counter on the third floor of Xinhua department store next to Xingmingbei? The aunt was stunned again and nodded slightly. Yes, that's the one. Okay, Jiang Yi put down his pen because he didn't need to ask any more questions. This old lady is here just to smear others. There is indeed a Xinhua department store next to Xingmingbei, but Iching Beauty doesn't have a counter there at all. Chapter 26 Jiang Yi. I am the best at destroying bridges after crossing them. Tell the RD people at headquarters not to come. There is nothing wrong with our products. Jiang Yi whispered to Meng Cici beside him, and then narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at the aunt sitting opposite him. There are too many mistakes in the aunt's words, and many of them are not in line with common sense. The fictitious place of purchase makes it impossible to justify the rights protection. Nowadays, there are indeed some aunties who insist on not buying things offline because they refuse online discounts. They think that cheap products online must be fake and they don't believe it. This type of people has a characteristic that Jiang Yi summed up from the experience of his own mother. That is, if something is not right when you buy it here, you should seek redress by finding the store where you bought it or the salesperson who sold you the item. In other words, every wrong has its perpetrator and every debt has its creditor. There are many Iching cosmetics counters in Jinghai City. The aunt lives in Xingmingbei, which is at least 30 minutes drive from Intai Shopping Mall. There are counters closer to Star Dream Bay, so why do we have to come here to protect our rights? The reason is very simple. The counter here is the largest in Jinghai and is most likely to create public opinion. There is an expert behind it. Annie, you know that we at Iching Beauty have a dedicated legal department. If you spread rumors about us and cause a bad influence, we will ensure that you will stay in prison for 3 to 5 years. The old lady was obviously surprised by Jiang Yi's sudden change of attitude, but her expression changed quickly and she slapped the table. I spread rumors? What do you mean? You can't just make up stories about an old lady like me just for the sake of your company's image, right? I really have nothing to do but eat a lot of food. I'm spreading rumors about you. The condition of my face is the proof. Viang, yishuruk indiferente. Whether I have framed you or not, you know better than anyone else. I'm calling the police now, and Uncle Hat will investigate whether there have been any sudden large transfers to you recently. Auntie, I still want to give you a piece of advice. It's not shameful to work for others and earn money, but a gentleman should earn money in a proper way. If you try to earn money in an unscrupulous way, I will not let you go. Jiang Yi's attitude became more and more certain because he knew he guessed right. The moment he mentioned checking the transfer records, the aunt's face suddenly changed. Her fingers were rapidly operating something on her mobile phone. If I was not mistaken, she was deleting the transfer records. It's useless to delete it. You can check it at the bank. Why don't we give it a try, Annie? I'll call the police now and see if you'll reveal your identity. But I feel sorry for our comrades and Hats the most. If I ask them to come, I will never let them come in vain. Then you must go with them. To be honest, Jiang Yi couldn't understand at the moment the old lady came in and talked about defending her rights. I've never heard of any problems with Iching beauty products before. How come they suddenly popped up like mushrooms after rain? What a coincidence. Rather than believing that there's a problem with the product, Jang Yi actually prefers to believe that this is a malicious smear campaign among peers. Now it seems that what he thought was right. Someone must have paid someone to deliberately go to Iching cosmetics counters in several surrounding cities to discredit it. The old lady was indeed a little scared by Jiang Yi's deception. Her name was Zhang Hongmei, and she had actually never used Iching beauty products. That day, after she bargained for groceries, someone suddenly found her and told her to come to Iching Beauty to make a scene and give her 20,000 yuan. She's the best at making trouble, and she loves 20,000 yuan very much. But if she really did what Jiang Yi said and stayed in jail for several years, then she felt that this business would not be cost-effective. I don't want to hear you. Anyway, there is something wrong with your product. No wonder she was sent here. This lady has a good mental quality and is really tough. Jiang Yi thought about it silently, and then he was too lazy to continue. Sister Meng, call the police and check the transfer records. Just call the police. If the old lady is found to be innocent, I will compensate her. But if you're really sent by someone, don't blame me. After saying that, Jiang Yi stood up and turned away, picked up his survey questionnaire, and began to ask people around him to fill out the questionnaire and get samples. Meng Cici just picked up the phone and made a call. For a moment, the two stopped hanging around the old lady. The old lady sat alone on the sofa, feeling as if she were sitting on a blanket, and her back was always fuzzy. Chun Mingho quietly moved closer to Jiang Yi. Brother Jiang, are you sure? Jiang Yi made a hushed gesture. Don't worry, she will admit it. Chun Mingho nodded and continued to distribute the survey questionnaires. Zhang Hongmei sat there silently. Her state was no longer as calm and natural as before. She wanted to close her eyes and calm down, but as soon as she closed her eyes, all she could think of were tears behind bars and the silver bracelet. Jiang Yi's words had a huge impact on her. Thinking about the 20,000 yuan, she really felt that it was not worth her having spent so many years in there. Finally, after 3 minutes, she stood up silently and found Meng Cici. Manager Meng, right? I still want to talk to you, is that okay? Meng Cici nodded, and then silently called Jiang Yi. Viang, Yi Goodinut. What else do you want to say? The Hat Uncles are coming soon, right? Zhang Hongmei smiled and said with a grin. Young man, that auntie just thought about it. Actually, you're right. It's not worth spending so many years on this little money. I'll tell you everything. Can you please be flexible and help explain it to me later, saying it was a misunderstanding? I'm the best at publicity. I promise to help you clarify and explain everything in the store today. How do you think? Jiang Yi smiled knowingly. He knew that the old lady really couldn't bear it anymore. Indeed, it is easiest to break through the psychological defenses of middle-aged people like this. If you ignore her, she will think a lot and then fail on her own. You say, Jiang Yi knew that today's matter was settled. When Zhang Hongmei was making her statement, he even turned on the recording on his phone. Coincidentally, at the moment Zhang Hongmei finished speaking, the uncles in hats also arrived at the scene. Seeing them, the aunt became even more panicked. Young man, Manager Meng, I have told you everything I can tell you. Please help explain it to me. I know I was wrong and I will never do it again. At this moment, Zhang Hongmei's tone has changed from the arrogant one when she entered the store to humble one. Jiang Yi nodded heavily. Don't worry, Annie. What I'm best at is destroying bridges after crossing them. Zhang Hongmei. For a moment, she wondered if she had heard it wrongly. Jiang Yi had already stood up and walked towards the uncle in the hat, and she turned her head to look at him at the same time. Jiang Yi pointed his finger at her. Hello, comrade. This lady was instructed by someone to maliciously smear our Iching beauty products. Spreading rumors that our products will cause adverse reactions to user skin has already had an extremely bad impact. She just confessed everything. I have the recording here. Chapter 27. Save your mom? We called the police to arrest your mom. Zhang Hongmei was stunned. No, the script didn't seem to be written like this. Hey boy, didn't you just promise me this? Didn't you say you would help me explain it? You have no moral principles. Zhang Hongmei cursed loudly, while Jiang Yi shrugged helplessly. I'm sorry, Auntie, times have changed. Now we young people don't have martial ethics. But I am the one who doesn't follow martial ethics, and you are the one who takes care of yourself. In cooling Nanfeng community, Jinghai City, Zhao Lily and Mei Mei were still standing at the door of the rental house. Chun Mingho wouldn't let her in. Zhao Lily called a locksmith. However, Before the locksmith arrived, Zhao Lily received a call from her mother. "Hey mom, what's up? I'm a little busy here. Let me tell you, Chun Mingho." Zhao Lily was just about to describe all of Chun Mingho's evil deeds to her mother. But I didn't expect the news from the other end of the phone to be even more explosive. "Lily, find someone to help quickly. Iching Beauty has called the police and had him arrested. Help mom find a lawyer, or you'll be in jail for years." Huh? Zhao Lily was stunned. Why was her mother arrested? Suddenly, she remembered a job her mother had taken, which was to discredit a beauty company. Isn't my mother the best at this kind of job? How did she get arrested? Zhao Lily didn't understand, but Zhang Hongmei gave the address of the police station and quickly hung up the phone. She had no choice but to rush to the police station to find out the details. "Let's go to the police station first. Something happened to my mother." Zhao Lily called out to Mei anxiously, and Mei also followed quickly. However, Mimi was just as quick to pick up the pink box of hand and stuff it into her bag. Well, she wanted to try what a larger size felt like. Of course, she didn't want to buy it. Why spend money on something that was easy to use? The two were lucky enough to find an empty taxi as soon as they got downstairs. "Master, go to this police station." Zhao Lily directly showed the navigation address on her mobile phone to the driver, who shook his head. "You guys can find another car, or you can wait for me for a few minutes. I have to go upstairs and pick a lock." Zhao Lily was stunned. "The lock on the 6th floor?" The driver nodded. "Right." Zhao Lily spoke quickly. "I asked you to unlock the door. Don't open the lock yet, master. I have something to ask. Take us to the police station immediately." Wow. The driver thought Zhao Lily's voice did sound familiar. He took out his cell phone number again to confirm it, and after finding out it was indeed Zhao Lily, he directly asked them to get in the car. "Well, whether it's unlocking or running a sports car, I'm the one who made your money. Big sisters, we are destined to be together." On the other side, Jang Yi and Chun Mingho had just left Intai City Police Station. Jang Yi came over to take a statement, and Chun Mingho accompanied him. Zhang Hongmei will definitely not escape punishment for spreading rumors and slander, but how long the sentence will be and how much it will cost still needs to be discussed by the company's legal professionals. There are also some judicial procedures involved here. "Brother Jiang, shall we go back to the mall?" Viang Yi nodded. "Yes, continue working on our research report. The rest is not our business." The two were just about to get in the car and leave when a taxi suddenly stopped behind them. Jiang Yi and Chun Mingho both noticed two women getting out of the taxi. Oh shit. The moment Chun Mingho saw Zhao Lily, he was completely paralyzed. "Brother Jiang, that's my ex-girlfriend. Is she here to see me?" Jiang Yi didn't know, but now he knows what it means that birds of a feather flock together. This Zhao Lily is Chun Mingho's ex-girlfriend, and she seems to be a good friend of Mei. Well, these two people are really suitable to play together. At this moment, Zhao Lily and Mei also noticed them. "Viangyi, Chun Mingho." Zhao Lily and Mei spoke almost at the same time, and then they looked at each other in surprise. Chun Mingho also looked at Jiang Yi in a daze. He couldn't understand how the woman next to Zhao Lily knew Jiang Yi. "Miss Mayberry, are you going to do another shaking dance for me?" Jiang Yi looked at Mei with some amusement and started talking about the incident of Mei doing the shaking dance with a small toy stuffed in her mouth yesterday. The lethality was no less than stabbing an ice pick into her bones. Mei subconsciously wanted to open her mouth to refute, but she forced the words back. After leaving Lao Jiang Xiaochu yesterday, the man who abandoned her gave her some scientific advice. The person having dinner with Jiang Yi was the famous President Su, someone they absolutely could not afford to offend. So, now she doesn't dare to yell at Jiang Yi. She turned her head away and said nothing, while Zhao Lily suddenly thought of something. "Chun Mingho, I remember the company you applied for was Iching Beauty, right? Let me tell you something. My mother was arrested by the police from your company for some unknown reason. Can you help me to plead for mercy? My mother is old, and she can't stand this. Just help me. Considering our relationship over the years, I am willing to reconcile with you as long as you help me. I'll let you touch me." Zhao Lily bit her lips lightly, as if she had made some important decision. Hearing this, Jiang Yi almost laughed out loud, but he held it back. He didn't say anything either. He wanted to see what Chun Mingho would do. Chun Mingho looked at Zhao Lily with a serious face. To be honest, he had a certain possessiveness towards this woman who he had devoted his whole heart to for 4 years without receiving anything in return. He chuckled. "Real?" Zhao Lily nodded seriously. "I really do. I swear." Chun Mingho looked her up and down, then chuckled. Forget it. I'm not interested in you, but I'm willing to tell you one thing. Zhao Lily, brother Jiang and I are both from Iching Cosmetics. Didn't you say that your mother was arrested by the police after being called by the Iching Cosmetics people? Then guess what I'm doing here? Is there a possibility that we are taking notes? Hey, we were the ones who called the police to arrest your mother, and you still want me to plead for her. You've been confused by someone's trick, and you haven't recovered yet, right? 2 minutes later, Jang Yi and Chen Mingho got in the car and drove away. The ones left behind were Zhao Lily and Mei Mei, both with gloomy faces. Zhao Lily will probably never forget the way Chen Mingho mocked her with a grin just now. Looking at the M9 going away, she took off her shoes and wanted to throw them on the back of the car to vent her anger. No, Sister Lily, put your boots on quickly. Mei Mei reminded her kindly, but Zhao Lily pushed her away. Don't try to persuade me. I know the car is expensive. I'll pay for it. If I can't afford it, I'll go out and pay for it. I can't stand it today. I'm going crazy. Mei Mei pinched her nose gently and shook her head. No, Sister Lily, your feet are so smelly, you're going to make me pass out. Chapter 28, Su Wuji. My trip will definitely not be in vain. Zhao Lily glanced at Mei Mei, said nothing more, and walked into the police station silently. This time, Mei Mei did not follow her and accompany her, but chose to leave silently. Although she and Zhao Lily had participated in a battle before, she would not follow her in to try to rescue people. Besides, she had no idea what she was doing. There was no other way out except to be kicked out. Go home and try these two treasures. Mei Mei lowered her head and glanced at her small bag quietly, with an expectant look on her face. Half an hour later, Zhao Lily left the police station gate alone. She had just met with her mother Zhang Hongmei and knew the current situation. Unless she sought reconciliation from the people at Iching Cosmetics Company, Zhang Hongmei would have to stay in jail for a while. How do I know the people at Iching Beauty? Zhao Lily murmured in a low voice, with a look of despair in her eyes. She took a taxi home, but when she arrived downstairs of the community, she suddenly realized that she had been kicked out by Chen Mingho. With a black coat, high heels, and full makeup, Zhao Lily no longer deliberately pretended to be a rich and beautiful woman. She staggered into the convenience store in the community, and when she came out, she was holding a box of beer in her hands. She came to the door of the rental house she and Chen Mingho lived in, squatted on the ground, and silently opened bottles of wine. Looking back, she suddenly realized that her little pink bag was missing. In fact, if you think about it carefully, you will know that it was Mei Mei who took it away, but now Zhao Lily no longer has the brainpower to think. She didn't care about it anymore. Anyway, she had used those two long time ago. Later, when the sewer toilet was blocked, she used them to pass through the toilet and sewer. If they were thrown away, they were thrown away. On the other side, in the entertainment area on the 5th floor of Intai Shopping Mall, Jang Yi and Chen Mingho took advantage of their lunch break to go to an internet cafe to play online games. Seeing that it was almost 2 o'clock, Jang Yi breathed a sigh of relief and prepared to return to Iching Beauty's counter with Chen Mingho to do research. Let's go, big eggplant. Jiang Yi patted Chen Mingho on the shoulder and said. Chen Mingho was subconsciously stunned. Huh? Big eggplant. Jiang Yi raised his eyebrows. What's wrong? Don't you like it? That big cucumber. Big spinach? Big cabbage? Big baby cabbage. Chen Mingho was now even more confused. Brother Jiang, don't you always call me fatty? Why do you give me so many names for dishes now? Jiang Yi couldn't help but roll his eyes, sighed, and said softly. Because you're a real idiot, bro. In Time Shopping Mall, Su Wuji, who was worried, staggered into the mall gate. After all, it was his own daughter's beauty company, so he cared about it very much. Knowing that Iching Beauty had some public opinion, he couldn't help but want to come and see how the public relations were going. Of course, he would not call Su Wanqing to ask directly, because he knew that his girl was quite arrogant. He came over quietly to take a look and also offer some appropriate suggestions. He walked straight to the counter of Iching Cosmetics. The moment he walked in, he saw a little fat man coming up to him. Brother, do you want to buy skincare products as gifts? We have a promotion in our store right now. I have a survey questionnaire here. Even if you don't see the product you like, you can still fill it out and get a sample. If you find it useful after trying it, you can come to our store to buy it at any time. When Chen Mingho saw the man's outfit, he came over. It was simple and casual, but he had a strong aura. He must be a big shot. Most big guys won't refuse to help others. Most likely, the boss won't even take the gift, but will just smile and wave his hand to tell him he doesn't need it. However, Su Wuji glanced at him with some surprise. Can I get a sample if I fill out a report? Chun Mingho nodded. Any model you have in your hand will do. Chun Mingho continued to nod. Seeing this, Su Wuji nodded silently and then spoke softly. I'll fill out the one you have. Can you give me all the gifts? Huh? Chun Mingho immediately shrank his neck. This was totally different from the script he remembered. After all, he was a rookie who had just started working, and the sudden incident sprained his waist. Brother, this is definitely not okay. Su Wuji raised his eyebrows and asked back. Didn't you say that if I fill out a report, you'd give me a sample? Then I'll fill out a few more, and you'll give me a few more. What's the problem? Young man, don't be so rigid. If I help you fill it out, can you just leave work without standing here? Once you've filled it out, your job is done. You can go wherever you want, right? Chun Mingho admitted that what the elder brother in front of him said did make sense. Following this line of thought, it's refreshing to just think about it, but, brother, I have my own principles. Your approach won't work in principle. Su Wuji smiled slightly. What about emotionally? Chun Mingho let out a long sigh. There is no emotion, only principles. A person cannot change his principles at will. Seeing this, Su Wuji nodded silently. From the nameplate on Chun Mingho's chest, he could tell that he was a new employee in the marketing department. Comrade Lao Su just had a sudden idea just now. He wanted to help his daughter test the quality of the new employees. Now it seems that it is still pretty good. It has principles. The satisfied old Su was still a little intoxicated, but the next second, Chun Mingho spoke again. Brother, I have another brother who came with me. Come together, go together, that is my principle. If you want all the samples, then you can fill out his survey questionnaire as well. Chun Mingho spoke righteously, and Lao Su almost choked to death with his spit. Okay, brotherhood is your principle. He was stunned as he looked at Chun Mingho's harmless expression. Qualified employees are shameless, and that's what the marketing department needs. Oh, then why didn't I see him? Chun Mingho's eyes lit up. He felt that this matter had potential, and he smiled knowingly. Brother, wait a moment. I'll go call him. He turned around and ran to the lounge at the back of the store and ran directly in front of Jang Yi. He scratched the back of his head and smiled foolishly. Brother Jiang, here comes a big fool who wants to fill out all our questionnaires. Give me all your questionnaires now. Huh? Jang Yi, who was drinking tea, was stunned. The purpose of a survey questionnaire is to investigate the wishes of different customer groups. It would be meaningless to just let one person fill it out. However, when he turned his head and looked at the 300 or 400 survey questionnaires standing there, a trace of doubt arose in his heart. What kind of fool is here who is willing to stand here and fill out hundreds of survey questionnaires? Let's go out and take a look. Chapter 29. Just talk. Why take off your clothes? Jang Yi followed Chun Mingho and left the lounge and walked outside. The lights in the store were shining brightly, and the figure of a middle-aged man was standing there. It was just a glance, and Jang Yi opened his eyes wide. He didn't think about anything, didn't make any unnecessary movements, and without any hesitation, he just turned around and left. Chun Mingho was stunned when he saw this. Hey, Jianggu. He didn't understand why Jiang Yi turned around and left as if he had made some kind of decision. He really wanted this big brother to fill out the survey questionnaires, and then he would take Jiang Yi to the internet cafe upstairs to fight and prove with his strength that he was really good at playing games. Before Chun Mingho could recover from his shock, a strong male voice came from him. Jiang Yi, you still want to run away? Su Wuji had been standing at the door, waiting for the shameless Chun Mingho and his good brothers. As a result, he gritted his teeth silently. This trip was not in vain, and the wait was not in vain. Jiang Yi, brat, after so many years, he was finally caught. On the other side, Jiang Yi, who was directly called out, saw that he could not run away, so he turned around silently. But this time he had a sunny smile on his face. He walked quickly towards Su Wuji, showing an extremely respectful expression, and spoke in a friendly manner. Uncle Su, I haven't seen you for many years. You look exactly the same as you did back then. The butcher knife of time has left no trace on your face at all. Of course, Jiang Yi knew Su Wuji, Su Yaya's father. In the past, the two families had a good relationship, and Jang Yi always played with Su Yaya and often visited her home when he had nothing to do. Su Wuji liked him coming very much and often took them out to play when he had nothing to do. Until, before Su Yaya's family moved away, Jiang Yi helped her take a bath as usual and was discovered by Wuji. Jang Yi had already forgotten whether the sky was darker that night or Lao Su's face was darker. You kid actually came to Jinghai. Time will take away some hatred. At least now, when Wuji sees Jang Yi, he doesn't feel the same itchy pain as before. Jang Yi smiled slightly. Yes, uncle, I found a class in Jinghai. Wuji raised his eyebrows slightly, and then he realized that Jang Yi was the friend and colleague mentioned by Chun Mingho. That means this guy is also an employee of Iching Cosmetics now. Unable to hold back, he coughed violently twice, and with a slight movement of the corners of his mouth, Wuji ultimately did not say anything more. After hesitating for a few seconds, he looked at Jang Yi with eyes full of tenderness. Okay, I have something else to do today, so you go ahead and get busy. Come home with Yaya for dinner when you have time. Your aunt always talks about you. Because it was Jang Yi, Wuji said Su Wanqing's nickname, he knew Jang Yi could understand. And his tone suddenly became gentle. It was also because comrade Lao Su had figured out something in the moment. Well, Jang Yi has come to Jinghai and works in the same place with his daughter every day. Just because my girl secretly loves this guy, and this guy is so shameless. That's good. I don't have to pay the 10 billion that I was prepared to lose. It's not good. The girl is going to die. Okay, uncle. After Wuji left, Jang Yi and Chun Mingho spent another afternoon distributing flyers in the store. As it was almost time to get off work, Chun Mingho went to the milk tea shop across the street and bought 2 drinks. He handed over what he bought for Jang Yi and said with great emotion, Brother Jiang, let me tell you, these college students working part-time are dedicated to their jobs. Just now, the lady at the front desk of the milk tea shop saw me, and her smile was prettier than any flower. When he handed me the milk tea, he encouraged me and told me that the world is a beautiful place and asked me to work hard and live a good life. Which milk tea shop have you been to before that has given you this kind of treatment? Listening to Chun Mingho's story, Jiang Yi touched his nose silently. Dude, is there a possibility that when you called Zhao Lily, your voice was too loud and the lady heard that you were cheated on and was afraid that you would be upset? Chun Mingho. At 5:30, Jiang Yi and his partner parted at the entrance of Yintai Shopping Mall. Chun Mingho can go home directly after get off work, while Jiang Yi drives straight to the company. This afternoon, because he met Wuji, he told Su Yaya, at Jiang Yi, I just ran into your dad. Arroba Su Yaya, ah. At Jiang, yes, it's over here at Yintai Shopping Mall. He also asked me to go to your house for dinner when I'm free. In fact, when Su Wanqing saw Jiang Yi sending this message, she was stunned for a while. She thought she was exposed because of the Su Yaya incident, and she wanted to wait for Jiang Yi to find out himself. At Su Yaya, how about tonight? I'll wait for you in the garage downstairs of the company. At Jiang Yi, company, you came to our company. To be honest, even the extremely smart Su Wanqing couldn't understand why she hadn't been exposed after Jiang Yi and Su Wuji met and chatted for a while. But she was too lazy to delve into it, and just followed Jiang Yi's words with a little excitement. At Su Yaya, yes, I left a small gift in your office. At this moment, Jiang Yi went back to the company just to see what gift Su Yaya gave him. He was not surprised that Su Yaya knew where he worked, which office, and which desk he worked at. After all, Su Yaya is Xiao Jie's best friend, and his immediate superior, Sister Wanqing, is also Xiao Jie's best friend. Information spreads very quickly between women. On the other side, Chun Mingho ran all the way to his rental house in a rare good mood. But the moment the elevator opened, he smelled a pungent smell of alcohol. Zhao Lily's things were still in the corridor, without any changes. He knew that with Zhao Lily's personality, she would definitely not move away. Originally, Chun Mingho was thinking of asking the property management to find someone to tow him away if he wasn't towed away at night. But now it seems that it won't work, because Zhao Lily is sitting at his doorstep. The manicure on her right index finger had fallen off at some point, and she was struggling to hold the beer bottle between 2 fingers. When she saw him come back, she just sat there, staring at him motionlessly. You're back. Zhao Lily did not argue this time. She spoke quietly without taking her eyes off Chun Mingho. Chun Mingho ignored her, took out the key, and opened the door directly. He entered the room and was about to close the door. He slammed the door, but Zhao Lily didn't want to give up the opportunity to enter the house, so she immediately stretched out her hand to block the crack in the door. The door hit her hand with a dull thud, and of course it was not closed, so Zhao Lily took the opportunity to enter the house. Zhao Lily, You're a little crazy. If I had used more force just now, your hand would be broken now. Chen Mingho said lightly, and then he turned his back. After taking a long breath, he waved his hand. Go away. We don't need to meet again. There's nothing to talk about between us. Chen Mingho frowned as he spoke. He thought, with Zhao Lily's personality, she would definitely have a big argument with him since she squeezed in. But this scene did not happen unexpectedly. Only a series of rustling sounds came from behind him. Chen Mingho couldn't figure it out. He turned around suddenly, but the next second he was stunned. The rustling sound was the sound of Zhao Lily taking off her clothes. At this moment, she was almost naked. Chapter 30, she gave you a gift. So she must like you, right? All I can say is that Zhao Lily is so skilled at stripping herself off that it makes people feel distressed. Chen Mingho was stunned. He had never seen such a beautiful sight in his life. My throat gradually became dry and cold sweat appeared on my forehead. I couldn't move my eyes away, nor did I know whether to stay there. Put on your clothes. Chen Mingho's blank brain instructed his body to make the simplest reaction, and he threw the clothes beside him towards Zhao Lily. He really wanted to tell Zhao Lily that the beauty trap was useless, but his performance seemed to prove that this trick was really useful. I won't wear it. If you chase me away now, I won't stick with you anymore. I'd just leave, just like that, with nothing on. Anyway, there's nothing in the world that I care about anymore. My mother's in jail, and I don't have anywhere to go. Chen Mingho didn't know what to say, and the two of them just remained silent for a long time. Today, Zhao Lily probably won't be kicked out of the door. She got Chen Mingho's implicit answer. She smiled, with the corners of her mouth raised. She took 2 steps forward and suddenly knelt down again. Her hand quietly moved down to Chen Mingho's waist, looking for the blocked door. Chen Mingho, don't treat me as a human being. On the other side, Jang Yi had successfully returned to his workstation, and there were not many people in the office. The marketing department doesn't need overtime very much. Most of those who voluntarily stay to work overtime just want to take advantage of the company's dinner and make up for the commuting after 7 o'clock. After Jiang, he had a brief chat with his brothers and sisters who were still in the office. He went back to look for the things Su Yaya had given him. Su Yaya didn't say what it was or where it was placed specifically, which made Jang Yi, who didn't find anything on the surface after a quick glance, a little confused. Where did she put it? I didn't see it. Strangeness. Jiang Yi murmured and immediately began to rummage through the drawers. He was so busy that he didn't realize the atmosphere of the conversation around him suddenly changed. The colleagues who were chatting happily just now shut their mouths at the same time, and even the air seemed to be thin. Suddenly, a gentle and pleasant female voice came from behind Jiang Yi. What are you looking for? Hearing this, Jiang Yi was slightly stunned. He turned around and found that Su Wanqing was standing behind him, looking at him. She seemed even more beautiful than when we met last night before we said goodnight. Boss Su, just find something. My friend said he would put on my workstation. Su Wanqing narrowed her beautiful moon-like eyes, with a strange light flashing in her eyes. She took a step forward and took Jiang Yi's arm. Okay, Su Yaya gave you a bag. I saw you weren't back yet, so I thought you went straight home from the mall, so I took it and prepared to bring it back to you. I saw you going upstairs just now and was afraid you wouldn't be able to find it, so I came back to tell you. Let's go, I put all the things in the car. Su Wanqing was telling the truth. When she finished chatting with Jiang Yi using the account @Su Yaya, Jiang Yi did not reply. So she didn't know whether Jiang Yi would come back to get it. It was almost time to get off work, and she saw that Jiang Yi had not returned yet. So she came over to get it and prepared to take it back to Jiang Yi. As a result, as soon as she arrived at the parking lot, the secretary called and said that Jiang Yi had returned to the office, so Su Wanqing hurried back. Good. Jiang Yi suddenly understood, and he said that Su Yaya would not hide the gift secretly so that he could not find it. Jiang Yi walked out of the office side by side with Su Wanqing and waved goodbye to his brothers and sisters before leaving. Su Yaya, she's your childhood friend. You two are childhood sweethearts, right? Su Wanqing spoke quietly. She wanted to hear what happened between them from Jiang Yi's mouth in person. Jiang Yi nodded. Yes, Sister Wanqing, but we haven't been in touch for a long time. We just added each other as friends last night. It just so happens that she should also be in Jinghai, so she said she would give me a small gift. Well, Jiang Yi knew that Su Yaya was in Jinghai. Su Wanqing took the initiative to tell him this afternoon. After all, Jiang Yi saw Lao Su in the mall, and Su Wanqing felt that she couldn't hide it. So she just told Jiang Yi everything. Well, except her, there was Su Yaya herself. She should like you, right? Su Wanqing spoke out of the blue, causing Jiang Yi who was about to get off the elevator, to almost fall. The corners of his mouth twitched violently, and then he shook his head desperately. I have no idea. Su Wanqing smiled gently and continued in a joking tone. Of course you're childhood sweethearts. You must have teased her a lot when you were little. Maybe the girl has already fallen in love with you and is waiting for you. That's it. When the time is right, I'll add you as my friend, give you a gift, and slowly win you over. That's how it's played out in TV dramas. Is that so? Jang Yi disagreed. He didn't know which TV series Su Wanqing was referring to, but he had the impression that TV series were not played out that way. The TV series he watched all had the male protagonist winning over the beautiful, rich, and cold female CEO. Jang Yi and Su Wanqing drove home together. Su Wanqing said that she would definitely be able to get up tomorrow, and they would come together tomorrow. They bought some vegetables and cooked food along the way, and parked the car downstairs in the community at 6:30. After going upstairs, Jang Yi was preparing for cooking, and Su Wanqing took the initiative to take on the task of washing the vegetables. Because she had to bend over to wash vegetables, Su Wanqing tied her hair into a high ponytail, but her bangs still naturally fell on both sides of her forehead, making her look like the pretty girl in the next class in people's imaginations. Hey, Jang Yi, the potatoes are washed. Su Wanqing pushed a basin of washed potatoes in front of Jang Yi. Jang Yi was stunned for a moment, then turned his head and looked. Seeing 3 or 4 shiny potatoes in the basin, he was stunned again. Sister Wanqing, you said a few days ago that you would cook for me. Are you serious? Su Wanqing thought, this is just washing potatoes. How did it get linked to that? Certainly, she said stubbornly, but Jang Yi directly saw through her stubbornness. Actually, you probably don't know how to cook. Su Wanqing was stunned. She wondered how Jang Yi found out. At this moment, she was like a child whose lie had been exposed. Seeing this, Jang Yi did not continue to make things difficult for her. Shouldn't potatoes be peeled before washing? The skin is going to be peeled off anyway, so what difference does it make whether you wash it or not? Huh? Su Wanqing's eyes lit up instantly. It made sense. The skin had to be peeled off anyway. So, actually everything she did just now was in vain? Wait, that's not right either. Well, the potatoes have already been peeled, so why do I need to wash them? It should be clean after peeling it. Jang Yi smiled slightly and explained patiently. I peeled and shredded the potatoes before washing them to get rid of the starchy taste of the potatoes. Otherwise, they would not taste good. Su Wanqing understood. She ignored Jang Yi and silently picked up another pot of food and started washing it. Jang Yi quietly stared at her profile, then turned around and saw the busy reflections of him and Su Wanqing on the kitchen glass door. Looking out the window, the roofs of the tall buildings were covered in blue and red, overlapping with the rising sun, just like what is described in a fairy tale. Chapter 31, Su Wanqing, food-grade jade feet. Haha, Jang Yi, send me your TikTok account so I can share this video with you. It's so funny. After dinner, Su Wanqing lay on the sofa and looked at Jang Yi, who was sitting a few dozen centimeters away from her. Jang Yi didn't think much about it and directly sent his Douyin account to Su Wanqing's WeChat. Soon, he received attention from Starry Sky. This is Su Wanqing's Douyin account. Her nickname is Baby's Breath, and her avatar is a bunch of beautiful baby's breath. Jang Yi stared at the screen of his mobile phone in a daze, because he was quite familiar with the baby's breath. His college roommate once gave a girl he liked a bunch of baby's breath. Baby's breath, flower language, purity, care, longing, represents true love, not caring about the cost, and willing to play a supporting role in love. So, Sister Wanqing simply thinks that baby's breath is pretty, or does she also have someone she secretly loves? Jang Yi's eyes quietly glanced at Su Wanqing beside him, and as luck would have it, he directly met her cunning and interrogative gaze. Jang Yi, please sit away from me. Su Wanqing spoke quietly, and Jang Yi did as she said, moving his body in the opposite direction to her. He didn't know what Su Wanqing was going to do, but the next second, Su Wanqing put her legs on the sofa. Her legs are extremely long, not as thin as chopsticks, but slender and straight, which is the most perfect kind of legs in Jang Yi's opinion. The next second, she put her feet directly on Jang Yi's legs. Does it look good? Huh? Jang Yi was stunned. What the hell? Sister Wanqing, what are you talking about? Su Wanqing lay with a pillow. The sly smile on her face did not fade at all. She showed Jang Yi the screen of her mobile phone directly, which contained Jang Yi's collection of videos on Douyin. I just noticed that your favorites have a special category called Jade Feet. You are quite elegant. You even categorize the videos into different levels: beginner, intermediate, advanced, and top level. I really didn't realize that our Jang Yi is such a great judge of feet. So, Master, please take a look at my. What grade can it be rated? Jiang Yi's eyes widened instantly. What weird stuff is in my TikTok? I have never collected it. Sister Wanqing, please listen to my explanation. I have a friend. Jiang Yi played a card called Out of Nothing, but before he could finish his words, Su Wanqing interrupted him. I don't want to listen. I just want to hear what my level is. Su Wanqing really had no intention of playing tricks on Jiang Yi. After all, it was normal for boys to have some weird quirks. She just wanted to know how she scored in Jiang Yi's abnormal little habit. In fact, the answer was already in Jiang Yi's heart. Su Wanqing was not wearing socks, and her feet were resting on his legs. Jiang Yi took a look. Of course it wasn't because he had any special hobby. He just took a look unintentionally. He felt that if MANHWA were asked to choose the most satisfactory work to participate in the cosmic beauty pageant, the one she would choose would be Su Wanqing. You really can't find anything unsatisfactory about her. Foot gerade. Jiang Yi said in a low voice that he felt that top-notch was no longer enough to describe Su Wanqing. But Su Wanqing looked confused at this time. She seemed to have heard it clearly, but she also seemed to have heard it wrongly. What the hell is food grade? Huh? Food grade? So Jiang, you just said you want to stew pigs trotters tomorrow. Are you going to stew mine? Su Wanqing said with surprise on her face, her voice trembling and a hint of avoidance in her eyes. But the next second her eyes became sharp. She sat up straight and stared at Jiang Yi. No, Jiang Yi, you call me a pig? Huh? Jiang Yi was stunned. No, Sister Wanqing, can you please stop yourself from making random associations? In the Juanfu Villa district of Jinghai City, Su Wuji stared at the time, and it reached 9 o'clock in the evening. His daughter, Su Wanqing, hasn't come home yet. Kaijia, can you give your girl a call and ask her what she's doing? I told you I saw the kid from the Jiang family in Jinghai today. Your girl hasn't been home for several days. What if she's really in love? When the time comes, old Jiang will bring that kid Jiang Yi to propose marriage, and your girl will have a boyfriend. This 10 billion is not money, right? Su Wuji was really annoyed. He now felt that his life was becoming more and more ridiculous. Yes, he felt that he was destined to work all his life. Although he's been a boss since he started doing business at the age of 20, he now feels more and more that this was the trap set up for him by someone. Penalty for breach of contract, 10 billion, damn. Who came up with that? How could he sign such an unfair clause at that time? Now his girl is going to breach the contract, and he will have to pay 10 billion. But even if his girl hadn't breached the contract and the two of them had successfully gotten married, he only had this one girl, and he had 10 billion in money, which had to go to Jiang Yi. What can I do? If you can't control your daughter, then I can. Who told you to draw the lottery when you were in a trance? You can call me if you want. I won't call you anyway. I would rather let the girl pursue the happiness she wants. Kai Jie shrugged indifferently and was too lazy to continue paying attention to Su Wuji. Su Wuji had a splitting headache and the corners of his mouth twitched violently. Although he had just verified it this morning, he still felt something was wrong, and there was always a big stone hanging in his heart. Call up? He picked up a cell phone and wanted to call Su Wanqing, but he lit a cigarette and hesitated. At this moment, his cell phone started vibrating. He picked it up and saw the note, Lao Jiang, and the place of residence Songcheng. His heart sank. Hey, Lao Jiang, we haven't contacted each other for a long time. Why did you think of calling me? Su Wuji tried his best to hide his emotions, pretending to be stupid and talking about the past. On the other side, Jiang Yinhai was also a little overwhelmed. Hey Lao Su, I missed you so much. Let's catch up. It's not okay to not contact each other for such a long time. Don't we still have to be relatives in the future? Lao Jiang made a subtle but direct suggestion, and Su Wuji felt like his lungs were about to explode. Sure enough, it was exactly as he thought. It was because of this incident. Yes, old ginger. Su Wuji responded awkwardly, while Jiang Yinhai continued to output. Lao Su, I just called Jiang Yi, and he said he saw you in Jinghai today. Oh, I didn't even know your family was back in Jinghai. I see. When Luan and I are not busy for a while, we will go to Jinghai and have a chat. Let's talk about everything we need to talk about. After all, it's time. What do you think? Chapter 32. Talk more if you can talk, and look more if it's beautiful. What does it mean to talk about everything that needs to be talked about? No matter how strong and calm Su Wuji was, He couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Damn, isn't this just a proposal for a child marriage? Either it's for his daughter, or it's for the 10 billion. Even though old Su had been mentally prepared when he realized that his girl was secretly in love, he was still a little panicked when the matter was put in front of him. But he quickly calmed down and asked deliberately, "Sit down and talk?" Lao Jiang, could it be that your kid has found a girlfriend? Can you come over and talk to us about whether the 10 billion can be reduced in price? At this moment, in his exquisitely decorated home in Songqing City, Jiang Yunhai's mouth suddenly opened wide in surprise. Wait, no? Is Su Wuji's guess so accurate? Beside him, Luan was also a little confused and at a loss. But the two of them soon realized that, well, all's fair in war. That can't be possible. We will proceed as we agreed before. Jiang Yunhai replied quickly, because he and Luan were not planning to go to Jinghai so soon, so they decided to wait for a while. I called today just to test Su Wuji's attitude. There will be a long period of time afterwards, so don't be in a hurry. After all, there will be changes. Their son is suspected to be in a relationship now, but what if he is not in a relationship? What if you feel like it's not right for you after 2 days and break up? What if Yaya starts talking about it in 2 days? Everything is variable. You can't turn back until you hit the wall. On one side, the two parents were fighting each other's wits and courage, while on the other side, Jiang Yi was drinking water frantically at home. He was particularly thirsty today and added cup after cup of hot water to his cup. It must be because the food he had in the evening was a bit too salty. There was a rustling sound next to my ears, which was the sound of Su Wanqing taking a bath in the bathroom. As a human being, an advanced creature with independent thinking ability, Jiang Yi's mind is creating a picture for him because of the sound of bathing water. It is the water of the Seine, the dense forests, the waterfalls, and the proud snow-capped peaks. Another one. 20 minutes later, Su Wanqing turned off the shower head. She glanced at the door that was still tightly closed, and a look of loneliness flashed across her face. She didn't lock the door. You can't be too timid. Su Wanqing murmured something and then began to change into the pajamas she had prepared. Her pajamas are a combination of a nightgown and silk shorts. The nightgown is a little short, just enough to cover 1/3 of her thighs, and the shorts are about 5 inches long. After changing into pajamas and looking at herself in the bathroom mirror, Su Wanqing shook her head, slightly dissatisfied. She did not leave the bathroom in a hurry, but after a while, Jiang Yi heard Su Wanqing shout, "Come and take a shower, Jiang Yi. I'm done." Finally finished washing, Jiang Yi, who had just finished a cup of hot water, felt as if a heavy weight had been lifted off his shoulders. There are 2 bathrooms in the house, but the shower head of one of them broke inexplicably, so he can only share one with Su Wanqing. "Here I come." Jiang Yi stood up and walked towards the bathroom, but he was stunned when he saw the scene in front of the bathroom. Su Wanqing was standing there quietly. She was wearing the golden silk nightgown she had brought in at that time, but is this nightgown a bit short? Wherever Jiang Yi's eyes went, he saw a pair of white, straight and slender legs without a trace of fat. Maybe because she had just taken a shower and was under the lighting, Jiang Yi felt that Su Wanqing's pair of stunningly beautiful legs were reflecting light, as if they were waxed. He swallowed hard, then looked up at Su Wanqing and happened to meet Su Wanqing's gaze. "Sister Wanqing, I want to take a shower." When Su Wanqing saw his appearance, she was immediately overjoyed. That's what she said. She thought Jiang Yi didn't come in when she was taking a shower, because he really had no interest in her. "Is it pretty?" Su Wanqing did not answer Jiang Yi's question, but asked directly. Facing her question, Jiang Yi really wanted to make up a story, but Su Wanqing had seen everything he did just now. So, he didn't want to pretend anymore. "It's beautiful. The most beautiful I've ever seen." Su Wanqing smiled happily, her face as beautiful as a flower. "If you can talk, talk more. If you are pretty, look more." Jiang Yi took a cold shower as he wished, but he kept glancing at the bathroom mirror while showering. It's a pity that life is not a novel, and he is not the protagonist. Just now he didn't have the ability to see through things, and now he also didn't have the ability to make the mirror show the scene that was more than 10 minutes ago. When he finished washing and left the bathroom, he found that Su Wanqing's room door was open and she was staring at a landscape painting on the wall in a daze. That painting was not there before, and it was obvious that Su Wanqing had just hung it up. "Did you finish washing?" Su Wanqing noticed the movement behind her and turned around to ask. Jiang Yi nodded and then turned his gaze to the painting. "This is a beautiful painting. Su Wanqing nadithebidi." "Yes, that's right." I specially asked a famous artist to draw this for me. Hmm? Did you specially ask a famous artist to paint it? Then this painting, does it have any special meaning? Jang Yi couldn't help but ask. Su Wanqing looked at him quietly, as if she was thinking about what to say. I don't have to know, Sister Wanqing. Jiang Yi's sudden additional explanation stunned Su Wanqing. She burst out laughing and gave him a displeased look. It's not a secret. There's nothing I can't tell you. I was just thinking about what counts as special meaning. Actually, it's nothing. I just prefer the atmosphere of the golden fields. Looking at this painting, it's like going back to the days when I could look up and see the sky full of stars, and dragonflies would float on the water. In the golden fields behind the hill, there was a boy who would always be waiting for me. It is deep at night, the moon is bright, and everything is quiet. Before going to bed, Jiang Yi expressed his gratitude to Su Yaya for the gift on QQ. Atsuya, just thank you, but don't return the favor. Atsuya, it's okay to return the gift, but don't give yourself to me. Su Yaya's personality seemed to be more lively than in his memory. Jiang Yi couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth after seeing the news. His fingers moved rapidly across the screen. Yi, ok. In the next room, Su Wanqing stared at her phone, waiting for Jiang Yi to reply to her message. But the next second, after seeing the OK sent by Jiang Yi, he almost couldn't breathe and lay down. He just replied with an OK? Isn't this a bit too perfunctory? Moreover, if Jiang Yi started a conversation like this, she really didn't know how to respond next. Fortunately, before Su Wanqing could come up with a good idea, Jiang Yi sent it the next second. At Jiang, you're also in Jinghai, right? I will treat you to a meal if you're free this weekend. It will be my return gift and my thanks to you. Chapter 33. Letter of Forgiveness? Can you tolerate this? Ninja Turtles? The next morning, Secretary Zhang Ying came to the president's office, humming a little tune. Every day, she would arrive early to help Su Wanqing water the flowers and tidy up the office. But today, as soon as she opened the door, she saw Su Wanqing humming a little tune while watering the flowers. Emerre, Su, emerre, Su? Good morning, Mr. Su. Why did Mr. Su come so early today? At the same time, Jang Yi, who arrived at the office early, made himself a cup of tea. He came with Su Wanqing today, and he got up half an hour earlier than usual, because he could hear the alarm clock ringing from Su Wanqing's room, even in his room. At first, he always thought it was a simple alarm clock. It was only 6 o'clock, and Su Wanqing would definitely wake up, look at the alarm clock, then turn it off and go back to sleep. But later he found out that he was wrong. It seemed as if Su Wanqing didn't hear the first few alarms at all. Well, the alarm went off every minute from 6 to 6:30. Under the bombardment of 30 alarm clocks, the rustling sounds of people getting up and changing clothes were finally heard from Su Wanqing's room. As for Jiang Yi, he had already lost all desire to sleep when the 10th alarm rang. Brother Jiang, you're here so early. Not long after, Jiang Yi heard Chun Mingho's voice slowly coming. Sure enough, the little fat boy walked over slowly with dark circles under his eyes. Seeing his dejected look, Jiang Yi couldn't help but sigh. Did you stay up late last night, tinkering with chicken rolls? The ancestral craft can't be lost. Chun Mingho smiled silently. An indescribable look flashed in his eyes, and his lips moved slightly, as if there were words circling in his ears. But in the end, he did not say anything. Brother Jiang, please stop making fun of me. I couldn't sleep last night. Jiang Yi did find that Chun Mingho was in a daze the entire morning. He was either dozing off or sitting there in a daze, and it seemed as if he could see through the appearance of his desk. Brother Jiang, this was the 9th time this morning that Chun Mingho called out to Jiang Yi without any warning. Jiang Yi, who didn't have much work to do, was happily playing Plants vs. Zombies. He became annoyed when he heard him shouting again. What? Chun Mingho instantly shrank his neck, shook his head, and spoke quickly. No, it's okay. Chun Mingho did have something to do, but he really didn't know how to talk to Jiang Yi. Last night, he went through some things he admitted he softened his heart. Zhao Lily knelt down naked and begged him, saying that he should not treat her as a human being and that she would listen to him in everything. She said that what she wanted was for Chun Mingho to persuade Jiang Yi, and the two of them signed a letter of understanding for her mother on behalf of I Ching Beauty. She cried bitterly, talked about her life over the years, and the details of her 4 or 5 years of relationship with Chun Mingho. She expressed her remorse and told about her difficulties. She said that she did this just to make herself live a good life. She loved him deeply, but life was cruel. Chun Mingho didn't believe everything she said. But when he saw her kneeling, trembling, kowtowing, and talking about their years of love, the soft spot deep in Chun Mingho's heart was still touched. So, he really wanted to have a good talk with Jang Yi about this matter, and he wanted to ask for Jang Yi's attitude. But he didn't know what to say in the first place, and now he was even more afraid to speak. However, just 5 minutes later, after Jang Yi successfully completed Plants vs. Zombies, he turned around and looked at Chun Mingho. Tell me, what's the matter? Jang Yi is not a fool. He can clearly feel that something is wrong with Chun Mingho. When Chun Mingho saw that Jiang Yi realized something, he also understood that this was an opportunity for him. Brother Jiang, I came home last night, and Zhao Lily was at my door. Jiang Yi raised his brows slightly. He just guessed that it was related to Zhao Lily's matter. Now it seems that it is true. No wonder Chun Mingho hesitated for so long. Oh, go on. Chun Mingho swallowed hard, his body shaking slightly as he spoke. She begged me to sign a letter of understanding. Chun Mingho took 5 minutes to describe the whole thing from beginning to end. It would have taken more than 5 minutes to finish his speech, but as he was speaking, Jiang Yi asked him to just focus on the key points and stop reciting obscene texts. Finally, after he finished speaking, he avoided the look Jiang Yi gave him. That's about it, Jiang, so? Jiang Yi seemed to understand what was said. He smiled slightly and nodded thoughtfully. It's a bit pitiful indeed, but fatty, look here. Jiang Yi's tone was very calm, and he silently opened a document on his computer. He continued speaking while showing the contents of a document to Chun Mingho. This is the specific operating situation of our Iching Beauty last year. The net profit was 150 million. 150 million. The average monthly net profit is 12.5 million, which is nearly 420,000 a day. After it was revealed a few days ago that there were problems with our product, yesterday's specific revenue situation was sent to our departments group. Net profit, 37,000 yuan. Zhao Lily is pitiful, and her mother is pitiful too, because they are the ultimate losers. What if we hadn't exposed them yesterday? They will further expand public opinion, and our company's revenue will continue to be discounted on this basis, with no lower limit. There's an old saying that destroying someone's job is like killing their own mother. Their actions have caused the company to lose money. The company's profitability directly affects the fate and welfare of each of us. They have already ruined your job, so is there any problem with you locking up Zhao Lily's mother? It's pitiful that she went to jail as a loser, but the company she maliciously defamed is equally pitiful. Given her character, I'm afraid she would deliberately lie down and blackmail others. And the people who were innocently provoked are even more pitiful. Rationally, we cannot forgive her and issue a letter of apology. Jiang Yi's words made sense, and everyone could see the situation of Iching makeup. Chun Mingho also heard the response to his request, and he nodded silently. But before he could turn around, Jiang Yi changed the subject. But we are emotional people, and we are emotional. Hearing this, Chun Mingho couldn't help but move forward, but the next second he saw Jiang Yi's harmless smile. Chun Mingho suddenly felt something was wrong, and his heart sank. The next second, he heard Jiang Yi's voice in his ears. "Yu Qing, you can't forgive them even more. Zhao Lily has put a big hat on you. No, brother, you can tolerate this. You are a Ninja Turtle, right? If she really has feelings for you, would she bring someone else back to your rental house and be pressed down by someone else on the sheets you bought? Have you ever thought that when she is hoeing the field, others will ask her whether he is better or her boyfriend? Have you ever thought about how Zhao Lily would answer?" Chun Mingho shook his head. He hadn't thought about it, and he didn't know. As for life mentor Jiang Yi, he was also generous in giving advice and spoke frankly. She would say, "Of course you're better. My useless boyfriend hasn't even touched me." Chapter 34 Zhang Ying. What an outrageous fate. Fatty, other people are unwilling to see a woman being pinned down by others. You've seen everything, so why are you still unwilling to accept it? Why? We didn't waste a bad girl last night. Jiang Yi smiled with narrowed eyes. After all, he didn't want Chun Mingho to feel sorry for Zhao Lily. The main reason is that I feel it would be too cowardly to handle this matter in this way. At this moment, Chun Mingho was completely confused and didn't know what to say. "No, Jiang, I slept in the second bedroom and I locked the door." Viang Yi. He looked at Chun Mingho seriously again. "Let's just say, how does this little thing look like? How can it be so cute? It's so cute that it's a bit silly. Don't let down good girls and don't waste bad girls." Okay, I don't care about this kind of thing. It's not my decision. She insulted the company, and we are just calling the police on behalf of the company. As a member of the company, you certainly have the right to ask your superiors for a letter of apology. It's up to you to decide. After saying that, Jang Yi noticed the message alert tone coming from his mobile phone and found out that it was from Su Wanqing. At Su Wanqing, Jang Yi, what are you having for lunch? I'll ask the restaurant to deliver it. Jiang Yi knew that Su Wanqing had recharged a Super Supreme card at Laojiang Kitchen, but he felt it was not a good idea to go upstairs to eat every day at noon. He'll get used to it after going there a few times. But if he has to eat out by himself at noon one day, he won't be used to it. After all, it is easy to go from frugality to extravagance, but it is difficult to go from extravagance to frugality. At Jiang, I'll just go to the cafeteria and have a quick bite. Don't bother me, Sister Wanqing. Of course, this doesn't mean that the food in Iching Beauty Canteen is not good. It's just that it's relatively not that good. After all, one is a century-old brand and the other is a small stall. At Su Wanqing, indeed, it is a bit informal to invite you to dinner through the screen. I will go downstairs and tell you in person. Huh? Jiang Yi's eyes widened instantly. Was Su Wanqing going to come downstairs and find him directly and then bring him upstairs? It shouldn't be that serious. At Jiang, Sister Wanqing, can you send me a menu? Jiang Yi thought about it and decided to go upstairs to eat. If Su Wanqing really came downstairs to drag him upstairs to eat, I guess everyone in the company would know about it before the afternoon work starts. Fatty, I want to have lunch with you at noon. I have something to do. Chun Mingho looked at Jiang Yi, then nodded. Okay, then I'll go home at noon, Brother Jiang. Jiang Yi glanced at the time and saw that there was only half an hour left before the end of get off work. So he waved his hand casually. If you have something urgent to do, leave first. Minister Shout doesn't have the habit of checking on people. Chun Mingho left the office first, but he did not go home directly. Instead, he pressed the elevator to the top floor. He didn't know what he was thinking. The elevator took him all the way up, and he felt a little weightless, and even his thoughts hesitated for a moment. Walking through the spacious corridor and looking at the door of the president's office not far away, Chun Mingho was stunned. Did he want to help Zhao Lily write a letter of apology? He didn't know, or rather, he was struggling with whether he wanted to or not. Just like that, Chun Mingho lingered at the end of the corridor. At this moment, a figure appeared in his sight, and Chun Mingho noticed that the person was the president's secretary Zhang Ying. At the same time, he also noticed that Zhang Ying was not wearing professional suit pants at the moment, but a pair of high-waisted jeans. Her slender figure highlighted her long legs, which were made even longer by the jeans, quietly attracting Chun Mingho's attention. But the next second, Chun Mingho remembered what Jiang Yi had told him. When looking at a girl's legs, look in her eyes first. Make sure she's not looking at you, and then look at her legs. Chun Mingho looked up at Zhang Ying and happened to meet Zhang Ying's eyes. Secretary Zhang, I remember you. Your name is Chun Mingho, right? Are you here to see President Su? Zhang Ying really remembered Chun Mingho, the person who joined the company with Jiang Yi. Chun Mingho shook his head as a matter of course, but then he nodded. Yes, I came to see Mr. Su, but I haven't made up my mind yet. Zhang Ying nodded naturally. She had seen many people like Chun Mingho come to see Mr. Su and then wander around the top floor. Every day, there are all kinds of people and all kinds of things. Then I suggest you come in the afternoon. Mr. Su is usually busy at noon. Zhang Ying suggested that she knew that Su Wanqing had made an appointment with Jiang Yi for lunch. Well, she was afraid of disturbing them, so she changed her clothes and prepared to go out quietly to eat a meal of snail noodles. Okay. Thank you, Secretary Zhang. I'll be leaving first then. After thanking him, Chun Mingho turned around and was about to leave, and Zhang Ying followed him. I'm leaving too. Let's go together. The two of them got on the elevator together, and the elevator went all the way to the first floor without anyone else getting on. But you must feel a little embarrassed. Zhang Ying even took the initiative to ask, what do you want to see Mr. Su about? Chun Mingho was silent for a moment. I would like to ask Mr. Su if he can issue a letter of apology on behalf of the company to the person who was arrested at the Intai counter yesterday. Zhang Ying frowned slightly and thought for a while. But wasn't it you and Jiang Yi who called the police to arrest that man? Chun Mingho nodded. Yes, but there was a small incident. That's my ex-girlfriend's mother. Huh? Zhang Ying was really confused. You mean the person you arrested was your ex-mother-in-law? Chun Mingho nodded again. Well, I haven't seen her before. My ex-girlfriend came back to beg me yesterday. Zhang Ying muttered to herself, thinking what an absurd fate this was. No wonder. But why did you break up with your ex-girlfriend? Can you tell me? Chun Mingho smiled bitterly, thinking that there was nothing he couldn't say. She cheated on me. Zhang Ying exclaimed, wow, this is so. She almost blurted out, oh shit, just now. To be honest, she has watched countless movies over the years. She has watched all kinds of TV dramas and movies from ancient and modern times, both at home and abroad, but this bloody and abstract. Ahem, Chun Mingho, do you like eating snail noodles? Chun Mingho shook his head. I haven't eaten it. What's the matter, Secretary Zhang? Zhang Ying smiled gently, with gossip flashing in her eyes. I'll treat you to some snail rice noodles. Tell me the details. Of course you have to listen to this melodramatic story, especially because it happened around us. This is what Zhang Ying thought deep down in her heart, but it changed when she expressed it verbally. Well, you're going to ask Mr. Su for mercy, so I can help you research and find a better way to put it. If you haven't decided whether to go to see Mr. Su, I can also give you some small suggestions. How about it? While chatting and laughing, the two of them walked out of each beauty's door side by side. Zhang Ying gently shook the car keys in her hand, looked at Chun Mingho sideways, and smiled. The midday sun shines down, and today's Jinghai is still sunny and the sky is clear. Chapter 35. I'm not afraid of hooligans acting like scoundrels. I'm just afraid of hooligans who are handsome. The development of a story always requires a good reason, just like Chun Mingho and Zhang Ying. She likes to hear gossip that he was cheated on. Zhang Ying's car is a pink Audi A4L with a color-changing film, which is considered a standard for urban female white-collar workers. As soon as Chun Mingho sat in the passenger seat, a comfortable and pleasant fragrance came to his nose. Following his gaze, I could just see the profile of Zhang Ying, who was driving. The sunlight dimmed the other half of her face like a God-given backdrop. This moment brought Chun Mingho an inexplicable sense of security, so much so that he felt that what he was facing was not a big deal. Chun Mingho. Zhang Ying stretched out her hand and waved in front of the dazed Chun Mingho, bringing the latter's thoughts back to reality. Ah, Secretary Zhang, I was just thinking about something. What's wrong? Zhang Ying exhaled, blowing her bangs slightly away. It's okay. I just want to ask you, have you ever eaten snail rice noodle? Don't be uncomfortable with the taste. To be honest, Chun Mingho has never eaten snail noodles, but he knows what taste Zhang Ying is referring to. His ex-girlfriend didn't like to eat it. She always said that the stuff didn't taste even as good as what she pooped, so Chun Mingho never tried it. But now, if Secretary Zhang likes to eat it, then the taste must not be too bad, even if it's not good. I've eaten it. I can handle it. Don't worry, Secretary Zhang. After hearing Chun Mingho's answer, Zhang Ying breathed a sigh of relief. She stepped on the accelerator more firmly and drove straight to the authentic snail noodle shop where she often ate. Just 10 minutes later, when the two of them just walked into the store, Chun Mingho suddenly felt that his nostrils were being pinched. An extremely strong smell penetrated his heart, and he could not help but dry heave. Vomit. At noon, in the president's office, Jiang Yi was almost stunned by the fragrance as soon as he entered the door. Sister Wanqing, did old Jiang's chef send it over after it was ready? Su Wanqing raised her eyebrows slightly, smiling, but shook her head silently. No, their chef came over and cooked it. Don't worry about it. Come and wash your hands and eat. At this moment, Jiang Yi had 1,000 questions in his mind. In the middle of the day, you asked the chef to come here to cook? Damn, Su Wanqing is so cruel. Damn capitalism. Thank you, Sister Wanqing. Sister Wanqing, you are the most beautiful, kind, gentle, beautiful, and generous. Jiang Yi demonstrated what it meant to say one thing and mean another. Of course, it could also be that the food in front of him was just too delicious. And this casual compliment instantly brought a smile to Su Wanqing's face. She sat down next to Jiang Yi and joked with a hint of sarcasm. You're so sweet. You must have made many little girls happy over the years, right? Viang Yi Gurinit. That's not true. Su Wanqing's eyes instantly lit up with a gleam of brilliance. So, I'm the first one. Jiang Yi shrank his neck. That's not the case. It's mainly because the people out there aren't that sincere. Su Wanqing was stunned. How do you coax? Before Jiang Yi opened his mouth, Su Wanqing added a sentence just as he was about to speak. To be honest, Jiang Yi chuckled and decided not to hide it. When they coax people out there, they are more rude. I usually say, you did a great job, little beauty. Come and give your brother a kiss. Good boy. Su Wanqing couldn't help but complain, but her cheeks turned a little red the moment she turned her head. On second thought, It seems that this is the real Jang Yi. Otherwise, how could this boy chase her and touch her, but at such a young age? He is not a good brother at all. He is clearly a hooligan. Su Wanqing was secretly thinking, but when she secretly glanced at Jang Yi, the corners of her mouth slightly raised again. I'm not afraid of hooligans acting like bastards. I'm just afraid of hooligans who are really good-looking. Chun Mingho, was this the same thing when you ate snail noodles before? Zhang Ying, who had a full meal, and Chun Mingho, who was tortured, couldn't help but ask after they left the snail noodle shop. Just now she could see with her own eyes that Chun Mingho's face was in agony, as if every mouthful of powder was poisoned. Well, it's exactly the same as when she drank the old Beijing soy milk. The food I ate before wasn't so authentic. Chun Mingho found an excuse to prevaricate. Fortunately, Zhang Ying did not continue to ask. Just when Chun Mingho used the excuse of going to the restroom in the mall, he vomited all his lunch. He has already decided that even if his enlightenment teacher Mingli comes to visit him in the future, he will say that he can't stand the taste of snail noodles. Taking advantage of some time during lunch break, the two came to the residential building where Chun Mingho rented. Of course, they didn't go upstairs, but discussed in the car for a while how Chun Mingho should talk to his ex-girlfriend. I'm telling you, you can't be too soft-spoken. Even if you intend to forgive her, you can't say it in a nonchalant way. You have to threaten her first, then show your strength. As the saying goes, no one cares about gifts given on ordinary days, but giving charcoal in the snow will be remembered for a lifetime. Just when the two were discussing intensely, a middle-aged woman suddenly appeared outside the car. Chun Mingho recognized the person as soon as he looked. It's the landlady. By the way, the electricity bills for the past few months should be paid. I guess she's here to collect the bill. People came to Chun Mingho's room regularly to collect money because the landlady didn't know how to use online payment. The auntie is very nice. Every time she comes, she brings some vegetables she grows and some pickled vegetables and smoked meat that she makes herself. I'll go pay the electricity bill first. Chun Mingho thought that since he was already here, he would not let his aunt go upstairs. But the next second, a figure walked out of the apartment building. Coincidentally, the person who came was his ex-girlfriend, Zhao Lily, who gave him a big hat. The action of getting off the car stopped, and Zhang Ying, a veteran melon-eating expert, suddenly brightened up. Could this person be your ex-girlfriend? Chun Mingho nodded, and Zhang Ying immediately looked at him more carefully. In her opinion, Zhao Lily's appearance is only around 4 to 5. The makeup is too heavy and the foundation looks average. It should be because she stays up late often, so her skin is very dry and cakey. Moreover, Zhao Lily should have a big face and the side bangs that make her face look smaller. She should be average without makeup. The corner of Chun Mingho's mouth twitched fiercely. No. Zhang Ying took a deep breath. Doesn't she take her makeup off before she goes to bed? These words seemed to hit Chun Mingho hard. We don't sleep together. Huh? Living together for 3 or 4 years, but not sleeping together? Platonic love? Zhang Ying was stunned for a moment, but her professional secretary qualities made her shut up immediately. At the same time, looking at the landlady and Zhao Lily who had already met, a good plan emerged in her mind. Hey, Chun Mingho, don't you know whether you should forgive her or not? Well, instead of struggling with it yourself, why don't we let her make the decision? Chapter 36 Wanqing. What do you think of child marriage? Give it to her. Chun Mingho was obviously stunned for a moment. His mind was in a mess, and he couldn't keep up with Zhang Ying's unconventional ideas. Yes, you see, the landlady is already talking to your ex-girlfriend. I guess it's about the electricity bill. I guess, from the time you've been living together till now. She hasn't spent much money, right? If she knows she's wrong, and she still remembers your kindness, she should take the initiative to help you pay for it now. So, let's see what she does. If she refuses the landlady, then you don't have to think about it anymore. It's not worth it for such a person. Zhang Ying explained carefully that this was the experience she learned from Su Wanqing. To see a person's true nature, you have to look at what she does when she is alone and how she treats vulnerable groups. After all, a good person may not be a good person when he is alone. Chun Mingho was stunned. He looked sideways at Zhang Ying without saying a word, but his body was firmly seated in the passenger seat. Outside the car window, Zhao Lily put her hands on her hips and shouted something loudly, and soon the landlady turned around and left. Not long after, Chun Mingho received a call from the landlady. Life is like this. God will never give up the choice of redemption and liberation for anyone. It's It's just that many times the choice is too unexpected and people often can't react. In that case, then open your eyes and look forward. There's no better place to be than in the world. Why should you linger on a sow? In the afternoon, at the workstation, after listening to Chun Mingho's statement, Jang Yi spoke softly to comfort him. As for how much his words Chun Mingho could hear, he didn't care. He was now completely immersed in the Plants vs. Zombies game in front of him. Time passed quickly, and Jiang Yi got off work on time and prepared to go home. At Jiang, Sister Wanqing, will you come back with me? At Su Wanqing, well, you go back first, Jiang Yi. I'm going home today, and I'll probably stay at home. At Jiang, okay, I'll go back directly then. Jiang Yi didn't think much and ran straight to the underground garage to leave. Just as he stood in front of M9, a young man brushed past his shoulder. If Jiang Yi hadn't dodged, they would probably have bumped shoulders. So cool. Jiang Yi raised his eyebrows and couldn't help but glance at the man's profile. Perhaps sensing his unfriendly gaze, the man also turned his head and pushed his sunglasses down a little. New here? You seem quite unconvinced. After saying that, he looked at the M9 next to Jiang Yi again. Obviously, he knew the value of this car, but then disdain appeared on the man's face. Relying on your parents is nothing. Only those who have worked hard on their own are worthy of praise. Loser. After saying that, the man turned and left. My goodness, the sudden provocation really caught Jiang Yi off guard. Not my friend. Who the hell are you? Who do you think relies on their parents? I rely on my cousin and her bestie, okay? Shit. If it wasn't for the fact that it was really ungraceful to rush up and kick a man, Jiang Yi's kick would definitely have gone for his kidney. However, the moment he turned around, Jiang Yi noticed the car the man got out of, a BMW 3 Series. 5 minutes later, Chun Mingho came to the underground parking lot in a carefree manner. Because he drove Jiang Yi's car, he always parked next to Jiang Yi's M9. As a result, he saw Jiang Yi working on a BMW 3 Series with a jack. What are you doing, Jiang? As the saying goes, if you don't do anything wrong, you don't have to worry about ghosts knocking on your door. Jiang Yi is different. He is not afraid of ghosts knocking on his door, even if he does something wrong. Damn, I won't offend others unless they offend me. Every action has its consequences. A colleague had a flat tire, so he went to buy a new tire. I helped him remove the flat tire first. Don't just stand there, fatty. Come and give me a hand. Chun Mingho didn't know who had a flat tire, but didn't call a tow truck but bought a new tire himself. But since Brother Jiang has spoken, why should he care so much? Wipe and dry. Half an hour later, a young man returned to the underground garage and got into the car in a hurry. But as soon as I got in the car, a bunch of fault lights came on. Improper tire pressure. The young man frowned slightly. He was fine when he came. He got out of the car with doubt and wanted to pinch the tire to see where the problem was. After checking around, he collapsed. No, damn. Where's my huge left front wheel and my newly replaced right rear wheel? Jiang Yi did not go home directly, but found a barbecue restaurant to eat some barbecue. It is worth mentioning that when he passed by the central square, not far from the company, he saw two figures on the roadside. One is his ex-girlfriend Zhao Lily, whom he often heard Chun Mingho mention in recent days. The other one is a middle-aged man who looks like he could almost be Zhao Lily's father. The two of them walked arm in arm, looking so intimate. There was a lot of traffic on the way home after dinner. Jiang Yi saw the sign on the roadside and realized that Jinghai was going to hold a week-long super comic exhibition. Today is the last day of warm-up, and many popular cosplayers have already arrived at the scene in advance to prepare surprises for fans. Bored by the traffic jam, Jiang Yi unconsciously opened WeChat and sent the photos he took at dinner to Su Yaya. At Jang Yi, this is a very delicious barbecue restaurant. I'll treat you when we have time to meet. 1 minute, 2 minutes, Su Yaya did not reply to Jiang Yi. On the other side, in Juanfu Mansion, Su Wanqing was sitting on the sofa waiting for her father Su Wuji to speak. Dad, didn't you say you had something important to talk to me about tonight? This afternoon, Su Wanqing received a call from Su Wuji, who said that he had something important to tell her in the evening and asked her to be sure to go home for dinner. Oh yes, there is something. Comrade Lao Su was puzzled as to how to start the conversation and was stunned when the girl suddenly mentioned him. Wanqing, Dad just wanted to ask you, since you haven't been home much lately, are you living with Xiao Jia? Are you in love? Hearing this, Su Wanqing frowned and started shaking her head. No, indeed not. I'm still pursuing love hard. Truth. Su Wuji continued to ask, and Su Wanqing nodded heavily. Dad, I love to tell the truth. Hearing this, Comrade Lao Su was obviously relieved. It's good that we're not in a relationship. It's good. In fact, he and Kai Jia also had an in-depth analysis and discussion today, and they both agreed that it was unlikely for their girl to fall in love. Their daughter has had a vague feeling for the boy from the Jiang family since she was a child. If they hadn't seen something at the beginning, they would not have signed such a predatory agreement with the Jiang family. In that case, it would be much easier for Lao Su to speak next. He held a cigar in one hand, but did not light it, and spoke with a serious tone. Wanqing, you young people always read novels and short plays, so you should know about child marriage, right? Chapter 37, Why do I need to wear clothes when taking a bath at home? Baby marriage? Is it a feudal tradition that the marriage of two children is decided entirely by the will of both parents? Of course I know, Dad. Let me tell you from the novels I've read. Do you know how many of the male and female protagonists have the plot and emotions dragged down because one of them had a childhood marriage? Sometimes I can't stand putting myself in their shoes, let alone the fact that a person can't decide his or her own feelings. Just the fact that someone forces someone to make a marriage decision is unbearable. If I were the heroine in a novel or short play who was betrothed as a child, I would definitely break up with my original family the moment I found out. I would definitely not drag my feet and feel dilemma. Dad, tell me, how disgusting must the original family of parents be to arrange a marriage for their own child? Under the guise of loving their child, they actually arrange the child's fate with rules and regulations before the child even has independent consciousness. This is simply the devil. You don't know how angry I am just by reading those novels. The three words child marriage seemed to open Su Wanqing's mouth, and she talked incessantly, while old Su, who was listening to her, had a wonderful expression on his face. Finally, he held his forehead with one hand, lit his cigar, took a puff, and interrupted. Stop, Wanqing, stop talking. He heard endless resistance in Su Wanqing's words. Old Su had no doubt that if he told Su Wanqing that he had arranged a marriage for her, she would overturn the coffee table and tell him that they would never have any contact with each other again. He shuddered violently, and Su Wanqing asked him while blinking her big, watery eyes. What's wrong, Dad? Oh yeah, why are you suddenly telling me about child marriage? Su Wuji shook his head. No, it's just that your uncle has arranged a marriage for his child, and there have been family conflicts recently, so I wanted to chat with you. I'm afraid if you say anything more, I'll even hate him. And it would be bad if I couldn't help scolding him again when we meet next time. Su Wanqing burst into laughter and couldn't help cursing, which was indeed something old Su would do. She obediently stopped talking about the child marriage and spoke quietly after about half a minute. Dad, is there anything else? Su Wuji shook his head. Su Wanqing immediately stood up, stretched out her hand, and waved it in front of him. Then bye, Dad. I'm going to live with Xiao Jia. Su Wanqing left without taking away a sea of clouds. Somehow, Su Wuji always had a feeling that Su Wanqing could no longer stay in this family. Damn it. If it doesn't work, I'll pay the 10 billion. At this moment, Kai Jia, who had been sitting on the other side of the sofa without saying a word, also stood up. She let out a long sigh. I'm not that pessimistic yet, Lao Su. Look, didn't you see Xiao Jiang a few days ago? You were so stupid. Why don't you try to bring them together? He and Wanqing haven't seen each other for such a long time. Our Wanqing is so beautiful now, and Xiao Jiang must be a handsome man too. Let them have more contact. Young people become interested very quickly. How can such a thing be accurate? Let it be. Let's add fuel to the fire. Lao Jiang and his sister-in-law definitely don't want to pay for it. They will definitely help. What are you afraid of? As the saying goes, there must be a woman in the family. After hearing what Kai Jia said, Su Wuji's eyes lit up. Yes, that brat Jiang is in Jinghai, so I could just bring them together. This weekend, ask him to come over for dinner. On the other side, Su Wanqing had already driven to Xiao Jia's house. I haven't been home for a few days, so my parents have noticed it. Before Su Wanqing went home, she had roughly guessed what Su Wuji wanted to talk to her about. But the result now is exactly what she wanted. Since she had guessed it, she didn't need to worry anymore. At worst, she could just take Jang Yi home. Everyone is so familiar with each other. When she was a child, Jiang even peed on the crotch of her father, Su Wuji. At Su Yaya, okay, you must treat me to a meal then. While waiting for the red light, Su Wanqing replied to the message that Jiang Yi sent her at that time. At Jiang Yi, I know you are greedy. Don't just eat one meal, you can eat 10 meals. Su Wanqing couldn't help but raise her red lips. When she was a child, she liked to secretly eat something before meals. How come she left such a deep impression of greed on Jang Yi? Atsuya, you are the one who is greedy. Stop replying. I am back. Su Wanqing typed a reply, but the moment the message was sent, she realized something was wrong. Well, she is now using the account Su Yaya. Oops. She wanted to withdraw in a hurry, but Jiang Yi had obviously seen the message. At Jiang Yi, are you back? There is no upper limit to human IQ, unlike cold machines. Therefore, machines can never replace humans because no matter how they accumulate and calculate algorithms, they cannot compete with talented humans. Atsuya, yes, I went to Suzhou 2 days ago and just landed at Jinghai International Airport. Atsuya, now you can have dinner anytime you want. In the large flat of Jiang Jinglan Wan, Jiang Yi turned off his cell phone. Dinner date with Su Yaya? At this moment, the pork elbow that he had stolen for Su Yaya before dinner more than 10 years ago seemed to return to his mouth. I don't know how much this little girl can eat now. Jiang Yi smiled as he thought about it, then quickly took off all his clothes and walked straight to the bathroom. Su Wanqing said that she would stay at home tonight, so Jiang Yi would not feel so restrained being alone at home. As for why we didn't take a shower in the bathroom in the suite, but came to the large bathroom outside. Sorry, he wants to take a relaxing bath. The bathtub in the big bathroom is the most comfortable. Ding, welcome home. Su Wanqing unlocked the door with her fingerprint and successfully returned to this home that had the scent of Jiang Yi that she liked. If it really doesn't work, why don't you transfer money to Shao Jie to buy the house? This idea had just emerged in Su Wanqing's mind when she forgot it because she vaguely heard the rustling sound of water in the bathroom. She walked towards the sound and found that the door of the large bathroom was closed. The sound of shower water and Jiang Yi's singing could be heard from inside. With love of my life, why fear the wind and sand? Gray hair cannot keep youth. Su Wanqing burst out laughing because as soon as she entered the room, she ran straight to the door of the big bathroom without even putting down her handbag. Just then, she took out her cell phone and clicked on the recording. Well, record it. The voice name is Bathroom Singer Jiang Yi. Su Wanqing carefully saved the voice message and added it to her WeChat favorites before she felt relieved. When she came to her senses, she was shocked to find that the sound of shower and singing had disappeared. It seems Jiang Yi has already taken a shower. He had to run away, at least not stand at the main entrance. Otherwise, Jiang Yi would come out and scare him. Su Wanqing raised her toes as she thought about it. She didn't want Jiang Yi to know that she was eavesdropping, so as not to be labeled a female hooligan. But before she could come to her senses, the bathroom door was opened by Jiang Yi. Su Wanqing subconsciously looked back, and the scene in front of her made her eyes widen unconsciously. Chapter 38, there was such a noble lady who actually called. In an instant, 2 screams echoed in the room at the same time. Jiang Yi reached out and grabbed the bath towel that he had just thrown on the shelf to block his good brother. I don't know if Su Wanqing screamed because she was shy or excited. Anyway, he screamed because he was really scared by Su Wanqing. Wow. He was fine when he went in to take a shower, but when he came out, there was someone standing at the door. Who wouldn't be scared? Fortunately, he saw clearly in time that the person coming was Su Wanqing. Otherwise, he would have kicked her with a Foshan shadowless kick. Sister Wanqing, I didn't know you were back. Jiang Yi closed the door again and explained sincerely. I understand. So, you didn't bring a change of clothes to the bathroom? The one who understands me is Sister Wanqing. Jiang Yi silently gave her a thumbs up in his heart. Yes, Sister Wanqing, just go to my room closet and get my pajamas. Or, you go inside first and I'll get dressed. In fact, I could just walk out like this openly, Su Wanqing thought silently in her heart. After all, this was not the first time that Jiang Yi was seen naked by her. When they were playing together as kids and helping him take a bath, she even knew where the birthmark was on his butt. Let me get it for you. Please wait a moment. Su Wanqing turned around and ran straight to Jiang Yi's bedroom, opened the door of the closet, and what came into view was the hanging shirts and pants. She found her pajamas easily, and at the same time, she also quietly noticed the piles of panties stacked next to them. SpongeBob's, Pugs, Patrick's. So our Jiang Yi prefers this style now. Su Wanqing chuckled and quickly went over with her pajamas to rescue Jiang Yi. It must be said that the moment Jiang Yi stepped out of the bathroom door and looked at Su Wanqing, he was still a little embarrassed. The first sentence to break the silence was raised by Su Wanqing. Jiang Yi, I just saw. Before she could finish her words, Jiang Yi interrupted her by forcing himself to cough. Sister Wanqing, there is no need to say more. Dear sister, no matter what you just saw, please don't say anything, okay? Even though there are only two of us here, we still have to have some dignity, okay? Besides, with such a sensitive topic, it would be easy for the conversation between two people, a man and a woman, to go off track. After being interrupted, Su Wanqing opened her red lips again, her peach blossom eyes staring straight at Jiang Yi, and spoke quite seriously. No, Jiang Yi, I have to remind you to take care of your health. Don't indulge yourself too much, otherwise your body won't be able to bear it, understand? Huh? What? Jiang Yi was completely confused by Su Wanqing's words. No, what does this have to do with anything? Isn't it just taking a shower without clothes? How can it be related to self-indulgence and health? Sister Wanqing? Jiang Yi raised his eyebrows and asked back, while Su Wanqing tilted her head slightly. No need to say more, Jiang Yi. I've thrown all those papers into the trash can for you. I need to take a shower too. You can have fun by yourself first. Paper? What kind of paper? Jiang Yi was confused at this moment, but when he returned to his room and looked at the trash can, he understood. He has had a bit of rhinitis these past 2 days and has a runny nose all the time. He kept wiping his nose when he came back today. So, Su Wanqing mistakenly thought that his snot tissue was. Jiang Yi, with a frown on his face, lay on the bed and wanted to curse. He never expected that this plot, which can almost only be seen in old-fashioned novels, would happen to him. Sister Wanqing, do you want to take a closer look? There are nearly 10 paper balls here. If this is really the case, could it be that I have released it 10 times in just 2 or 3 hours since I got off work? It's too bad that Su Wanqing misunderstood his sister and his reputation was ruined. Of course, Jiang Yi would not take the initiative to find Su Wanqing to clarify anything. This kind of thing is very sensitive and can easily get worse. And how to prove it is still a big problem. Jiang Yi, who was lying there feeling a little bored, silently opened the pesticide, but it was a pity that this was a game against him. However, he still remained calm and used sufficiently brilliant techniques to seize the opportunity in the last team fight. He was playing Marco Polo, and now his teammates had already controlled the opponents to death. He just needed to go over and use his ultimate to stun them, and this team fight would be a sure win. Just when Jiang Yi's hand had not yet touched the ultimate move, a VX voice message suddenly popped up. Just like that, the interface of pesticide turned into the interface of incoming VX calls, and the caller was actually his mother, Lu Wan. Oh my god, my pentakill. Jiang Yi hung up the phone and went back to the game. As expected, he was dead and his teammates had shot him. He silently opened the dialogue box and typed in words full of helplessness. There is such a powerful lady who actually called my frontline command post directly from the rear. 5 minutes later, Jiang Yi finished the game and called Comrade Lu Wan back. Hey mom, what's up? I was just playing games. Comrade Lu Wan's very resentful voice came from the other end of the phone. You're playing games so you don't answer your mom's calls. Which is more important, the game or your mom? Jiang Yi certainly knew that his mother was important, but it was mainly because of the situation just now. If he really answered the phone and gave up the game, what should he do? What should his family do? What should Comrade Lu Wan do? It must be my mother who is important. There's only one good mother in the world. Children with mothers are like treasures, while children without mothers are like weeds. Jiang Yi not only gave a firm reply to Comrade Lu Wan, he even sang a short song, which made Lu Wan on the other end of the phone very happy. She giggled twice, told Jiang Yi to stop talking nonsense, and then continued muttering. You little brat, now that you have a job, why do you still play games all day long? Hurry up and get down to business. Find a wife and bring her home to me. Urge marriage? Jiang Yi was shocked. Has Comrade Lu Wan reached this age? Want to have a grandchild soon? Mom, this is not urgent. Lu Wan's shouting came over immediately. Hey, you little brat, you are so old. Why are you not in a hurry about this matter? If you're not anxious and don't have a positive attitude, your mom will arrange a blind date for you. Blind date? I that old already? The corner of Jiang Yi's mouth twitched fiercely. No, Mom. I'll start working hard right now and try to find a wife as soon as possible, okay? Hearing this, Lao Jiang, who had been standing next to Lu Wan and eavesdropping, breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that his son still can't find a wife, so as a father, he can rest assured. He raised his hand and gave Lu Wan a thumbs up. Then Lao Jiang hummed a little tune and prepared to go out fishing leisurely. But before he could take 2 steps away, a voice came from the other end of the phone. This time the voice was obviously not Jang Yi's voice, but a clear and bright female voice. Chapter 39. Jang Yi, help me rub my legs. Jang Yi, have you finished blow-drying your hair? This is really a very nice female voice, a typical queen voice, the kind that makes you sure this is a very pretty girl just by listening to the voice. However, these are not Lao Zhang's focus at this moment. He felt as if he had been struck by lightning. He stood there motionless, as if he had been petrified. This was, of course, Su Wanqing's voice. She had just come out of the shower and remembered that the hair dryer in the bathroom had been taken out by Jang Yi. Jang Yi started drying his hair as soon as he got to the room. He stood up, picked up the hair dryer, and handed it to Su Wanqing while pointing to his mobile phone. Su Wanqing raised her eyebrows slightly, realizing that Jang Yi was calling home. So she took the hair dryer and left the room. Mom, I'll hang up now if there's nothing else. You guys should go to bed early. Jang Yi was too lazy to chat with Comrade Luan. He must have eaten too much in the evening and needed to get up and exercise. But there was no way Comrade Luan would let him go just like that. Etc. She now had a million questions in her mind, the kind that she couldn't wait to ask. Jang Yi, who was that girl just now? Are you in love? And you deliberately hid it from your father and me? Well, Jang Yi knew that Comrade Luan would ask this question. He didn't hide it anymore and told the truth directly. Don't I live with Xiao Jie? This is Xiao Jie's best friend. She's the one who takes care of the house in Jinghai when Xiao Jie is not around. So she comes to stay here every now and then. Don't think too much about it. Don't misunderstand that she's my girlfriend or something like that. It would be bad if they heard it and thought too much about it. Viang Yi explained patiently. He felt that his explanation was quite sincere, but it was obvious that Luan on the other end of the phone did not believe it. Huh? Xiao Jie's best friend? Honey, you can even come up with such a lame excuse. Why do I not believe it? Jiang, it's no big deal for you to be in a relationship. Just tell us. It's not like your parents don't support you. They even give you money for dating. Love shit. Jiang Yi's mouth twitched fiercely. If you don't believe me, just ask Xiao Jie. I have a clear conscience. There was nothing more to talk about. So Jiang Yi made a few prevarications and decisively hung up the phone. Then he walked out of the room quickly. The buzzing sound of a hair dryer came from the living room. Jiang Yi knew that Su Wanqing was drying her hair in front of the floor-to-ceiling mirror in the living room. Are you done with the call? Su Wanqing took the initiative to ask when she saw Jiang Yi coming out. She held her hair with one hand and blew the wind with the other hand. She tilted her head slightly and looked at Jiang Yi out of the corner of her eye with a very gentle look. Sister Wanqing, have you seen the video of the air conditioner repairman on the internet? The man was repairing the air conditioner, and the customer didn't want to leave the conversation boring. So he asked the man who was installing the air conditioner what he did for a living. You give me a very similar feeling to that one. Obviously, I walked out empty-handed and without headphones. I just finished a phone call, Jiang Yi looked at Su Wanqing with some sarcasm and said this, which made the latter blush. What's she doing? Isn't she just casually starting a conversation with someone, like going to the bathroom, going to eat, going home, etc.? Isn't that what everyone does? What's wrong with Jiang Yi's behavior? Looking at Jiang Yi's eyes, Su Wanqing understood that Jiang Yi was teasing her. Don't tease me. I cut some fruit and put on the coffee table. Go eat some fruit. As Su Wanqing spoke, she kicked her legs lightly in the direction of Jiang Yi, who subconsciously dodged. Fortunately, she moved quickly and Jiang Yi dodged subconsciously. If time could be slowed down infinitely, facing the situation just now, Jiang Yi might make a different choice besides dodging. Maybe he would not dodge, but take the kick on purpose. After all, he had never been kicked by such a long and beautiful leg in his life. It's not that he is useless, but Su Wanqing's legs are really impeccable. This must be the most perfect work of MANHWA. To the point that, because Su Wanqing was wearing a casual outfit of a vest and shorts, Jiang Yi was sitting on the sofa and was stunned looking at her back as she was blowing her hair. These legs, really? In fact, they're not legs at all. Su Wanqing has full flesh where it should be. Unconsciously, Jiang Yi's thoughts had drifted to a strange line of thought. The next second, he came to his senses and felt that he had lost his composure. How could he let his imagination run wild? Fortunately, Su Wanqing was facing the mirror with her back to him at this moment. Jiang Yi put aside all distractions and picked up a juicy peach on the table. He had to say this juicy peach was really ripe. It's big and full and looks so tender, it makes people want to take a bite to get the juice out. How is it? Is it delicious? About 2 minutes later, Su Wanqing finished blow-drying her hair. After putting the hairdryer away, she sat next to Jang Yi and asked. He didn't know if it was Jang Yi's illusion, but he felt that Su Wanqing was too close to him. Tasty. Jang Yi answered honestly, his eyes fixed meticulously on the variety show on the TV in front of him. When Su Wanqing saw his look, she chuckled. Jang Yi was pretending to be quite serious at the moment. What? Weren't you watching me intently when I was blow-drying my hair just now? Does it look good? Huh. After looking at Jang Yi for a while, Su Wanqing leaned back slightly and pushed Jang Yi's shoulder. Jang Yi, can you help massage my legs while you watch? I wore high heels today and stood for a long time. They are sore. If you help me do this, I will definitely treat you well and give you a reward. Jang Yi, I wonder how long you can keep pretending. You're looking at it so intently. Don't you want to touch it? Okay, you are shy. You have to have shame. I know you're not as thick-skinned as you were when you were a child, so I will give you a chance. Jang Yi wondered if there was such a good thing. He turned his head and met Su Wanqing's watery eyes. After swallowing his saliva, his hand was already hanging in the air. Sister Wanqing, now that we've talked about rewards, what about the business? What do you want me to do for you? Su Wanqing chuckled and pressed his hand into her absolute territory. Stop talking nonsense and just do your thing. In Songcheng City, Luan is talking on the phone with Shao Jia. Shao Jia, are you sure you really have a best friend who comes to your house every now and then? What does she look like? Is she a nice person? What's her family background like? Shao Jia, who was far away in the United States, burst out laughing after hearing Lu Wan's words. She knew her aunt too well. She was just selecting a daughter-in-law for her son. However, since Jiang Yi didn't say anything, there's no need for me to make it clear to them. Oh, forget it, Wanqing. I'm also your good sister, so let me help you lay some groundwork first. Oh, Aunt, my best friend is really a very nice person. Chapter 40, Kick in the Kidney. Old men are afraid of being attacked in the kidney. She is gentle, kind, beautiful, and generous. She's the kind of person you can notice at a glance when she stands in a crowd. Let's put it this way, Aunt, she's prettier than the stars on TV, and even prettier than Lu Yifei. When Lu Wan heard these words, she burst into laughter. He was indeed her son. After confirming with Shao Jia, Song Wan hung up the phone and walked out of the room, humming a little tune. At this moment, Lao Jiang was sitting on the sofa, watching the game helplessly. He was already annoyed, and when he saw the game being played in such a mess, he almost smashed the TV. As a result, when he turned around, he saw Lu Wan walking towards him with a smile. What are you so happy about? Lu Wan sat next to Lao Jiang and spoke proudly. Old Jiang, let me tell you, I have confirmed with Shao Jia that she's indeed her best friend. It is said that she is prettier than Lu Yifei. Our son has a chance to find a partner. I admire him for being able to withstand this test. The more comrade Lao Jiang listened, the darker the lines on his brows grew. What? No, Lu Wan, have you forgotten that your son has a childhood sweetheart? Ouch. Upon hearing this, Lu Wan's smile froze. She turned her head and stared at Lao Jiang blankly. I forgot about that. That's over. Old Jiang, your son is going to fall in love. Comrade Lao Jiang did not give a direct answer, but thought silently for a while, and then he waved his hand. No, not necessarily. I think that girl doesn't like our son. If we take timely measures, there should be no problem. As long as... Before Comrade Lao Jiang could finish speaking, Lu Wan shook her head and interrupted him. No, that girl likes Jiang. Gomat Lao Jiang. Husband, are you stupid? There are two people who are alone in a room, and you still look down on them? I told you to watch less skits. What's the girl's original state? She goes to Shao Jia's house every now and then to add some personality and tidy up. What does this prove? It proves that the girl has her own place to live. Now that our son has gone there, she doesn't have to worry about the house anymore. Why would she go there? If it's you, and you're not homeless, why would you go there and live with someone you don't know? Wouldn't you feel awkward? In the end, the girl did this. What do you think? The mornings in Jinghai City are always full of vitality. People running and exercising can be seen everywhere, and there are many old men and women doing standard and perfect Tai Chi in the park. Even at Iching Beauty Company, there were people practicing leg techniques early in the morning. I won't be named Xia if I don't beat you to death today. Let me see why you are so cheap. Fuck, I'll kick you to death so you can't control your bird. You dare to hook up with anyone's woman, right? Loser. Right in the lobby on the first floor of the company, a young man was punching and kicking a middle-aged man. At this moment, Jiang Yi had just arrived at the first floor lobby. He had just sat down in the office 5 minutes ago when he received a message from Chun Mingho. Brother Jiang, please come to the first floor lobby as soon as possible. Jiang Yi asked him what was the matter, but he didn't answer, so Jiang Yi went downstairs to check on him. As a result, he found out that the guy who called him a loser last night was beating and scolding a man. This made Jiang Yi very anxious, because there were so many people around him that he couldn't see clearly who was being beaten. At first glance, he thought that the incident of removing the tire with Chun Mingho yesterday was exposed and someone came to take revenge on him. Before he could squeeze forward, Chun Mingho patted him on the back. Brother Jiang, I'm here. Holy shit, this is so exciting. Jiang Yi felt relieved when he saw Chun Mingho, but he also felt a little suspicious about the young man. What's going on with this guy? Why is he either provoking or on the way to a fight? What's going on? Who is the one being beaten? Chun Mingho chuckled and leaned closer to Jiang Yi's ear. Brother, you've asked the right person. I just got back from understanding the situation. The one who was beaten was Wang Feng, our company's vice president in charge of marketing and human resources. It is said that once, the guy's girlfriend brought food to the guy and Wang Feng happened to see her. Wang Feng must have had some selfish motives. He used his power to transfer that guy to South Korea for 2 years. As soon as that guy left, Wang Feng hooked up with his girlfriend. It's been 2 years now, and that guy is back. He wanted to go home early yesterday to give his girlfriend a surprise. It turned out that her girlfriend was not at home at all. After searching for a whole night, I actually found her in a hotel. He said he didn't catch Wang Feng at the hotel, but he was sure about it because many people in our company knew about it, so he blocked Wang Feng at the entrance of the company. Wow, so exciting. Is Wang Feng so cruel? He transferred someone away for 2 years just to be a thief? Kick in the kidneys. At this age, I'm most afraid of being kicked in the kidneys. Jiang Yi shouted silently, and Chun Mingho's eyes lit up when he heard it. The next second, he started shouting, kick him in the kidney, kick him in the kidney. Chun Mingho was very excited, and it could be seen that the boy wanted to go up and kick Wang Feng twice. Maybe he can empathize with that guy. At this moment, it was obvious that the young man heard their shouting, and he raised his leg and kicked the man in the kidney. I'll kick you to pieces. Siekai's own health is actually not very good as he often stays up late, but he is young and is more than capable of dealing with Wang Feng. Not to mention that he now has some buffs, so defeating Wang Feng is a piece of cake for him. Another 5 minutes passed, and Siekai crushed Wang Feng to the point where he was half crippled. Wang Feng threatened Siekai at first, but later he just shut up. He knew that Siekai wouldn't listen to anything now. This guy is really too impulsive and too devilish. Wang Feng admitted that it was wrong for him to sleep with Siekai's girlfriend for 2 years. But he also truly loves Siekai's girlfriend, and that woman is really naughty. Besides, how much more money did Siekai earn in the 2 years he transferred him there? With money, you can have any woman you want. Why did Siekai have to hang himself on a tree? Wang Feng really felt that Siekai should not only not hit him, but should also thank him. Their noise attracted more and more people. There is no worker who doesn't want to eat melons, let alone such a shocking melon that they can see with their own eyes. Suddenly, the sound of high heels tapping was heard, someone turned around and shut up, and soon the scene became quiet, with only Siekai's angry shouting. The people who came were Su Wanqing and Zhang Yi. Seeing the president coming, the 3 security guards who had been hiding not far away and watching the show silently hurried forward to pull Siekai and Wang Feng apart. Jiang Yi turned around and saw Su Wanqing. At this moment, she had changed into a capable OL outfit. No wonder everyone in the company says Sister Wanqing is aloof. How can her eyes be so cold? Jiang Yi was a little puzzled because just 20 minutes ago, when he parked the car and asked Su Wanqing to get out of the car and take the elevator upstairs, Su Wanqing was still lying in the passenger seat and looking at him with very resentful eyes. She also said, Jiang Yi, I'm so sleepy. I really don't want to move. How about you carry me to the office? Chapter 41 Xiao Chun. Your wife came to my house to take a shower. The farce was quickly stopped. As the 2 protagonists, Siekai and Wang Feng, were taken away from the scene, everyone hurried back to their respective offices. Jiang Yi and Chun Mingho also returned to the marketing department office, and Chun Mingho's phone had been ringing since he sat down. Boss Chun is very busy with his business. He keeps getting calls. Jiang Yi teased Chun Mingho as he began to organize the market plan issued today, while the latter sighed helplessly. Zhao Lily called. It must be related to her mother's matter. Zhao Lily? Suddenly Jiang Yi thought of this fickle woman, and the next second, he suddenly narrowed his eyes. Because he had seen Zhao Lily yesterday, on the roadside of the square near the company. What he didn't expect the most was that the man next to Zhao Lily yesterday. Damn, when Jang Yi thought about it carefully, why did he look so much like the Vice President Wang Feng, who was just beaten by Xie Kai? Damn, I was wondering why Wang Feng looks so familiar. It may not be related to her mother. Maybe she just called to scold you. Jang Yi spoke silently. He now almost understood the whole story. Zhao Lily probably didn't know how she got in touch with Wang Feng, probably for the sake of wealth and fame and to save her mother. A vice president has absolute say, so Jiang Yi doesn't think Zhao Lily is looking for Chun Mingho for the same thing. How is that possible, Brother Jiang? Her mother is still in there. Chun Mingho replied silently, and his cell phone rang again the next second. Jiang Yi raised his eyebrows slightly, indicating to Chun Mingho, why not answer the phone and try? Chun Mingho really didn't believe it. Plus, Zhao Lily was too annoying. If he didn't answer the phone, it seemed like he would have a hard time having a peaceful day today. Hello. Chun Mingho simply answered the phone, but the next second a thunderous shout came from the other end of the phone. Chun Mingho, please pay the water bill quickly. I ran out of water halfway through my shower. I'll give you 3 minutes. Before Zhao Lily could finish speaking, Chun Mingho hung up the phone. Damn, what's wrong with her? Why is she standing up again? You really came here to scold me, Brother Jiang. Jiang Yi chuckled. You really guessed it right. Otherwise, he would look at Chun Mingho with confusion in the next second. Why is she still in your house? She still has the key. Chun Mingho sighed helplessly. She stole a handful and went out to make a lot of them. I didn't even go home last night. I've already contacted the lock changer. I'll change it today while she's not home, and then I'll kick her out. Viang Yi nodded silently. He didn't care about Chun Mingho's affairs anymore. He would just make his own arrangements. Otherwise, if Jiang Yi were to handle this, he would definitely call Uncle Hat and say that she had trespassed into a private house. Okay, but if she does this, won't you go back and take a look? Chun Mingho thought about it for a moment, then shook his head. Forget it. Can we still lift up the roof if we do it again? Jiang Yi thought so too, and so the two of them continued to work on the plan. But after a few minutes, Chun Mingho's cell phone rang coldly again. He was slightly stunned, and then he answered the call when he saw that the incoming number was an unfamiliar number. Hello, who is this? The voice coming from the other end of the phone was that of an uncle. Hello, Xiao Chun. I'm your brother Li who lives across the street from you. Xiao Chun, where are you? Come home soon, your girlfriend. Your girlfriend just knocked on my door. I opened the door and came straight in and went to the bathroom to take a shower. She came over with a towel on, and I didn't dare to say anything or touch her. Come back soon and get her away. Your sister-in-law is out buying groceries and will be back soon. If your sister-in-law sees you, you'll have to give me a gift and a feast in 2 days. I'm begging you, isn't that enough? Even through the phone, Chun Mingho could feel Brother Li's helplessness at this moment. He really didn't expect that the waiting Zhao Lily told him would be of this kind. I'll be right back, Brother Li. Chun Mingho left in a hurry, and Jiang Yi could see that he was very anxious. He didn't say much, but was thinking about something silently. That is about Wang Feng, the vice president of Yicheng Cosmetics Company, Ltd. Such a person who has a chaotic private life and bullies his subordinates without any regard for his own desires. To say that he was clean in other aspects? Jiang Yi didn't believe it. He now seriously suspects that Wang Feng has used his position to gain certain benefits for himself, including but not limited to helping people enter the company, black accounts, etc. It seems that I should tell Sister Wanqing at noon not to let such a big fish get away. Time passed quickly, and it was noon. Jiang Yi came to Su Wanqing's office, as usual. He had sent a WeChat message to Su Wanqing in advance, so he pushed open the office door without knocking. But when I opened the door, Su Wanqing was nowhere to be found. The huge office was empty. The only thing moving was the steam from the hot water rolling over the teacup on the desk. There were traces of red marks on the rim of the teacup. Jiang Yi looked at it carefully and confirmed that this was the cup used by Su Wanqing, because the color of the red mark is exactly the same as Su Wanqing's lipstick. Maybe he went out for something. Jiang Yi sat on the sofa in the office and waited silently, and after a while, the door of the office cubicle opened. If the door had not been opened, Jiang Yi would not even have noticed that there was a compartment over there. Su Wanqing, dressed in casual clothes, walked out slowly, her eyes moving towards Jiang Yi. Why didn't you tell me you were coming? If I hadn't thought you were coming up soon, I would have stayed in there for a while longer. The The compartment is Su Wanqing's private place to rest and change clothes. I thought you were out. Who would have thought that this office is so big and has so many mysteries? Jang Yi said with a faint smile, and Su Wanqing generously made way for him. It's just right. Secretary Zhang has gone downstairs to get us food. You can take a look. This is a partition that I specially asked a craftsman to build for me when we were building the company building. As the saying goes, the guest should follow the host's wishes. Since Su Wanqing had invited him to visit, Jiang Yi certainly had no reason to refuse. He stood up and walked to Su Wanqing's side, looking into the room through the open compartment door. It formed a sharp contrast with the small compartment door. The compartment inside was probably as big as Su Wanqing's office. Moreover, the decoration inside the compartment is very warm and clean. It is obvious that Su Wanqing did not just treat it as a temporary resting place, but really arranged it with great care. There was even a photo of her when she was a child hanging on the wall next to the bed. Sister Wanqing, this should be when you were in high school, right? Jiang Yi looked at the photo and guessed her age. In his moment of trance, he felt that the girl in the photo looked familiar. Chapter 42. Su Wanqing, you are so beautiful. Yes, Gao Yi, your sister took the photo for me. Su Wanqing replied softly, and subconsciously raised her head, with the same expression as the young girl in the photo. This is at least a school beauty. If we were in the same school, I would have to write you 3 love letters a day. After class, I will go to your classroom door and call your name, and then confess my love to you every now and then, until you convince me to be with you. Jiang Yi chuckled and spoke. No one could tell whether what he said was the truth or a joke. In short, Su Wanqing benefited a lot from it. After all, just thinking about it made her want to drag Jiang Yi back to high school and start over. Of course, Jiang Yi definitely doesn't want to go back to high school. He doesn't know how to do anything now. You've done this many times before, right, Jiang Yi? But what you said might actually work for girls of that age. Secretary Zhang had quietly placed the food at the door of the office, and Jiang Yi and Su Wanqing took it and prepared to eat. Jiang Yi asked as he packed up, "Which one?" Su Wanqing wrinkled her nose slightly. "It's just a bit of a hooligan thing." Jiang Yi shrugged and chuckled. "Oh, Sister Wanqing, what is this? Let me tell you something even more outrageous. As the saying goes, you have to start catching dolls when they are young. A true master must start when they are young. Look at how the hero in that fantasy novel made the heroine fall in love with him. When they were young, he would go into the heroine's room every night to give her a massage. So, a more rogue approach is to chase after the goddess when she is a child, touch her, but every day, and then tell her that I want to marry you and you must marry me in this life. This way, although it may not necessarily make the goddess fall in love with me, it will definitely leave a deep impression in her mind. This paragraph seems to be telling a story, but also seems to be a memoir." Jiang Yi's face was calm, and his heart was not beating fast, but Su Wanqing's face was already red. When she spoke again, she could only use a tone of gritted teeth to hide her shyness. "You have done it. Viang, you know dit kaimli. Of course, but obviously I failed." "Huh?" Su Wanqing's hand, holding the chopsticks, paused. "Failure? Viang Yi? What did it fail? This should be Su Wanqing, right?" "No, I didn't fail." "No. Could it be that Jiang Yi was talking about someone else? How did it fail?" Su Wanqing, who was confused, took the initiative to ask, and Jiang Yi replied with a faint smile. Instead of becoming a goddess, she grew to 230 pounds. Her name was Su Yaya, and later on she was nicknamed Su Pangya. Su Yaya. Okay, Su Wanqing was sure that Jiang Yi was talking about her. Then, how did it happen that I grew to 230 kilograms? What's the matter with the nickname Su Pangya? Have you seen how heavy she is, weighing 230 kilograms? Did she tell you that her nickname was Su Fatya? Jiang Yi shook his head, with a hint of cunningness at the corner of his mouth. "I haven't seen her, but she is a good friend of my cousin. This is what my cousin told me." At the same time, Xiao Jie, who was far away in the United States, sneezed loudly. She was sure that she didn't have a cold, so that meant someone was missing her. Well, first curse, then shout, and then mutter. Xiao Jie is so popular. How could anyone scold her? The first sneeze was loud, because someone was thinking about it. Xiao Jie, who was feeling a little bored and a little sentimental, couldn't help but dial Su Wanqing's phone number. What is Wanqing doing? I haven't talked to her on the phone for a long time. Let's chat. Xiao Jie dialed the number with great expectations, but the next second she heard the coldest voice in the world. "Sorry, the number you dialed is busy." "Are you busy?" "Never mind. I won't call you for now. Shao, Jia didn't think much about it, put down her phone, and continued to do her own thing. She would never have thought that just now, she, who was reported by Jang Yi, had been successfully blocked by Su Wanqing, Jinghai City, Yiqing Beauty Company, Ltd. Sister Wanqing, I'm full. Please eat slowly. There are 2 servings of after-meal fruit left. Let me take a look. 1 box of papayas and 1 box of watermelons. Sister Wanqing, please eat more watermelon. Jiang Yi placed 2 boxes of fruit in front of Su Wanqing and placed the papaya box far away from her. Why don't you let me eat that? Su Wanqing glanced at the papaya box. She didn't want to eat it, but she was confused. Jiang Yi narrowed his eyes and smiled. You need to take what you eat to replenish your body. Sister Wanqing, you don't need to take any more supplements. It will be too cumbersome. Even walking will make you tired. Jiang Yi said this calmly without blushing, and Su Wanqing coughed, obviously choking. Suddenly, she had the urge to strangle Jiang Yi to death. However, she soon changed her mind. Isn't what Jiang Yi said a compliment? The time at noon goes by very quickly every day, maybe because the time after get off work goes by very quickly anyway. With only 10 minutes left before the afternoon work started, Jiang Yi stood up and prepared to go downstairs. Before leaving, he thought of his speculation in the morning and gave a hint. Sister Wanqing, I saw Wang Feng and a woman walking hand in hand at Maxim's Plaza yesterday. That should be his mistress. Our vice president's lifestyle is a bit too chaotic. You should be a little more careful. Still supporting a mistress? So Wanqing frowned slightly. She nodded, then took out a stack of documents from the cabinet beside her and handed it to Jiang. I have already started investigating Wang Feng. What happened this morning really opened my eyes. Wang Feng usually appears to be so humble and reliable, but I didn't expect he is such a person behind the scenes. Jiang Yi directly gave Su Wanqing an okay gesture. Since Su Wanqing was already concerned about it, he didn't need to worry about it anymore. Being able to develop Yiqing Cosmetics to its current stage, Su Wanqing definitely knows how to best recover the losses and punish the wrongdoers in this matter. Jiang Yi got up and left, but he stopped when he reached the door. He looked back and found Su Wanqing looking at him silently. There seemed to be thousands of stars in those moon-like, clear and bright eyes, dotted on her flower-like cheeks, as if they were the most beautiful stars in the world that Jiang Yi had ever seen. Su Wanqing, you are so beautiful. Jiang Yi left this sentence and opened the door, but he was stunned the next second. Because Zhang Ying was standing at the door, Secretary Zhang was obviously a little confused at this moment. Jiang Yi, I'm here to see President Su. Jiang Yi was just a little frightened when he opened the door and saw someone there, but he has recovered now. Okay, Secretary Zhang, please come in. Jiang Yi left, and Zhang Ying entered Su Wanqing's office. But she now has countless questions in her heart. What she just heard, was it true? Did she hear it right? Did Jiang Yi just call Mr. Su by his full name? Not only that, he also said, Su Wanqing, you are so beautiful. Chapter 43, you're treating, but I may not refuse to pay. Zhang Ying felt that her previous guess that Jiang Yi and Su Wanqing were siblings was not quite accurate. The shocking melon next to me. I want to eat it. Secretary Zhang. Su Wanqing looked at Zhang Ying, who walked in without saying a word, and asked. The next second, Zhang Ying came back to his senses. Mr. Su, this is the information you asked me to help you investigate this morning. These are all people who have entered the company through Wang Kai over the years. 80% of them are women. About 30% of them are currently employed. Many of them were fired because they did not pass the internship period due to their lack of workability. Su Wanqing nodded slightly, then rubbed her eyebrows gently and let out a long sigh. Call Xie over first. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Jiang Yi had been sitting at his workstation for a long time and was ready to go out for a walk, so he called Chen Mingho, who had just returned, to go to the dining area to buy some drinks. Chen Mingho quickly put down his bag and followed Jiang Yi out of the office. Brother Jiang, I'm really confused. How'd I end up with such a stupid ex-girlfriend? Chen Mingho started complaining as soon as he left the office, and it was obvious that he really couldn't help complaining. What? Before you went back, the elder brother's wife came back and caught him and your ex-girlfriend? Chen Mingho shook his head, but spoke with gritted teeth. I returned home earlier than my sister-in-law did. I brought Zhao Lily home and paid the water bill. She said she was going out and asked me to give her $1,000, but I didn't give it to her. Then she didn't say anything, just stared out the window silently. Suddenly, she ran out the door, and I chased after her. As a result, I saw this woman rushing toward my sister-in-law who had just returned, crying and insisting that Brother Lee had bad intentions toward her. Brother Jiang, do you know how I felt when I was talking so hard that I almost broke my tongue? As the saying goes, people need face, trees need bark, and telephone poles need cement. Cases like Zhao Lily's are really rare. Jiang, he rolled his eyes helplessly. You can think of a trick yourself, but from what I've seen, the only ones who can deal with hooligans are hooligans who are even more hooligans. In the dining hall on the third floor of Iching Cosmetics Company, Limited, Xie Kai, who was dressed fashionably, ordered a cup of American coffee. He looked at the shop owner with a smile and said in a helpless tone, "Before I went abroad, my favorite was our American style, and it's still the same now. What a pity. I will hardly be able to drink it anymore." The shop owner looked at Xie Kai with sympathy. Of course, he also knew what happened in the company that morning. After all, the speed at which gossip and rumors spread is almost invincible. Look forward, life will be good. Xie Kai smiled slightly, waved his hand proudly, and prepared to leave. And just as he turned around, he saw two young men walking towards him with big strides. The man who walked a little faster was the one who had a quarrel with him in the underground garage last night. When he saw Jang Yi, Xie Kai suddenly remembered something and his brows furrowed slightly. "Hey, you took off my tire, didn't you?" Last night, after Xie Kai discovered that his tire had been removed, he began to suspect Jiang Yi. After all, he came to the company as soon as he returned to China yesterday, and except for a small conflict with Jiang Yi, he had no conflicts with others at all. "Your tire was removed? When did this happen? Loser brother. Why are you doubting me? Why don't you say that Wang Feng was afraid that you would go home too early and delay his work, so he deliberately asked someone to remove your tires in order to delay your return home so that he could do something else?" Xie Kai hadn't taken a few sips of the American coffee in his hand, but he really wanted to throw the cup in Jiang Yi's face. "No, buddy, why does your mouth make me want to beat you up so much? What the hell? You have to stab someone in the lungs with a knife?" Of course, Xie Kai knew that it wasn't Wang Feng who did it. He was sure, extremely sure, because there was no need for Wang Feng to do this at all. His girlfriend did not come home all night last night and stayed in the hotel with Wang Feng. There was no need to delay time at all. After a long sigh, Xie Kai calmed down and suggested American coffee. "It doesn't matter whether you admit it or not. Anyway, I want to thank you for reminding me to kick Wang Feng's kidney this morning. It will be difficult for that old guy to cause trouble again in the short term. I'm leaving the company anyway, and I don't want to have a conflict with you. Besides, I was a bit pretentious yesterday." Xie Kai stayed in a calm tone, but Jiang Yi and Chen Mingho were not calm. They looked at each other and understood each other's meaning. Yes, they all agreed that this Xie Kai was a little pretentious. However, what surprised them even more was that Xie Kai said he was leaving the company. "You were fired?" Jiang Yi couldn't help but ask, and was greeted with a nod from Xie Kai. "That shouldn't be the case. You're the victim in this matter. I can understand if you resign from your job because you were cheated on, but firing you? That's a bit unreasonable." Xie Kai did not explain anything more to Jiang Yi, but just shrugged. "I've been fired anyway, so I won't think too much about it. Thank you for standing up for me and bringing a little more warmth of care to my green world. Boss, give them 2 cups of Americano. Just swipe my membership card." Xie Kai did not explain too much, but waved and left. Not far away, Zhang Ying was standing there with a folder in her hand. She greeted Jiang Yi and Chen Mingho from a distance, and then handed the thing to Xie Kai. Just like that, Jiang Yi and Chen Mingho got a cup of American coffee without knowing it, and it was Xie Kai who paid for it. "Isn't it a bit bad to drink it for free, Brother Jiang?" Chen Mingho muttered softly after taking his cup of American coffee from a boss. If Jiang Yi had invited him, he would have accepted it without hesitation, mainly because he and Xie Kai didn't know each other at all. Without Jiang Yi wanted to say nothing, but before he could finish, the boss spoke loudly. "Of course it's not for nothing, little brother. Pay here. 2 cups, 36 yuan. Jiang Yi. Chen Mingho. "No, boss, didn't that guy just say he would swipe his card?" Chen Mingho asked the question sincerely, and the boss was generous in answering it. "How much money does his membership card have?" "He spent it all when he came here before going abroad. He swiped his card just now when he had that drink. I saw that he was about to leave, and since he was an old customer of mine, I treated him to a free drink. But if you ask me to pay for 2 more cups, I won't be able to do business anymore." The corner of Jiang Yi's mouth twitched fiercely. "Then why didn't you tell us before you did it?" The boss sighed helplessly. "Brother, it's not easy to run a beverage store nowadays. If you can sell 2 cups, then that's it. Chapter 44. Old Su's Past. Jang Yi's Secret Iced Black Tea. Jang Yi was convinced that the stall owner was also a top-notch person. The most outrageous thing was that before Jang Yi and Chun Mingho walked away, the stall owner took out his phone and sent a voice message. They paid. It's the same old rule. I'll give you 20% of the 36 and transfer 7.2 to you. Jang Yi and Chun Mingho looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. No, this is also possible? Brother Jiang, it seems we have been tricked. The corner of Jang Yi's mouth twitched fiercely. No need to pretend. We were just tricked. The dark lines on Chun Mingho's brows were prominent. Brother, let's go and remove his 2 tires. Jiang, he shook his head. He was now quite speechless about Siekai. He suspected that if he saw Siekai the next second, he would spit it out. I won't demolish it. It's not that I won't report it. It's just that the time has not come. Jinghai is this big. When I see him next time, Iching Beauty Company, Limited, President's Office. Boss Su, I'm so glad you understand me. I've been having so much trouble this day. Wang Feng was standing in front of Su Wanqing's desk and speaking passionately, and he looked as if he was about to burst into tears in the next second. It's Siekai. He didn't want to do the work when I sent him out before. What do you think I want, Mr. Su? I just want him to go out and train himself, improve his work ability, and then he can work better for our company after he comes back, right? He doesn't understand. He always thinks I'm oppressing him. Now he comes back and directly fabricates this lie to frame me. Wang Feng became more and more excited as he spoke, while Su Wanqing just looked at him silently. Mr. Wang, don't worry about it. I have already fired Siekai. The impact of this incident will soon dissipate. Don't worry about it. If it doesn't work, take a break and relax, then come back to work. After all, Mr. Wang, you have always been a capable backbone of our company. You are not comparable to 1 or 2 Siekais. Su Wanqing's words soothed Wang Feng's heart and gave him reassurance, which made old Wang Feng tremble and feel like he wanted to kneel down and kowtow to her. Thank you, Mr. Su. I will definitely follow your footsteps more actively in the future, do my job well, and generate income for the company. No need to take a break. I'm at the working age and can't just take a break. But Mr. Su, Wang Feng stopped talking halfway, paused deliberately, and looked at Su Wanqing. Mr. Wang, if you have anything to say, just say it directly. Only after Su Wanqing nodded did Wang Feng continue speaking. It's like this, President Su. Didn't the offline personnel who were doing dirty work for our company a while ago report it to the police? There's an older lady inside. She's the mother of my neighbor's son's tutor. I want to... Hearing this, Su Wanqing knew who Wang Feng was talking about. Jiang, he had just mentioned this matter to her at noon, saying that Wang Feng might plead for her. Su Wanqing raised her fingers slightly and tapped the table lightly. Her eyebrows slightly frowned. Boss Wang, this matter is a bit difficult. After all, the people have been arrested. It's not a problem to save the people. It's mainly about the reputation of our company. Our PR department announced that all those involved in the case have been dealt with, but she popped up. The image we promoted before could be ruined if we're not careful. This is too risky, isn't it? Wang Feng understood after hearing this and nodded quickly. Okay, Mr. Su, forget it. I'm just asking casually. I don't have to plead for her. Then if there's nothing else, I'll leave first, Mr. Su. Don't work too hard on yourself, and make sure you get some rest. Wang Feng left, and the moment he closed the door, Su Wanqing's eyes suddenly turned cold. If she didn't have some real evidence that would make Wang Feng spit bones, she wouldn't want to keep this person in the company for even a second longer. After a while, Zhang Yi walked in. Boss Su, I have already handed over all the documents to Siekai. I have confirmed that all the people recruited by Wang Feng have started work today. Su Wanqing nodded slightly. Okay, I say let Wang Feng take a few days off. I think he will be gone soon. When he leaves, call those people over. Let's hide it from others and call a few irrelevant people over to avoid Wang Feng, the old fox, noticing it. Oh, by the way, what was Siekai's condition when he left? Zhang Yi first nodded in response to the previous work assignment, and then replied, after a little thought, smiling and quite happy. Oh yeah, he was in the dining area when I looked for him. Jang Yi and Chen Mingho were also there, and Siekai seemed to have invited them for coffee. Huh? Jikai, Kunos Viangi. Su Wanqing was stunned for a moment. Her eyes suddenly filled with worry. If Jiang Yi knew Siekai, he might have known that Siekai was fired. Siekai would definitely not tell the hidden secrets here, so Is there a possibility that Jang Yi would misunderstand that she was firing people indiscriminately and unreasonably? Jinghai City, Wuji Group, Su Wuji was pacing back and forth in his office. Now he is almost in a state of letting the entire Wuji Group go. It doesn't matter if he makes some profit or some loss. He has to solve the $10 billion issue over there. How can I get along with that brat Jiang? Su Wuji really couldn't imagine that one day he would want to take the initiative to get along well with Jiang. That bastard is not a human being. If you were to talk about the bad things Jiang Yi did as a child, Su Wuji could list 1,000 of them without any repetition. Although Jiang Yi has never peed on his neck. But Su Wuji will never forget that when he was in his hometown, Jiang Yi lived in his house and shared the same room with him. At that time, there was a bottle of ice black tea that Lao Su had drunk on the bedside. When he got up early the next day, Lao Su was very thirsty and took several big gulps. He will never forget the taste that was not like iced tea, but was a bit similar to it. He was quite sober at the time, and he also remembered that he had finished all the iced tea the night before. I smelled it and realized that it was Jiang Yi who got up in the middle of the night to pee. Jiang Yi said it was too dark outside, and he didn't dare go out to the toilet, so he just urinated in a bottle. Otherwise, he would have held it to death. Jiang Yi said that he was short and it was inconvenient for him to get out of bed, so he just put on the head of Su Wuji's bed. The more I think about it, the angrier I get. Where is this bastard now? Su Wuji frowned. He wanted to beat Jiang Yi up to vent his anger. But the next second, he discovered a problem. He did meet Jiang Yi once at Intai Mall last time, but he didn't even know where Jiang Yi worked, what he did, or where he lived. At this moment, the phone next to Su Wuji rang. It was his personal secretary Wang Jun calling. Boss Su, the talent with overseas work experience recommended by the eldest lady, has reported in. Shall I ask him to come to your office to see you first? Chapter 45. The Jiang Yi I know is so mean. Su Wuji was slightly stunned after being interrupted, but then he changed his mind and realized that he had no idea for the time being anyway. It would be nice to meet this employee recommended by Su Wanqing to change my mood and relax. Okay, just ask him to come directly to my office. Okay, Mr. Su. Less than half a minute after hanging up the phone, Su Wuji heard a knock on the door. Come in. After he finished speaking, the office door was pushed open, and the person who walked in was Su Wuji's secretary Wang Jun, followed by Xie Kai, who looked a little nervous. Xiao Xie, right? Sit down. Anything you want to drink? Coffee or tea? Xie Kai smiled slightly. Have a cup of tea. If Mr. Su hadn't introduced me here today, if Mr. Su hadn't been in a good mood and wanted to see me today, I'm afraid I would never have the chance to taste the flavor of the tea in Mr. Su's office in my life. After all, Mr. Su is a man of great taste. Your tea collection must be unique. Why? Su Wuji raised his eyebrows slightly and subconsciously looked at Wang Jun. What did his precious daughter push over here? A little bootlicker? Boss Su, you guys chat. I'm going to leave first. Wang Jun left the office, and Su Wuji looked at Xie Kai again with an expression that was obviously much kinder and more friendly than before. Of course he knew that Xie Kai was just flattering him, and of course he knew that it was just sweet talk. But who doesn't like to hear this kind of flattery? Xiao Xie, Wanqing told me that you just came back from South Korea. It just so happens that Wuji Group has a project that requires us to go to South Korea. It will take about a year. I will give you double the salary you earned at Iching Beauty. Just continue to be responsible for dealing with the dealers over there, similar to before, and focus on diplomacy. Originally, our team has shortcomings in this area, but if you can join us, our team will be solid. Xie Kai is a talent recommended by Su Wanqing. In fact, Su Wuji is not in great need of people. But how could he refuse when his precious daughter asked? So I just planned to put Xie Kai into this project. As for what I just said about letting Xie Kai make up for the shortcomings, it's just to coax the employees. Then I am really honored, Mr. Su. My life has been a mess these past 2 days, and I am very upset. After meeting and chatting with you, Mr. Su, today, my heart is suddenly enlightened. I feel like I've found a way to move forward and make progress. Su Wuji smiled and nodded. Life is full of ups and downs. Not only you, but everyone has troubles. Xie Kai had been training in South Korea for 2 years, and with his many years of work experience, he immediately heard the hidden meaning in Su Wuji's words. He knew that Su Wuji had his own concerns now. Is Director Su encountering any difficulties now? Xie Kai took the initiative to ask the question. Of course, his purpose was not to help Su Wuji solve the problem. What is Su Wuji's status and position? What is his status and position? Even if 10 Siakais work themselves to death, they would not be able to solve Su Wuji's problem. But Siakai is very smart. He knows that most of the time the boss doesn't want to solve the problem. Most of the time Chun-Chun just has something on her mind and wants to find someone to talk to. It's not that difficult. I just have a friend whose son is in Jinghai. I wanted to find him for something, but I found out I didn't even know where he was or what he was doing. Huh? Siakai was confused. Could this also become a concern for Su Wuji? Director Su, why don't you give your friend a call and ask? Hey, come on, isn't this something that can be solved with just a phone call? Wow, Siakai actually thought it was a contract worth billions. Do you think I didn't think of it? But I don't think my friend would tell me. Of course, Su Wuji thought about calling Lao Jiang, but what about Lao Jiang? Others don't understand, but he doesn't understand? He is very cunning. Why did he bother Lao Jiang to ask about Jang Yi at this critical moment? Lao Jiang would probably think he was up to some trick. Our relationship is a bit complicated. Siakai nodded, not quite understanding. Then how about relying on your connections, Mr. Su? It shouldn't be a problem to find someone in Jinghai. What Siakai said is true. Who is Su Wuji? He is the man standing at the top of the pyramid in Jinghai City. In such a huge city like Jinghai, who dares not give him face? But it will be discovered. Not really. That kid's father is not a pushover either. Although his father is not in Jinghai, I guess I'll find out once I find him here. It will be even more troublesome if you come and question me then. Huh? Is this so outrageous? The corner of Siakai's mouth twitched fiercely. How could Su Wuji be so afraid? Director Su, is he studying or working here now? Su Wuji was stunned. I guess he's at work. Siakai scratched his head a little embarrassedly. How about you tell me who you were looking for, Mr. Su? I have many friends in Jinghai's big companies here. I can ask them. Although my connections are definitely not as good as yours. What if I'm lucky enough to find one? That does make sense. Su Wuji thought about it and realized that it was just a name, so it didn't matter if he told Siakai. Jang Yi, the E of perseverance. Jang Yi, Siakai silently memorized the name. He was really planning to ask his friend after leaving Su Wuji's office. But the next second his eyes widened and he was stunned. Wait, what? Jang Yi? Boss Su, is he a guy who is a few years younger than me, handsome and fair-skinned? He's about 1.834 meters tall. Su Wuji nodded. Everything Siakai said was right. You have seen him? Do you remember any other characteristics of him? Su Wuji didn't dare to make a rash judgment. After all, Jinghai City is so big and has such a large permanent population. There might be people with the same or similar names. Siakai frowned and tried hard to recall. Finally, he took a deep breath. There are other characteristics, Mr. Su, but I'm afraid you don't like to hear me talk. Su Wuji waved his hand. But it's okay. Siakai was stunned. He was afraid that if he really told Su Wuji, he would be unhappy again. But after thinking about it, he felt that he could still say it. According to what Su Wuji had just said, their relationship was so delicate that it shouldn't matter if he embarrasses Jang Yi. As for the Jang Yi I know, he speaks a bit meanly. Whenever I talk to him, I get so angry that my lungs hurt. In fact, before today, Siakai didn't know Jang Yi's name, but when he went to the cafe to get documents from Zhang Ying, he specifically asked Jang Yi. The moment Siakai finished speaking, he could see with his own eyes that Su Wuji's eyes lit up. What a mean thing to say. Xiaoxia, where is Jang Yi and what is he doing now? How do you know him? If the person speaking is particularly mean, then it must be that guy. Chapter 46. Mr. Su hired me to match Jang Yi with his daughter? Outrageous. At this moment, Jang Yi, who was working diligently at Iching Beauty, sneezed violently. I'm afraid he will never think in his life that someone can distinguish his characteristics and be particularly mean. Siakai was about to answer, but then raised his head in confusion. No, something's not right, is it? Doesn't Jang Yi work at Iching Beauty? Isn't President Su the daughter of Director Su? Jang Yi is at his daughter's company. So why is he still looking for him like looking for a needle in a haystack? Director Su, is this really not a test? You really don't know where Jang Yi is. Obviously, Siakai's hesitant tone made Su Wuji a little unhappy. Hurry up, if I really knew, would I ask you? Siakai couldn't help but shudder, and then replied softly. But Mr. Su, Jang Yi works at Iching Beauty. Okay, now it's Su Wuji's turn to be confused. What the hell? Jang Yi works in Wanqing's company? How can he work at Iching Beauty? Su Wuji muttered to himself. Analyzing the current situation based on his decades of experience. But he found that he had no idea what to do, and the problems in his mind kept piling up. Wanqing changed her name, and girls change a lot when they grow up. Does Jang Yi know that Wanqing is Yaya? Does Wanqing know that Jang Yi is in her company? Have they seen it? Have they recognized it? Has it developed? And what stage has it reached? Okay, Su Wuji CPU almost burned out. So, he simply put all the problems behind him, because his idea was to bring them together as much as possible. So, haha, great. It's great to work at Iching Beauty. Su Wuji burst into laughter. As the saying goes, the feelings between people are accumulated over time. Jiang Yi and Su Wanqing are working together, so wouldn't that be a lot of opportunities? As for the rest of the questions, Su Mui Glun said a dia. At this moment, Siekai no longer dared to sit on the sofa. To be honest, he was scared. He really didn't understand. Could it be that the boss's ideas were all so unconventional and difficult to understand? How come Director Su was surprised that Jiang Yi worked at Iching Beauty 1 second and then said that Iching Beauty was good the next second? Now, Mr. Su is still looking at me with such a strange look. Or, run away first? There's something wrong with Mr. Su. Should I run away first? Boss Su, if I'm not mistaken, the Jiang you were talking about is the one. He works at Iching Beauty. You can go and have a look. I'll be leaving first. When it's time to leave for Korea, please ask Secretary Wang to notify me. I'll also be actively preparing in the next 2 days. Go. You can't go. Su Wuji took 2 steps ahead and stood directly in front of Siekai, then pressed his shoulders and pushed him back onto the sofa. Xiao Xia, you don't have to go. That job is not suitable for you. Siekai was confused. No, Mr. Su, didn't you just ask me to fill in the blank? Mr. Su, then. Su Wuji patted Siekai on the shoulder and looked at him with approval. Xiao Xia, now, I have a more important task for you. This task involves the life and death of our group. Do you have confidence? Huh? Siekai was confused. No, Mr. Su, I just joined the company, okay? How can it be related to the life and death of the company? Boss Su, you tell me. I'm just worried that I'm not capable enough. Su Wuji shook his head. No, Xiao Xia, this job is quite suitable for you. The most important thing is that you are of the same age, you have topics to talk about, and you can quickly integrate into the same circle. You will still work at Iching Beauty every day. I will pay you double the salary of an outbound dispatcher. After the work is done, I will give you a bonus of 500,000 yuan. Just work hard and think of ways to deal with it. During this period, all expenses will be submitted to the group's finance department and reimbursed in a unified manner. There is no upper limit on the mission funds. How do you do that? Boy, that actually sounds pretty good. But it seems that Mr. Su hasn't said what the mission is. Damn, does he want me to go over and defeat Jiang Yi? Isn't it illegal? Siekai is a good young man who knows and abides by the law. He can't do such a thing. Director Su, so what exactly is the mission? Siekai asked sincerely, while Su Wuji spoke silently after taking a long breath. I want you to go over and find an opportunity to bring Jiang Yi and Wanqing together. Huh? What? The corner of Siekai's mouth twitched fiercely. Who are you trying to match Jiang Yi with? Did he hear it right? Su Wanqing? President Su of Iching Cosmetics? President Su's daughter? Mr. Su, is this the mission you mentioned that concerns the survival of the group? There's no point talking, just do it. At 6 p.m. at Iching Cosmetics Company, Limited, Chen Mingho and Jiang Yi clocked out together. You go first, fatty, I'll be in a bit. A friend will come over to play with me later. I'll pick him up directly at the subway station entrance. Jiang Yi said casually, and Chen Mingho didn't think much about it. He nodded and left. In fact, Jiang Yi was waiting for Su Wanqing, who had just sent him a message saying that she would be a little late after get off work. As it happens, Jiang Yi also wants to complete his Plants vs. Zombies game. On the other side, Chen Mingho had already walked out of the company building. He had nothing to do now and no longer drove Jiang Yi's old car. Of course, in order to thank Jiang Yi for lending him the car these days, he also specially applied for a 500 yuan charging card for Jiang Yi. As soon as he walked out of the door, a figure rushed to his side. Hey, Chen Mingho, where are you going later? Chen Mingho heard the familiar voice and realized it was Secretary Zhang. I'm going out to eat. Zhang Ying smiled slightly, with 2 sweet dimples at the corners of her mouth. Then let's go eat together. I also want to eat without company. Well, that's just right. I have something small to ask you. Chen Mingho thought about the last time Zhang Ying treated him to a meal. Then I'll treat you, Secretary Zhang. What would you like to eat? It had better not be snail rice noodle. My appetite is average today, so I don't really want to eat it. The clever little fat boy successfully excluded the snail noodles, which made Jang Yi burst out laughing. Let's not eat snail noodles today. Let's eat something filling today. Let's have grilled fish. I'll treat you. After all, I have something to ask you later, Jang Yi is really an extreme melon lover. Why did she come to find Chen Mingho? The reason is simple. I want to know what the relationship is between Jang Yi and her good boss, Su Wanqing. She really wants to know. Of course, she couldn't ask Su Wanqing directly. What about Jang Yi? She wasn't familiar with him, so she didn't dare to ask. It just so happens that Chen Mingho is with Jang Yi every day. If she finds out some explosive news, she can really satisfy her desire to gossip. Where are we going to eat then? Chen Mingho asked, and Jang Yi smiled playfully. Go down to the basement drive. I'll take you there. Chapter 47, I'll treat you to a meal at an international restaurant chain. Secretary Zhang, where are we going to eat grilled fish? Chen Mingho asked cautiously while sitting in the passenger seat, because he just noticed that when he passed by the snail noodle shop where he and Zhang Ying had eaten before, Zhang Ying swallowed hard. It's just 2 blocks ahead. Chen Mingho frowned, trying hard to recall the taste of the snail noodles he had eaten before, and then spoke through gritted teeth. How about we go eat snail noodles? Huh? Asking to eat river snail rice noodle? Zhang Ying's eyes widened instantly. She remembered that Chen Mingho was in a bad state that day. She really wanted to eat snail noodles. She was drooling when she passed by the store she often went to. Could it be that Chen Mingho saw that she wanted to eat and gave in to her? Forget it. Let's grill the fish. The street ahead is too congested, and it will be difficult for us to turn around. Zhang Ying chose a relatively quiet grilled fish restaurant. It's not that the restaurant was deserted, but the seats were quite far apart. Moreover, they're all independent and separated by partitions, like small private rooms, which are very suitable for chatting among friends. Sit down and see what you want to eat. It's my treat, so don't hesitate. Chen Mingho really wanted to donate generously. He felt it was an honor to be able to have dinner with Zhang Ying. How could Zhang Ying invite him again and again? As for why it's an honor, maybe it's good for my career development to chat with the president's secretary? I'll treat you today, Secretary Zhang. You've already treated me once. Besides, how can you let a woman pay for a meal? Zhang Ying frowned instantly. Are you sexist? We're eating together. Why can't I treat? It's not really gender discrimination. It's probably because Zhao Lily left too deep an impression on Chen Mingho. Payment, check out. It makes him look like an ATM machine. On the other side, at Yicheng Cosmetics Company Limited, Jiang Yi waited for Su Wanqing, who came downstairs and was originally planning to go back to Jiangjinglin Bay together. As a result, before she even left the company basement, Su Wanqing received a call and she had to go home. So she simply drove her own car straight home. Jiang Yi planned to smoke a cigarette in the underground garage and then return to Jiangjinglin. But after a while, he suddenly heard footsteps behind him. He looked back and indeed saw a sneaky figure. After the figure noticed that Jiang Yi was looking at him, he stopped pretending and walked over quickly. Jiang Yi, what are you doing here? Jiang Yi raised his eyebrows slightly and looked at Siekai in front of him. Why the hell do you care about me? When Jiang Yi said this, Siekai almost broke out in cold sweat on his back. Maybe he was too tired after just coming back and didn't see the kingly demeanor in Jiang Yi. Now Siekai only felt that Jiang Yi's aura was very powerful. Just now he almost blurted out, "Young Master Jiang. Why are you so angry?" Siekai asked weakly. Jiang Yi rolled his eyes at him unhappily and said nothing more. He was too lazy to waste words with Siekai. Seeing this, Siekai chuckled. He knew that his collaboration with the cafe owner had been seen through. Hey Jiang, don't be angry. We don't know each other unless there is a misunderstanding. Well, it's fate that we meet again. You haven't eaten yet, have you? Come on, I'll treat you to a meal. Siekai said cheerfully while raising his eyebrows. The arrogance in his body disappeared completely, leaving only a funny feeling that seemed to have no end in sight. Jiang Yi was stunned when he saw this. He didn't know what Siekai was going to do, but anyway, I don't know when Su Wanqing will come back, so I might as well see what tricks this kid Siekai is up to. If I have the chance, I can take revenge on coffee. What to eat? Siekai was slightly stunned. International hotel chain. Jiang Yi was silent for a while and then waved his hand. Come on, lead the way. Jiang Yi got in his car and motioned for Siekai to drive ahead and lead the way. In this way, he followed Siekai's car out of the company crossed several streets, and finally stopped at the roadside at the junction of the old city and the new city. No, Siekai, where is it? Where's the hotel? Siekai stretched his neck, a little dazed, and turned to look at the Shaxian snacks not far away. Isn't that right? Shaxian International. Jang Yi thought that the international chain that Siekai mentioned was Shaxian. He was a little speechless for a moment. Did Shaxian still need Siekai to treat them? After taking a long breath, Jang Yi swallowed back the words that he was about to criticize Siekai, and when he spoke again, there was a hint of teasing on the corners of his mouth. Forget it, I'll treat you, just follow me. Jiang Yi turned around and got into the car, then parked it directly downstairs of the Haitian Shengyan Hotel in Jinghai City. Siekai was stunned when he saw the Haitian Shengyan. To be honest, even with Su Wuji's financial guarantee, he didn't dare to bring Jiang Yi to the Haitian Shengyan at first. It's so fucking expensive. Even though Siekai has worked so hard abroad for so many years, he can't bear to eat a few meals here. Of course, Siekai didn't actually want to take Jiang Yi to eat Shaxian at first. The main reason was that this idea came to him right after he met Jiang Yi. What is Jiang Yi's current status? She is the wife that Su Wuji, the absolute boss of Jinghai City, specifically wants. He is the future husband of his former boss and the future son-in-law of his current boss. Isn't this a perfect urban romance novel? Jiang Yi is the protagonist. Siekai feels that what the protagonist lacks is not someone to accompany him to big hotels, but a funny person with a down-to-earth feel. So, he had an idea and took Jiang Yi to Sha County. It's a pity that Jiang Yi doesn't seem to be interested in Shaxian. Are you eating here, Jiang Yi? Isn't this too expensive? Jiang Yi glanced at Siekai. You are so petty. I am inviting you. What are you afraid of? Let's go. Jiang Yi took the initiative to pat Siekai on the shoulder and led him towards the entrance of Haitian Shengyan as if to support him. And Siekai is so happy now. How could Jiang Yi's attitude towards him change so much in such an instant? Wow. It turns out that getting along well is the best way to warm up a relationship. It is worthy of being called Haitian Shengyan. The decoration is so amazing. Siekai was surprised even when he was standing in the hotel lobby. He could only say that the quality of this hotel was too high. He turned his head slightly to look at Jiang Yi beside him and found that Jiang Yi had no emotion at all, but directly asked the waitress to lead the way. He sighed even more in his heart. As expected of a son-in-law favored by Su Wuji, he is so calm. Jiang Yi must have nothing to do, so he comes here to eat, right? Just like a homely meal? Just find a table in the lobby. There are two of us. We don't have to go to the private room. I always go to before. Jiang Yi said softly, and the waitress smiled and nodded. Yes, sir. Jiang Yi spoke as if he came here often. The waitress thought Jiang Yi looked unfamiliar. But this hotel has countless people coming every day, and there are plenty of rich people in Jinghai, so the young lady didn't dare to say anything casually, so she just agreed directly. This made Siekai next to him even more emotional. Jiang Yi is so familiar with this restaurant that he can easily find out which private room he often goes to by just calling any waiter. Chapter 48. No, buddy, do you have a girlfriend? What to eat? The waitress took Jiang Yi and Siekai to an empty table and sat them down. Maybe it was because there were two men who came and there were several tables of young ladies sitting around the place they were taken to, especially the young lady at the 7 o'clock position. There were many dishes on the table, but she didn't eat them. She was still taking pictures with her mobile phone. I can do it, Siekai. Please take a look. Jiang Yi handed the menu directly to Siekai. The menu of Haitian Shengyan is quite complicated, or to put it simply, the introduction is very detailed. In addition to the fixed menu, they also have a separate menu, which is determined by the fresh seafood that arrives every day. Jiang Yi, look at me. I can eat anything. After Siekai flipped through 2 pages, he felt a bit of a headache, but it wasn't that he didn't want to eat anything. It's that he wants to eat everything, and he has difficulty making decisions, so he really can't choose. After all, he went to work in South Korea some time ago, and the food there is really not that good. Now, as long as Siekai is not allowed to eat any kimchi, everything is delicious. Jiang Yi smiled slightly, without looking at the menu, but looked around. There are 6 tables of guests around here. Look what they ordered. Just pick the most expensive dish on the table and order it for us. Oh yeah, I see your dishes aren't very big. Are 6 dishes enough for us? The waitress looked around and smiled. Don't worry, sir, it's enough. Do you need more soup? Or let's try the wine that my family has recently developed and produced. The waitress originally wanted to promote the hotel's own wine. After all, she gets a commission of 500 yuan for selling a bottle. But before she could finish her words, Jang Yi waved his hand. No, your manager didn't dare to bring it up to me when I asked for it before. He knows I can't drink it. Let's go get some food. Jiang Yi's words filled Xie Kai's heart. From Xie Kai's perspective at this moment, although he and Jiang Yi were sitting face to face, but it seemed as if there was a natural ravine blocking their way, just like what happened to Mr. Zhou and the boy who caught the wild civet cat. Many other people around thought that Jiang Yi was pretending to be cool, but Xie Kai didn't think he was because he was the son-in-law personally chosen by President Su Wuji. Brother Kai, you're welcome. You just returned to the company, and we are friends now. This is just a welcome treat for you. Jiang Yi said to Xie Kai with an innocent smile on his face. This sentence touched Xie Kai directly. Isn't it? Jiang Yi is too nice. I deliberately had a conflict with him that day, and I also deliberately cheated him out of his coffee money. I'm such a piece of shit. Xie Kai blamed himself, but he did not forget the task assigned by Su Wuji. No, Brother Jiang. You made such a generous arrangement. I should be thanking you. But I have a question, Brother Jiang. Jiang Yi raised his eyebrows, indicating that Xie Kai could ask directly. That's right. I think Brother Jiang is a handsome man and generous, so I want to gossip a little. Does Brother Jiang have someone he likes now? Jiang Yi was still wondering what Xie Kai wanted to ask, but he asked about his personal affairs. Huh? You want to introduce me to 3060? Cancer? Is Su Zong 3060? I don't know. Xie Kai was stunned, then nodded after a little thought. If there's a chance, I would definitely like to arrange it for Brother Jiang. Wow. It seems that Xie Kai really thinks that I am a sucker and wants to introduce me to someone. Jiang Yi was a little speechless. He didn't expect that the first time in his life he was introduced to a girl would not be by his mother, but by that stupid guy Xie Kai. Of course he had to refuse. Damn it. Who knows what kind of monsters and demons Xie Kai would introduce. Jiang Yi has very high requirements for the quality of relationships. This thing depends on fate. He personally feels that there's a kind of compulsory fate involved in introductions. Besides, he doesn't need anyone to introduce him. Even if we take a step back, even if he needs it, it cannot be introduced by Xie Kai. It all depends on the quality of the ones chosen by Xie Kai's first girlfriend. How could he have any good 3060? Brother Kai, you are disappointed. Actually, I already have a girlfriend. What? Xie Kai almost spit out his tea. Jiang Yi said he has a girlfriend? If he is not my buddy, what will happen to Mr. Su? What will happen to Mr. Su's assignment? What will happen to his bonus? His mind went blank for a moment, but he changed his mind and thought again. Something is wrong. Jiang Yi has a girlfriend, so why can't this person be President Su? What if they are secretly in love and Mr. Su doesn't know about it? Who is it? Is it from our company? Tell me some gossip. Xie Kai said with a chuckle, but Jiang Yi was silent and speechless. It seems that Xie Kai is quite gossipy. He sighed helplessly, took out his cell phone, and then found a photo of him and a pink-haired beauty. Here, it's him, not from our company. Jiang Yi showed the photos to Xie Kai openly, and Xie Kai felt terrible after seeing them. He admitted that Jiang Yi in the photo was very handsome, and the pink-haired beauty in the photo was also very beautiful. Unfortunately, this beauty is not Su Wanqing. No, buddy, you are really in love? You are really not Mr. Su? You're out of luck, buddy. I know you're young and energetic and want to find a girlfriend, but can you not be so impatient? Do you know what you've missed? Xie Kai now felt like he had a lot to say, but he really didn't know how to start the conversation with Jiang Yi. What's wrong, Brother Kai? Aren't we worthy? Xie Kai, who was still thinking frantically, was interrupted by Jiang Yi, and he shuddered suddenly. It's a good match. Very good match. The kitchen team of Haitian Shangyan is extremely professional, and the kitchen department alone is divided into several groups. Each group has a dedicated team leader, who are usually poached from Michelin chefs. The 6 dishes on Jiang Yi's table were served very quickly, and he immediately turned on the storm inhalation mode. He was indeed a little hungry after spending the whole afternoon there, and he had other things to do later. Not far from their table, he had been observing them silently for a long time. Brother Wang, do you know him? The waitress who had previously served Jiang Yi and Xie Kai stood next to a middle-aged man and asked cautiously. The man next to him is Wang Kua, who is the lobby manager of Haitian Shangyan. Because Jiang Yi mentioned that the manager sent him some wine, the young lady just found Wang Kua and told him about it. If what Jiang Yi said was true, Wang Kua should show up to show his face when he comes. After all, Those who can get Wang Kwa to personally deliver wine to them are all well-known figures in Jinghai City, so we can't be slack. I didn't recognize him, but he does look familiar, Wang Kwa said silently. And at this moment, Jang Yi suddenly glanced in his direction, which also allowed Wang Kwa to see Jang Yi's face. Chapter 49, The Lobby Manager Toasts. Or is it fake himBut? No, his face. Wang Kwa's pupils suddenly shrank. He was sure that he had never received a client named Jang Yi. But why did this face give him a very familiar and dangerous feeling? Oh my god! Wang Kwa slapped his forehead suddenly. Luckily, I remembered it. As he spoke, Wang Kwa called out to the waiter standing next to him. Xiao Qian, go get a bottle of mitai, 3 cups, and come with me. Take Fei Tian, don't take the wrong one. Wang Kwa finally recognized who Jiang Yi was. Isn't this the person that Boss Jiang had previously mentioned as a key focus in the Laojiang Xiaochu group? Hai Tian Sheng Yin is a famous hotel in Jinghai, and Laojiang Kitchen serves the most distinctive Jinghai local cuisine. Naturally, Wang Kwa has an undercover agent in Laojiang Kitchen. Jiang Hua had previously emphasized the existence of Su Wanqing and Jiang Yi at Laojiang Kitchen, which of course allowed Wang Kwa's undercover agent to pass this information to him. So at this moment, Wang Kwa is particularly concerned about Jiang Yi. You know, Jiang Yi went there with Su Wanqing at that time. What did they do in Laojiang Kitchen? Laojiang Kitchen has always had the rule of making advance payments, and it can be said that no one who goes there can change this rule. Why? Others may not know, but Wang Kwa is in the catering business, and he knows it better than anyone else. It is because there is an investment group behind Laojiang Xiaochu. That investment group is under the Wuji Group of Jinghai City. The chairman of Wuji Group is Su Wuji, the richest man in Jinghai City and one of the top ranked in the national wealth list. Su Wanqing is Su Wuji's daughter, and that meal was eaten by Su Wanqing and Jiang Yi. Not only that, it was Su Wanqing who paid the bill. Doesn't this prove something? Wang Kwa knows better than anyone that the reason Hai Tian Sheng Yin has grown so big in Jinghai is purely because his boss has a good relationship with Su Wuji. Otherwise, as long as Wuji Group wants, a sky banquet or something like that will appear next to Hai Tian Sheng Yin the next day, and all the guests will be celebrities from Jinghai. It won't take a few days to bring down Hai Tian Sheng Yin. Damn, this can't be neglected. Xiao Qian, hurry up. Wang Kwa shouted a little anxiously, and then the two of them walked quickly towards Jiang Yi's desk. Jiang Yi and Xie were a little stunned by the sudden appearance of the two people. Jiang Yi was just thinking about how to amuse Xie. Mr. Jiang, you may not know me. Let me introduce myself first. I'm a lobby manager of the Hai Tian Shengyin Hotel. My name is Wang Kwa. This is my business card. If possible, please give me some face and accept it. I didn't know about your coming today. It was my negligence. I would like to apologize to you here. Wang Kwa talked a lot, and Xie eyes widened as he listened. The nameplate on Wang Kwa's chest reads, Lobby Manager of Hai Tian Shengyin. This thing cannot be faked. After all, this is the Hai Tian Shengyin. If he cheated, he would be thrown out by the staff within 2 minutes. So, Xie was really scared. Dude, are you really going to ask the lobby manager to come and pour the drinks? Is this fake himBut? Jiang Yi on the other side was also confused. What the hell? Are you talking to me? Did he just call me Mr. Jiang? Is he really talking to me? No, buddy, I was just bragging. How come you really came here? What system did I bind to that makes my boasting come true? No, I didn't reincarnate, didn't get into a car accident, and didn't get cheated on. Wang Kwa's arrival was a little unclear, but Jiang Yi confirmed that this incident really happened through Wang Kwa's eyes. Okay, I'll take the business card, but forget about the wine. I'm driving today. I have something to do later. Drinking will delay it. Look at Mr. Jiang. He has such a high status and position, but he knows not to drink and drive. It is true that the higher the quality of a person, the more bottom line he has. Wang Kwa silently gave Jiang Yi a thumbs up at his heart, nodded, and then looked at Xie, who was sitting opposite Jiang Yi. Xie also drove the car, but Xie was very willing to take a sip of wine. Not for anything else, just because it's fake yin. He'll have nothing to do later. He can just call a designated driver or park the car here and come back when he's free. The car won't be lost or damaged, but if fake yin doesn't drink today, I don't know when he will drink again. To be honest, even though there was a distance between them, Xie could smell the aroma of wine coming from fake yin, and he was drooling. He can't drink either. He's driving too. Let's leave. Before Siak Kai could even open his mouth, Jiang Yi opened his mouth to refuse for him. Is Jiang Yi thinking about Siak Kai? No, no, no. He can see that Siak Kai wants a drink. Sorry, Siak Kai doesn't deserve to drink. Then let's do as Mr. Jiang says. Xiao Qian, let's leave. Mr. Jiang, do you need to change to another private room? Jiang Yi waved his hand. No need to change rooms. We can just have a quick meal and go about your business. Vang nodded gravity. Okay, then I won't disturb you guys from eating and chatting, but this is nothing. Mr. Jiang, I'm right over there. If you need anything, you can just call the waiter or call me over. Wang Hua left tactfully, but this scene left a deep impression on Siak Kai and the young ladies at the surrounding tables. Especially the young lady who hadn't eaten any of the food on the table. Her eyes were almost tearing when she glanced at Jiang Yi. If you're not my buddy, I will upgrade you to a private room for free and the lobby manager will pour you some wine. What kind of status? Oh my god, why didn't I notice how handsome you were just now? Jiang Yi naturally didn't notice anything. He just calmly finished the last bite of rice. Hey, Brother Kai, there's something I just forgot to tell Wang Hua. I have something for his boss. I can just give it to him and ask him to deliver it to his boss tomorrow. I'll go over there. You take your time eating. Having said that, Jiang Yi left and headed straight in the direction where Wang Hua left. As for this, Siak Kai did not realize that there was anything wrong. After Jiang Yi left, he ate and drank quietly by himself. He knew that this table was not cheap, but he never expected that it would be so delicious. Nearly 10 minutes passed quietly. Siak Kai frowned slightly when he saw that Jiang Yi had not come back yet. Brother Jiang, why haven't you come back yet? If you don't come back soon, I'll finish eating. At this moment, Siak Kai's cell phone suddenly rang. He looked down and found that it was Jiang Yi calling. Hey, Brother Kai, something happened at home and I have to go back quickly. Take your time to eat and leave immediately after you finish. I have arranged everything. This scene, why does it seem so familiar? Siak Kai was slightly stunned, but after a while, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Haha, the rich people in TV dramas are all like this. They just pay the bill and leave, while their friends go crazy and take advantage of the discount to have a big meal. Okay, Brother Jiang. After hanging up the phone, Siak Kai continued to inhale frantically. He had deliberately slowed down the pace and waited for Jiang Yi, for fear that Jiang Yi would come back and find that he had finished eating. Now, Jiang Yi is not coming back. It smells so good and makes me want to blow bubbles after eating it. Chapter 50. Bring your friend to my house and let me see if you can escape. 10 minutes later, Siak Kai let out a long burp. He hadn't eaten so well in a long time. After licking his lips with a hint of aftertaste, he stood up and prepared to leave the Hai Tian Shengyan Hotel. At the same time, the young lady who had been sitting not far away and taking pictures also stood up. She took the initiative to move closer to Siak Kai and spoke with a faint smile. Hello, handsome guy. I want to go to Zaimanla Hotel later. Can you give me a walk? Is this considered a romantic encounter? Siak Kai was slightly startled, but he quickly reacted and smiled heartily. Okay, it's on the way. Just like that, the young lady followed Siak Kai and left. Until leaving, the food on the young lady's table was still untouched by her chopsticks, and no one knew why. The two of them ran straight to the hotel gate, and Siak Kai was thinking about how to develop something with the young lady. He is single now, and he hasn't felt this kind of hormonal surge for a long time. However, a figure in an outstretched hand stopped him. Sir, you haven't paid yet. The person who spoke was Xiao Qian, the waitress who served him in Jiang Yi at that time. Her voice was a little weak, but her tone was firm. Hearing this, Siak Kai frowned immediately. Pay the bill? It's funny. He needs to pay for this meal? No, Xiao Qian, right? My buddy Jiang Yi has arranged everything. I don't have to pay. Xiao Qian shook her head. No, Mr. Jiang didn't tell me anything. Your table hasn't paid yet. We can't eat and dine for free here. Oh my, why is this little girl so stubborn? Siak Kai smiled speechlessly. He also figured it out. Even if Jiang Yi made arrangements, he would not tell Xiao Qian directly. The one Jiang Yi talked to directly was at least someone like Wang Hua. Wait a minute. Siak Kai whispered to the girl next to him, then turned to look at Xiao Qian. Come with me, Xiao Qian. Let's go ask your manager Wang together. Jiang Yi told him so. He must know. The two men walked straight towards Wang Hua, who was standing on the other side of the hall, and Siak Kai spoke straight to the point. Manager Wang, has Jiang Yi settled the bill for our table? When Wang Hua saw Siak Kai coming, he looked a little surprised and raised his eyebrows slightly. No, sir. Mr. Jiang was in a hurry when he left just now and didn't tell me anything. What? Jiang? He didn't say anything? Siekai was completely stunned. At this moment, a bad feeling arose in his heart. Damn it. Are you trying to trick me? Siekai now completely understood why Jiang Yi was so generous and directly brought him to the Haitian Shengyan for dinner. It turned out that Jiang Yi had never thought about paying the bill from the beginning to the end. Grass. Siekai had already confirmed his guess, because if Jiang Yi was really in a hurry to leave, why would he call him to tell him that everything was arranged? Damn it, Jiang Yi called just to tell him. He was just teasing him. I'm really impressed. Siekai murmured, glancing at Wang Kuo in front of him. After all, as someone who has worked hard in cooperation negotiations in South Korea for 2 years, Siekai has a strong ability to capture micro-expressions. He was very keen to notice the subtlety in Wang Kuo's eyes and was almost certain that Jiang Yi must have told Wang Kuo something. This incident has turned into an organized and planned case of group defrauding people. How much? By card. In the end, Siekai spent more than 20,000 yuan before leaving the Haitian Shengyan Hotel. Of course, he used the card that Su Wuji gave him. Doesn't his invitation to Jiang Yi for dinner count as a decision made to complete the mission? Of course, the activity funds can be used. He decided not to think about it today. It was already 8:30 in the evening, and he should be off work. Tonight, the stars are shining brightly, and he is going to spend a wonderful night with his little sister. Come on, my car is there. I'll take you back. Siekai took the initiative to speak, while the young lady shook her head speechlessly. No need, handsome. My friend just asked me out of the blue to play an escape room game. I'm going to look for her. We're not going the same way. You go your way. I'll take a taxi. Escape room? Is she also a little sister? Siekai asked in a daze, and the young lady in front of him nodded. Wow, 2 young ladies are going to play an escape room game late at night? The corners of Siekai's mouth suddenly curved up, and he spoke with interest. Isn't it a waste of money for you two to go out and play an escape room? Well, I'll take you with me, and we'll go pick up your friend together. You two come to my house. I'll see if you can escape. 2 minutes later, Siekai, with wet hair, returned to his BMW. He was really convinced. Wasn't he just playing a joke? The girl poured all the water in the thermos cup on his head. Damn, luckily the water wasn't hot. Otherwise, he would probably be in the hospital with ice packs now. Forget it. Let's go home. Siekai started the car, but the next second, a familiar scene appeared in front of him. The fault light on his dashboard lit up. He got out of the car to look and discovered that 2 wheels had been removed from his car. I'm going to Liuma's Jiang. Siekai was really convinced. He didn't feel like sleeping today. He was afraid that as soon as he closed his eyes, all he would dream about was Jiang Yi. After making a phone call to the insurance company, Siekai decided not to wait here today. He was exhausted now, so he took a taxi and went home. Taxi drivers are usually more talkative at night. Of course, the driver was not chatting with Siekai, but chatting in the group with his own walkie-talkie. Old son, remember to go to the comic convention more often in the next few days. There must be a lot of work there. Yes, I felt the change today. There are so many orders near the comic exhibition. Okay, I'll go over and take a look tomorrow. Siekai listened to their conversation and couldn't help but ask, Master, is there a large-scale comic exhibition in Jinghai in the next few days? The driver chuckled. Yes, it is said that a very famous Q's has come, and he has many fans from other places. What color? Let's cozer. Where are you, Master? The driver pointed to the Jinghai International Conference Center on the right. Right here, don't you see that there are all kinds of signboards ready on the roadside? It is said that the city attaches great importance to this event and has taken all kinds of security measures. Following the direction pointed by the driver, Siekai looked at the roadside through the car window. Indeed, there are signboards of various 2-dimensional images visible to the naked eye. Even though it was already around 8 or 9 in the evening, there were still people taking pictures there. Siekai was not particularly interested in this, until he saw a sign that was obviously much bigger. Chapter 51 Siekai. So Jiang Yi is a one? This stand is quite special. It does not depict an anime character, but a real cosplayer. The moment Siekai saw the sign, his eyes widened. The young lady is of course very pretty. She looks like the type with fair skin, long legs, and the ability to control other people's views with her facial features. However, what surprised Siekai the most was not her appearance, but her as a person. Siekai took out his cell phone and took a picture of the sign on the roadside, then stared blankly at the phone interface. After confirming it again and again, He directly asked the AI smart assistant on his mobile phone to help him identify the young lady. Hello, the cosplayer in the picture is named Tianling, and he's a very popular cosplayer now. Tianling. Siekai silently memorized the name. Then I started searching the internet frantically. Why is he so interested in this cosplay? Because the photo of his girlfriend that Jang Yi showed him at that time was a photo of Jang Yi and this cosplayer named Tianling. Damn, Jang Yi's girlfriend is a cosplayer? The search results popped up quickly. Tianling, a coser, was born in 2000. He has won countless fans for his beautiful figure and high degree of coser restoration. His works were pushed to the top of the hot list as soon as they were released, and his cosplayer costumes were once sold at sky-high prices, etc. Siekai seemed to have discovered something extraordinary in Tianling's personal profile. Siekai re-entered Tianling in the input box, and the following related questions popped up. Is Tianling a man or a woman? Has Tianling undergone sex reassignment surgery? Tianling and the number one brother on the list were offline, but when he took it out, it was bigger than the number one brother on the list. Did Tianling get caught through the back door? Finally, Siekai found some very reliable news on Tieba. That was a university forum, and those were amateur photos of Tianling taken by someone. At that time, Tianling was still a boy with short hair, standing at attention in his military training uniform under the scorching sun. So this Tianling is really a man. Even the gender on his social media account is listed as male. Siekai took a deep breath. He was speechless because Jang Yi said it himself today. This is a photo of him and his girlfriend. So, Jang Yi is a homosexual? Or a one? Fortunately, thinking of this, Siekai felt his butt tighten, and he felt a little fortunate and emotional. Fortunately, Jang Yi hates him instead of liking him, otherwise he... On the other side, Chun Mingho and Zhang Ying, who walked out of the grilled fish restaurant, got into the car directly. I'll take you there, Chun Mingho, get in the car. In fact, it was quite late, and Chun Mingho thought that he could just let Zhang Ying go home early and take taxi. No need, sistering, you can go back now. Zhang Ying glanced at him indifferently. Stop wasting time and get in the car. I have something to tell you. When she was having dinner with Chun Mingho just now, they were chatting the whole time, which made it impossible for Zhang Ying to find an opportunity to talk about the gossip between Jiang Yi and the big boss. She must explain this matter to Chun Mingho today. Who knows if what she wants to know will happen tomorrow. Oh, okay. Chun Mingho got into the car silently, but he saw that Zhang Ying seemed quite anxious. Sister Ying said she had something else to tell me. What was it? Chun Mingho, let me ask you something. You are with Jiang Yi every day. Do you know anything about his relationship? Huh? Jiang Yi's relationship problems? Chun Mingho's pupils shrank suddenly. He didn't know why Zhang Ying asked this. Could it be that she was against Jiang? For a moment, Chun Mingho felt a little depressed and shook his head. I'm not sure either, but Sister Ying, if you like Brother Jiang, I can only advise you. Zhang Ying's eyes lit up. Why? Jiang Yi already has someone he likes. Chun Mingho shook his head. I don't know, it's just how I feel. Well, Zhang Ying sighed helplessly. It seemed that she didn't give this kid enough tonight, so she was a little evasive in her words. So, she went straight to the point. Chun Mingho, do you think Jiang Yi and our CEO Su are a good match? Chun Mingho frowned. As expected of Sister Ying, her words hit the nail on the head. That's right, he usually spends the most time with Jiang Yi, and Zhang Ying also spent the most time with General Manager Su. Sister Ying, do you think it's possible that one day my good friend will fall in love with our common boss? You want to eat some melons and learn about the situation for me? After Jiang Yi got home, he called Su Wanqing, mainly to ask her whether she would come back to stay today. Su Wanqing probably didn't have anything to do at home, so they chatted on the phone. Jiang Yi told Siekai about what had happened to him today. Jiang Yi, you did something wrong. Su Wanqing's voice came slowly from the other end of the phone. Before Jiang Yi could say anything, she added again. Since you've already taken the tire off, why are you leaving it where it is? Why don't you throw it away? You are too kind. You know that being kind can lead to disadvantages, right? Hey, listening to your talk is better than reading for 10 years. Jiang Yi silently gave a thumbs up. He was even a little moved. The one who knows him is Sister Wanqing. It's the first time in so many years that someone praises him for his kindness. Sister Wanqing, you are so right. I'm just too kind. But this is not the only flaw in what we did today. Oh, If I had known that Siekai was not in a hurry to eat that one bite of food, I should have taken a couple of sips of Fateful that Wang Kuo brought over. I'm just waiting to call a designated driver to go with me, instead of rushing to evacuate by myself. At the same time, Su Wanqing had already left home while making a phone call. Matai, do you like it? Jang Yi's voice came from the other end of the phone. It's nice to have a drink every now and then. Oh, I see. You want a drink? Okay, let's drink together when we have a chance. Oh, by the way, Jang Yi, please boil the bath water. I will be back a little later, maybe in about 20 minutes. Hang up first. I have something else to do. After hanging up the phone, Su Wanqing put the phone back in her bag and walked back in her home. Su Wuji, who was sitting on the sofa, was a little surprised to see the girl come back. Did you forget something, girl? Unfortunately, Su Wanqing ignored him and went straight to the restaurant. Old Su ignored it, but when Su Wanqing came out again 2 minutes later, carrying 2 handbags in hand, when he took a closer look, Lao Su discovered that what was inside was the Flying Fairy collection that he had collected for many years. There are 4 bottles in total, all packed here. Chapter 52. No matter how much it costs, just drink it if you want. No, girl, what are you doing with this? Su Wuji couldn't help but ask. These bottles of wine were the kind that were in short supply, and he had collected for bottles at home, but had never been willing to drink them. You know, with his financial strength, he wouldn't be reluctant to drink it because it's expensive, but simply because it's rare. Why do you care so much? Just watch your TV. Su Wanqing glanced at old Su, then walked out of the house with the wine. She thought these bottles of wine were nothing special. Aren't all the bottles of wine in the wine cabinet like this? These 4 bottles of Lao Su have never been drunk. Isn't it because he doesn't like them very much? That's perfect. I'll take it to Jang Yi to see if he likes it. Watching his daughter's car leave from home, Su Wuji felt terrible. He really can't bear to drink, but he doesn't have a bad temper. Is he going to snatch things from his girl? Wanqing would never drink by herself. She must have a reason for taking the wine out. Forget it. Maybe he's using it to build connections. Just take it if you want. Su Wuji didn't think much about it, even though these bottles of wine were very expensive. However, in comparison, the 10 billion issue is more worrying. As he was thinking about it, he couldn't help but call Siekai. Hey, Siekai, any progress today? Siekai answered the call immediately, but Su Wuji found that Siekai did not reply for a long time after he asked the question. Thank Kai. On the other end of the phone, Siekai was already in a state of confusion at home. In fact, he didn't refuse to answer, but he really didn't know how to say it. Just tell Mr. Su directly that Jiang Yi likes men. So there is absolutely no possibility for him and Mr. Su? Forget it. Let's talk about it tomorrow. I think I have discovered some of Jiang Yi's little quirks. Okay, Mr. Su. You take a rest first. I will come to the group to see you tomorrow and report to you in person. Jinghai City, Jiangjinglin Bay, Jiang Yi was playing games when Su Wanqing returned home. Hearing the sound of the bedroom door being opened, Jiang Yi took off his headphones and turned back to look, and sure enough, he saw Su Wanqing standing at the door with a smile on her face. Sister Wanqing, the water is ready. I've washed everything. You could go ahead and wash it. Su Wanqing did not answer immediately, but looked at Jiang Yi quietly for a while. Okay, I'll go wash up. You can play for a while. Su Wanqing closed the bedroom door. Even though she had just stood at the door for a short while, now that the door was closed, Jiang Yi could still smell the unique scent of Su Wanqing in the air. Jiang Yi didn't know how to describe this feeling. Anyway, he felt a little relieved and inexplicably happy. Even the bad mood left by the quarrel with his teammates just now improved a lot. After the game was over, Jiang Yi quietly logged off and went to the living room to wait for Su Wanqing to finish washing and come out to chat. Suddenly, Jiang Yi noticed the wine bag on the coffee table. Flying, Jiang Yi couldn't help but go forward to take a look, and what he saw gave him a real shock. This is Fei Tian, but this is not an ordinary Fei Tian. This is a collector's edition. In fact, Jiang Yi doesn't pay much attention to wine on weekdays, but he really knows this kind of Fei Tian. If I remember correctly, it should be the remaining parts of a batch specially made for the top boss in Beijing. All the raw materials and production techniques are of the best and top-notch quality, and it is the final work of a famous domestic winemaker. There are only about 20 to 30 bottles sold nationwide, and one bottle was once sold at an auction in Hong Kong for an 8-digit price. Jiang Yi recognized it because his father had told him about this wine, and the wine box was specially stamped with the highest level seal. No, Sister Wanqing brought at least 40 million. Jiang Yi couldn't help, but the corners of his mouth twitched violently. He silently put the wine where he couldn't see it. He was really afraid that he might accidentally drink it. Even without opening the bottle, Jang Yi seemed to be able to smell the aroma of wine in the air. But the moment Su Wanqing came out of the shower, the smell in the air became her unique smell. Where are the bottles of wine I brought back? Su Wanqing came to the living room and found that the wine was gone, so she couldn't help but ask. Jiang, he held his forehead and chuckled. I was afraid I couldn't help drinking it, so I put it aside. With a chuckle, Su Wanqing smiled as bright as a flower. Drink if you want. I brought it back for you, didn't I? Where is it? Order some barbecue, open a bottle, and have a drink. Jiang, he raised his eyebrows. What? Open a bottle? Just open it as soon as you say so? Wait, Sister Wanqing, you should know how much these bottles of wine cost, right? In fact, Jiang Yi thought that Su Wanqing brought wine for him, but he didn't dare to be sure. After all, there is something a little wrong with this wine. If this was a normal bottle of fake yen, Jiang Yi would have started drinking it without saying a word. I don't know. Who cares? Isn't this stuff brewed to be drunk? Su Wanqing said cheerfully, and Jiang Yi couldn't help but stretch out 2 fingers. 5 years ago, there was a bottle at auction that sold for 20 million. That was 5 years ago. Now, there's nothing like this on the market. It is basically out of print, so it can only be higher. Su Wanqing was also stunned. No way. Are the few bottles of wine she picked up at home so expensive? Wow, no wonder Lao Su hasn't drunk it yet. It turns out it's not that he doesn't like it, but that he can't bear to drink it. No wonder he had that expression when I took these bottles of wine just now. Su Wanqing now understood everything, but so what? Just tell me if you want to drink. Jiang Yi wondered if there was anything else he could say. The words were too blunt, and he could only answer Su Wanqing with a rolling throat. Su Wanqing understood this, smiled slightly, took out a bottle, and opened the paper lid. Then drink it. Let's have a few drinks. It's my treat. What are you afraid of? An 8-digit bottle of liquor paired with $100+ takeout barbecue. This midnight snack is so simple and plain. Since there was a wine dispenser at home, Jiang Yi simply poured 2 cups, 2 taels each. What he didn't expect was that this was Su Wanqing's first time drinking white wine. After just a sip, Su Wanqing felt uncomfortable with the spiciness. Jiang Yi, is the wine so unpalatable no matter how much it costs? Jiang Yi, who also took a sip, was full of confusion. It's unpalatable? This is simply divine brew. Sister Wanqing, if you're not used to it, I'll get you a bottle of Sprite, and then give me your cup too. At 11 o'clock in the evening, Jiang Yi took Su Wanqing's arm and walked towards the big house, and put Su Wanqing on the bed. Sister Wanqing, go to sleep. Lie down, and I'll cover you with a quilt. Su Wanqing is a typical person who never admits defeat. Maybe what Jiang Yi said at that time made her feel a little frustrated. Therefore, Su Wanqing drank it directly with mixed liquor. The advantage of drinking it with mixed liquor is that the liquor becomes easier to swallow. The bad thing is, it makes people overestimate their alcohol tolerance. No, I don't wear clothes when I sleep. Jiang Yi, little Jiang. Come here first and help me take off my pajamas. Chapter 53. Since you will be my wife in the future, you have to help me with things. Wearing clothes to sleep will definitely not relieve fatigue. I never wear clothes to sleep. Come and help me take it off. Su Wanqing should be between semi-conscious and unconscious now. This shows that it was true that she had never drunk alcohol outside before, 2 taels of alcohol, and she was so drunk. Jiang, he shook his head helplessly and spoke softly. There's nothing wrong with wearing clothes. Wearing clothes has its benefits. At least, if there's an earthquake, I won't have to worry about saving my life because of putting on clothes. And I won't be embarrassed about standing outside with no clothes on and hiding. After hearing this, Su Wanqing seemed to become a little more sober. She looked at Jiang Yi with her beautiful eyes that seemed to be shining with starlight and retorted in a coquettish manner. But we are in a plain area where earthquakes can happen. Jiang Yi smiled. He could only say that he hoped that when Su Wanqing woke up tomorrow, she would still remember what she said and did. Okay, I'll take it off for you, just lie down. Luckily, it's a nightgown, so it's easy to take off. Ouch, this dress is a little small for the bust. It gets stuck too easily and is hard to take off. I'm so tired, go to sleep, Sister Wanqing, and don't kick the quilt. Gently closing Su Wanqing's bedroom door, Jiang Yi breathed a sigh of relief. After returning to his room, he did not take off his clothes immediately, but lay quietly on the bed and looked at the ceiling. Just that one night, he figured out a lot of things. He took off all his clothes and took out his mobile phone. Instead of watching short videos on his phone, as usual, he opened a chat box with Su Yaya. At Jiang, Su Yaya, the day after tomorrow, Saturday, come out and meet me. I'll treat you to a meal. As Jiang Yi expected, he did not get a reply from Su Yaya. If I guessed correctly, Su Yaya would answer him tomorrow morning. Jiang Yi was not in a hurry. He hummed softly, closed his eyes silently, and fell asleep. He had a reminiscent dream and returned to his childhood memories. It was a sultry summer, and he and Su Yaya squeezed together on a small bed in his hometown. Go to sleep, Su Yaya. Are you going to sleep well? You won't kick me, will you? Little Jiang Yi asked blankly because he was sleeping on the edge of the bed, and he seemed to be afraid that Su Yaya would kick him off the bed while he was sleeping. Su Yaya blinked her big watery eyes. I sleep very well. Hearing this answer, Jiang Yi nodded with satisfaction, then took off his vest and shorts and got into bed. Then take off your clothes quickly, and we'll take a rest. Today, my parents, uncle, and aunt are not here. It's just the two of us at home. We just sleep like this. Aren't you a coward? Su Yaya admitted that she was timid, but, Jiang Yi, can you help me get my pajamas from the other courtyard? What the hell? Bayamas. Little Jiang Yi's mind was full of question marks. Why are you wearing pajamas? Wearing pajamas to sleep will definitely not help me feel tired. I never wear clothes to sleep. Why don't you try it? It's very comfortable to sleep naked, just like me. It will take away all the burdens from you. Su Yaya looked at Jiang Yi with half belief and half doubt. But if there's an earthquake, if you wear pajamas, you won't lose time escaping because of putting on clothes. I won't feel embarrassed about going out with nothing on. Little Jiang Yi couldn't help but roll his eyes. We are in a plain area. How can earthquakes be so common? Take it off calmly, or I can help you take it off. Jiang Jinglan Bei, in the master bedroom. Su Wanqing woke up in a daze in the middle of the night and felt that almost all the burdens on her shoulders had been lifted, leaving only two small burdens, and she became much more sober. Her memory was still stuck on the time when she and Jiang Yi were sitting and drinking. When she thought about why her pajamas disappeared, her pretty face unconsciously turned slightly red. Jiang Yi, I was drunk, and you actually did this. But after a little thought, she frowned slightly again. Handout, I was drunk, and this is all you did? Okay, Su Wanqing admitted that she was still drunk. Just close your eyes and go to sleep. Go on sleeping, and we'll talk about other things when you wake up tomorrow morning. Under the night sky, wherever the moonlight shines is quiet and peaceful. As Su Wanqing fell asleep, her thoughts quietly penetrated into her memory until she reached the softest memories in her heart. It was filled with memories of her and her boy, and every single one of them seemed more dazzling to her than the purest diamond in the world. Su Yaya, your father smokes every day. I tell you, smoking causes cancer and will make people die early. Do you think your father would suddenly die when he was still young? Faced with Jiang Yi's questioning, Su Yaya was stunned. The little girl looked at her father Su Wuji's back with her big eyes. Well, she didn't want Su Wuji to die so early. No, then what should I do to save Su Wuji? Su Yaya asked sincerely, and little Jiang Yi sighed helplessly. They're all having dinner at my house now. Go home secretly and steal all his cigarettes. Let's find a place and have a young gunpowder. That way, your father won't be able to smoke even if he wants to, and he won't die immediately. Su Yaya's eyes suddenly widened. Jiang Yi, but my father has 2 cabinets full of cigarettes. Should I steal them all? Why don't you come with me? We can move a few more times, and we should be able to move everything out before they finish eating and go home. The corner of Jiang Yi's mouth twitched fiercely, and without saying a word, he slapped Su Yaya on the butt. No, do you think I really want to burn it? I want to taste it. Go quickly and give me some cigarettes from your father. I want the ones in red packaging that he has in his hand now. Su Yaya rubbed her butt and said with a pout, But you just said that smoking causes cancer. Little Jiang, he shook his head and made up a story. Don't worry about it. I didn't take it to inhale it. I smoked it to taste it. I can adjust the flow rate and trajectory of the surrounding air so that the smoke completely leaves my body without leaving any behind, so it won't cause cancer. How could Su Yaya understand this conversation? She looked at Jiang Yi in confusion. But since you know such a powerful method, why can't you teach my father? Little Jiang Yi was speechless. He stared at Su Yaya's face intently and said solemnly, Su Yaya, you know that most of the time you don't have to worry about so many things. Your father has a lot of good things in his hands. You're going to be my wife in the future, so you have to be on my side and be his little cotton padded jacket that's leaky. Remember, if I want something in the future and it happens to be something your father has, you go and get it for me. Don't worry. I will never treat you unfairly. I will treat you well for the rest of my life. Well, and if you help me take something away one day, I won't spank you but that day. Chapter 54, Mr. Su. Are you crazy? The next morning, Siekai arrived downstairs of Wuji group very early. He's been wandering downstairs. He doesn't know whether Su Wuji has come or not. Anyway, he hasn't thought about what to say when he goes upstairs. Wouldn't it be too much of a blow to Mr. Su if I told him directly? It's so difficult. The corners of Siekai's mouth twitched violently until he was discovered sneaking around by the security guard. Boy, what are you doing here for so long? Looking for someone or what? Siekai waved his hand. I'm new here, bro. I'll be upstairs right away. As the saying goes, God's plan is the best. Siekai's courage was given to him by the security guard. Walking straight to the elevator, Siekai came directly to the top floor of Wuji Group and knocked on the door of the chairman's secretary's office. Secretary Wang, is Director Su here? Wang Yun smiled slightly. What a coincidence. Director Su has just arrived. You can go in directly. Wang Ju knew that Siekai was sent out by Su Wuji to do an important job, so he did not stop him. In this way, Siekai arrived at Su Wuji's office with green lights all the way. Xiao Xie, it's so early. You came to see me in such a hurry. It seems. You have good news? Good news? Mr. Su, please don't say that. It will make it difficult for me to continue the conversation, okay? Siekai was even a little afraid to look Su Wuji in the eye. After nearly half a minute of silence, he gritted his teeth and spoke. Director Su, I had dinner with Jang Yi last night, and I did get some information. But it doesn't look like good news. Not good news. Su Wuji's face suddenly darkened. He subconsciously took out a cigarette, lit it, and nodded slightly. Tell me what you say. Siekai could clearly feel the change in Su Wuji's attitude. He closed his eyes and decided to tell him everything. There is no other way. If God wants to give a man a great responsibility, he must first make him suffer. It's bad luck that Su Wuji will let him do this. Mr. Su, Jang Yi actually already has. What Siekai originally wanted to say was that Jang Yi had a girlfriend, but he was stunned. That's not right. Can that thing be called a girlfriend? Boss Su, actually Jang Yi is gay. Curved? What do you mean by curved? Su Wuji felt that there was indeed a generation gap between him and Siekai in terms of age. What do you mean? Say something that we middle-aged people can understand. Siekai breathed a sigh of relief. Director Su, Jang Yi actually already has someone he likes. He likes a guy who is his college roommate, and they seem to be together. Siekai spoke very quickly because he was afraid that Su Wuji would give him a look and he would not dare to continue. After saying this, he took a deep breath and added, It should be correct. Jang Yi told me this himself. He said he has a girlfriend and then showed me a photo. Later I found out that his girlfriend was a famous cosplayer, actually a man, but he often dressed up as a variety of female characters. This time, Siekai told everything he knew, but he still didn't get a reply from Su Wuji. Su Wuji suddenly became a silent existence. It was not until Siekai turned his head to look over that he suddenly discovered that the corners of Su Wuji's mouth had almost stretched to the back of his head. Ha ha ha. Xiao Xie. Is there any truth to what you said? Siekai thought for a moment and nodded. Yes, Mr. Su, I am sure. Immediately, Su Wuji gave a thumbs up and patted Siekai's shoulder heavily. Well done, Xiao Xie. You did a great job on this matter. You will definitely have a bright future. As Su Wuji was talking, he started to take a few more puffs of his cigarette, and he felt more and more enjoyable as he smoked. He stood in front of the huge, floor-to-ceiling window in his office, overlooking his business empire at his feet, and his mood was getting better and better. Finally, he began to laugh heartily and wildly. Ha ha ha, cool. That's great. I told you my money can't be taken away easily. Yes, Su Wuji's original intention was to have a good relationship between his daughter and Jang Yi. However, since Jang Yi likes men, even if Jang Yi breaks the contract, not only does he not have to pay, he can even ask for money. Isn't this great? Damn, this is great news. At this moment, Siekai, who was still sitting on the sofa, was already numb. No, how come Mr. Su is so happy after knowing this? Could it be that Director Su is crazy? Damn, this shouldn't be the case. Could it be that Director Su is so hit that he is speechless? The more Siekai thought about it, the more he felt something was wrong. However, he really didn't dare to run now, and he couldn't sit still either. Su, Mr. Su, if there's nothing else, I'll leave first. Finally, Siekai couldn't help but speak softly. Su Wuji then realized that Siekai was still in his office. He restrained his expression and nodded slightly. Okay, let's go. This is a great achievement for you. When everything is settled, I will reward you handsomely, Xiao Xia. Go on vacation. Your salary will be paid, as usual. Just take a break for a while. 5 minutes later, Siekai stood downstairs of Wuji Group and greeted the security hall with confusion in his eyes. Nowadays, employment pressure is high. Everyone says that it is easy to be laid off and it is difficult to get by, but Siekai doesn't think it is difficult. If getting a job is so easy, then what does all his hard work in the past 2 years mean? Can he do it? Jiang Jinglan Bei. Jiang, he didn't know why he slept so soundly last night. Maybe it was because this Feitian Matai was too precious and difficult to digest. In short, when he woke up, he was embraced by warmth and softness. Jiang Yi originally wanted to check his cell phone to see what time it was, as he felt that he must be late. But the moment he reached out his hand, he didn't touch his cell phone, but something soft. Jiang Yi subconsciously opened his eyes and looked around. He was shocked to find a beautiful profile lying quietly beside him. Sister Wanqing? Jiang Yi almost stood up subconsciously, and in fact he might have already stood up. Oh my God, what's going on? Jiang Yi's mind was full of doubts, but in order to avoid embarrassment, he got out of bed in a hurry. Although his movements were quick, they were very slight. Su Wanqing seemed not to have woken up until the moment he left the house. Jiang Yi looked at the time and saw that it was already 10:30 in the morning. He knew that he would be late. Sure enough, there were several messages from Chun Mingho on his phone, asking him whether he was going to work today. What Jiang Yi didn't notice was that the moment he closed the door, Su Wanqing in the bedroom of the cabin silently opened her eyes. The corners of her mouth curved up slightly with a hint of resentment. How come a man becomes more cowardly as he grows older? Chapter 55, Jiang Yinhai. My handsome eldest son doesn't like women? Su Wanqing thought that if it was Jiang Yi as a child, he would pinch her, but to wake her up without hesitation. Forget it, get up and go to work. Su Wanqing stretched her straight and long legs out of the quilt and yawned. 15 minutes later, a ray of sunlight shone on her as she stepped out of the apartment building. Well, she hasn't slept so soundly for a long time. On the other side, Jiang Yi had already sat down at his workstation in the company, but he did not respond to Chen Mingho's greeting. There's no way. His mind is in a mess now. What happened last night? He remembered that he was not drunk. Then how could he end up in the same bed with Su Wanqing? Oh no, that didn't roll, and they were on his bed. Sister Wanqing, when did she come here? Did she come here by herself? Was she drunk? After thinking it over, Jiang Yi felt that he couldn't think about it anymore. Well, morning is a time when one is more likely to stand up impulsively, and thinking too much about holding a beautiful woman in your arms can easily lead to embarrassment, especially since he was wearing stretched sweatpants today. Why are you staring at me? Jiang Yi came back to his senses and turned to look at Chun Mingho beside him. At this moment, Chun Mingho was looking at him with a smile. Without saying a word, Jiang Yi even discovered something called gay love in his eyes. No, it's okay, brother Jiang. I just thought you smelled really good today. Did you put on perfume? Ah, you smell good, brother. Jiang Yi was slightly stunned, and then he subconsciously wrinkled his nose and sniffed. Chun Mingho did not lie, and he himself admitted that he had a scent on his body. Well, others can't feel it, but Jiang Yi understands that this is the fragrance of Su Wanqing. Definitely. I slept with him in my arms last night. Don't worry about it. Just do your job. Jiang Yi was too lazy to pay attention to Chen Mingho. He rolled his eyes at him and quietly started his slacking off time today. There is no way. The marketing department really has no important work to do recently, and dear Minister Xiao has intentionally or unintentionally not assigned him any tasks. On the other side, Chun Mingho secretly took out his mobile phone. At Yunda Junction, report to the leader, Jianggu is late, and there's something strange. He smells good. At Yunda, it doesn't feel like I've sprayed perfume. It's like I suddenly have body odor. At Xiaomei, who works hard to be a good secretary. Got it. President Su hasn't come yet. I think there must have been something big going on last night. Songqing City, on the top floor of Songqing City government, Jiang Yinhai, with a slightly tired look on his face, slowly walked out of the meeting room. As soon as he raised his right hand, the secretary beside him quickly came to his side. Secretary Jiang. Jiang Yinhai thought for a while and then spoke softly. Please help me make an appointment with Mr. Huang from MANHWA Company, the company that won the bid for the District Civil Affairs Staff Housing Project. Ask him to come to my office as soon as possible. I'll be waiting for him." The secretary nodded heavily. "Okay, Secretary Jiang. I'll contact them right away." Jiang Yinhai quickly left the government building and prepared to return to the district office building. The meeting this morning lasted a long time, and he was a little tired, but fortunately the result was good. However, regarding the district civil affairs staff housing project, a few small suggestions were made. It was said to be a small suggestion, but in fact, it was a regulation. He planned to find Boss Huang quickly and tell him clearly to avoid any problems later. When he got into his private car, Jiang Yinhai realized that his cell phone, which he had turned off before the meeting, was still on. He turned on his cell phone and quickly connected to the internet. The various prompts that popped up made his mouth twitch. 32 missed calls? If he hadn't noticed that all 32 missed calls were from Wuji, he would have suspected that the district government building had collapsed. Wait, why is there a bank transfer record? Hello, Wuji will transfer 1 million yuan to your account ending in 0868, Industrial and Commercial Bank of China. Jiang Yinhai felt a little numb for a moment, and he quickly called Wuji back. The call was answered almost immediately, but Wuji said nothing after the call was connected. "Hello, Lao Su, what's up? I was in a meeting just now." Jiang Yinhai guessed that this matter was related to the child marriage between Jang Yi and Su Yaya. But what responded to him was not Wuji's reply, but a burst of laughter as if he could no longer hold it back. "Ha ha ha ha, old Jiang. Wait a moment. Let me relax for a moment. I had been laughing for half an hour and had calmed down, but when I saw you calling, I couldn't help it anymore. Ha, wait a moment. No, is this person sick?" Jiang Yinhai looked at the call message again with some suspicion, and became even more confused after confirming that it was Wuji. What's going on? He didn't say anything either, and waited quietly for about half a minute. Then Wuji slowly spoke over there. "Old Jiang, I got some information from here. I can only say that we are brothers and almost became in-laws. I feel really heavy right now, huh?" "Yes, heavy. Huh. You also saw that I transferred some money to you, right? Hurry up and take our Jiang Yi to see a psychiatrist so that he won't get seriously ill later, okay? This is a serious problem." "No, what does this have to do with anything?" Jiang Yinhai became more and more confused. However, he still extracted the key words from Wuji's words. "Take Jiang Yi to see a psychiatrist? His son is mentally healthy. Why does he need to see a psychologist? What's the problem? Please explain it clearly." 5 minutes later, Jiang Yinhai hung up the phone with a gloomy face. At this moment, his expression was in sharp contrast to Wuji's happiness. It can be said that Wuji is as happy as he is unhappy. He doesn't understand, he doesn't comprehend, he can't figure it out. His son likes men? Turn around and go to my house. Jiang Yinhai said softly that he planned to go home first. He needed to have a good talk with Lu Wan about this matter. The driver quickly turned around, and Xiao Zhao, the secretary sitting in the passenger seat, thought for a moment before turning back and asking, "Secretary Jiang, what about Boss Huang?" Jiang Yinhai didn't even raise his head. Let him wait in the office. At 11 o'clock in the morning, Jiang Yinhai returned home, opened the door, and his eyes fell on Lu Wan, who was sitting on the sofa, happily playing landlord. Lu Wan was also stunned when she noticed the sound of the door opening. "Lao Jiang, weren't you very busy today? Why are you going home at this time? Are you going to eat at home at noon? If so, I'll go downstairs and buy some food." Jiang Yinhai sat down next to Lu Wan as if all the gravity had been lifted off him, rubbing his temples. "I can't eat." Lu Wan frowned. "What's going on? Are you having a hard time at work?" Jiang Yinhai shook his head. "No, it's about your daughter." Chapter 56. Invitation from top cosplayer Jang Yi. "Just come to my house." "Daughter?" Comrade Lu Wan was completely stunned. "Where did she get a daughter? She has only had one son, Jang Yi. Are you busy and stupid, or did you recognize the wrong person? Do you have a daughter outside?" After a little thought, Lu Wan began to look at Jiang Yinhai with suspicion, who knew that Lao Jiang would burst out swearing the next second. "I don't care. Wuji just called me. Do you know what he told me? You don't know. You will never be able to imagine it in your life, just like I haven't figured it out all this time." Lu Wan rarely saw Jiang Yinhai like this, and couldn't help but ask, "Old Jiang, please tell me now. Don't keep me in suspense." When Jiang Yinhai thought about what he was about to say, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch a few times. "He told me that one of his subordinates is a good friend of our Jiang Yi. Do you know what our son's hobbies are?" Lu Wan held her breath. What? Jang Yi sighed helplessly. Our son seems to like men. What? Lu Wan's eyes widened instantly, and she threw the tablet aside. Compared to her son's relationship with someone else, and her having to work hard to earn 10 billion happy beans to compensate Su Wuji, her son's love for a man is more important. Old Jiang, are you sure you didn't make a mistake? Jiang Yinhai shook his head. I don't know, but do you think Su Wuji would tell me something he's not sure about? What should I do, honey? I even thought that our son liked the recently popular internet celebrity Sister You, but I never thought that our son liked men. I really regret not pulling it out and sticking it on the wall, damn. Luan gave Jiang Yinhai a fierce look. What kind of lewd words are these? How can you be so careless in broad daylight? She forced herself to calm down and analyze the matter, but she found that she seemed unable to calm down. Something was wrong. It seemed that her son had no interest in the opposite sex since he was a child. When I was rebellious in junior high and high school, I just played games and didn't have a relationship. I didn't even have a relationship in college. Luan had no doubt about her own judgment. She felt that her son would be popular wherever he went. Could this be true? Lao Jiang, how about we go to Jinghai? Let's find an opportunity over there so we can have a good chat with our son. Such an important thing happened that Luan really couldn't sleep well. Just go to Jinghai. If it is true, take the child to the hospital immediately and let the doctor think of a way to see if the child can be brought back. If it is fake, just treat it as seeing your own child. Of course, you also have to go to Su Wuji to ask for an explanation. I think it's necessary. It happens that tomorrow is Saturday. Then let's go there tomorrow morning. Otherwise, I won't be able to sleep well. At this moment, Jang Yi, who was far away in Jinghai City, had not yet realized that a sudden love from his parents was about to come silently. At this moment, he is chatting with his college classmate Zhang Xian. At Jiang, you mean you've arrived in Jinghai now? At Zhangxin, yeah, Lao Jiang, there are important comic exhibitions today and tomorrow. I was paid to go, and the show is big enough. At Jang Yi, oh, I saw it the other day. There was a special illustration for you outside. At Zhangxian, how is it? Isn't it impressive? At Jang Yi, yeah, it's very big. God knows how many layers you put in it. Speaking of his roommate Zhang Xian, he is a legendary figure. When he was still in college, Zhang Xian became an internet celebrity because of his cross-dressing videos, and one video could even receive millions of likes. There is no way. Although Zhang Xian is a man, he looks too delicate. Not handsome, but delicate. Zhang Xian put on makeup and wore a wig, and when she stood out in the crowd, she looked like a cool and mute goddess bride. After 2 or 3 years of operation, Zhang Xian's account, Identities, has become one of the top 20 accounts on the short video website's fan list, and the cost of his participating in an event has almost reached a sky-high price. At that time, Jiang Yi's dormitory was filled with all kinds of small skirts, wigs, etc. that Zhang Xian would use for the video. At Zhangxin, hey, it's just about 2 steam buns. At Zhangxin, don't talk about anything else. My schedule is too full today. If I don't have anything to do tomorrow morning, I'll get up early and meet you later. Where are you staying now? At Jiang, I am now living in my cousin's house, Jiangjinglan Bay. The friendships formed in college may not be the purest, but the buddies you get along well with in college will truly stay with you for life. Thinking that he hadn't seen his brothers for so long since graduation, Jiang Yi missed Zhang Xian a little. Well, it's nice to have a chance to sit down and chat together. There are always some encounters and details with memories attached that can calm people's hearts in this busy world. After finishing his chat with Zhang Xian, Jiang Yi started planning his schedule for tomorrow. Zhang Xian is probably very busy and will most likely leave later in the morning. Then he can ask Su Yaya out for lunch at noon. Thinking of this, Jiang Yi took out his mobile phone and sent a message to Su Yaya. At Jiang, dinner tomorrow at noon? Su Yaya replied immediately this time. It seems that she is quite free now. At Su Yaya, okay, you'll treat me. At Jiang, sure, I'll make the arrangements and contact you tomorrow at noon. At Su Yaya, okay, then I have to carefully choose what to wear tomorrow tonight. I have to shock you no matter what I say. At Jang Yi, just don't scare me to death, cold sweat gif. At Su Yaya, hey, do you understand that girls change a lot when they grow up? At Jiang Yi, I understand. Whatever you say is what it is. At the same time, Su Wanqing, who was replying to Jiang Yi's message in the president's office on the top floor, frowned slightly. To be honest, She now wanted to change into a stylish long dress and go downstairs to find Jang Yi, stand in front of him, and ask him if he understood what it meant for girls to change a lot when they grow up, and whether she was really good looking. And Yu said, I understand, in a tone of dissatisfaction. Bosu? Bosu? Zhang Ying was waiting for Su Wanqing to review the documents. But just as Su Wanqing was reviewing the documents, she suddenly picked up her phone and started replying to messages. Zhang Ying watched Su Wanqing's expression change, from the slight smile at the beginning, to the slight frown later, and finally to the indescribable subtle look in her eyes. Secretary Zhang, who has watched too many idol dramas, didn't even know how to describe that look and expression, but she felt it could be summed up as the state of being in love. Ah, I've finished reviewing it. You can take it. Su Wanqing then realized that Zhang Ying was still around. She had just seen the message from Jiang Yi, and she had no time to look at the documents. How can a contract with a mere profit of 5 million be compared with replying to Jiang Yi's message in a timely manner? Okay, Mr. Su. Zhang Ying took the documents and quickly left the office. The moment she left the office, she opened the chat box with Chen Mingho. Chapter 57. What should I wear when I meet Jiang Yi tomorrow? At Xiaomei, who strives to be a good secretary. Let me tell you, Chen Mingho, President Su just replied to 2 messages, and he looked intoxicated, as if he had fallen in love. At Yongyuan de Jianshen. Really? Damn. Jianggu was just sending a message with a slight smile on his face. At Xiaomari, who works hard to be a good secretary. Look, I told you they were busy. Keep watching. I think they were the ones sending the message just now. At Yongyuan de Jianshen, received, Sir. The day passed quickly. Jiang Yi did not go to Su Wanqing's house for lunch today. He said he wanted to accompany Chen Mingho to eat the spicy hot pot downstairs. At night, Su Wanqing also sent a message to Jiang Yi telling him that she would not be going back to live today. In fact, Jiang Yi wanted to avoid Su Wanqing a little bit because he hadn't digested what happened in the morning yet. As for Su Wanqing, she certainly wasn't hiding from Jiang Yi, but after thinking about it, she decided to give Jiang Yi some time to digest it. Besides, they will meet tomorrow. Well, tonight, she really wanted to go home and dress herself up. Jiang Yi did not go home directly after get off work, but went to the supermarket. Because he and Su Wanqing have been living at home, some necessary items, such as toilet paper, wet wipes, hand sanitizer, etc., are used up very quickly. These little gadgets are the kind that are inconspicuous in normal times, but when you really need them, you find that they are not life-threatening. Not only that, Jiang Yi also bought a frying pan so that he could fry something for breakfast in the morning. After returning home, Jiang Yi put everything in order and went back to his bedroom to prepare to log in and play games. Anyway, I don't have to go to work tomorrow, so I could sleep in. Tonight is purely a night of battle. But when he saw that his good friend Chen Mingho was not online, he was slightly stunned. Hey, what does this kid do after work if he doesn't play games? At this moment, Chen Mingho, who was cooking with Zhang Ying in the hot pot restaurant, sneezed loudly. Ichuogo, who missed me? Never mind, sistering. Just keep talking. Zhang Ying sat opposite Chen Mingho with a frown on her face. There's really nothing much to say. Just think about it. You are Jiang Yi's good friend. If Jiang Yi is captured by my boss Su. Ahem, do I need to say more about the benefits that will follow? So, I'm not forcing you to cooperate with me in bringing them together. It's for your own future. Chen Mingho thought about it carefully and realized that it was really true. He is Jiang Yi's good friend, so from now on, he will call General Su sister-in-law. Well, it's settled. At least he can become a department manager in this life. Just like Minister Xiao. Wow, so impressive. Don't worry, Sister Ing. I will definitely cooperate with you. I am your gun. I will stab wherever you tell me to. The moonlight quietly climbed up the night sky, and the whole city became quiet and peaceful, but some people were not at peace. For example, Jiang Yunhai and Lu Wan, who suspected their son was gay. For example, Su Wanqing, who is going to meet Jiang Yi to confess her guilt tomorrow. For example, Jiang Yi, who has lost 8 games in a row in the ranking, but is killing like crazy every time. Fuck, man, you really didn't order takeout? Then why are the dishes so delicious? If I were as bad at playing games as you are, I would have uninstalled this game 800 times already. Damn it. Even if you let my grandmother come over and press randomly, it wouldn't end up like this, okay? Jiang Yi's fingers moved rapidly on the keyboard. He really couldn't stand this group of stupid teammates anymore. It's even worse than Chen Mingho. Shut down. I'm going to Lioma. After mumbling something, he lay down on the bed helplessly. After just browsing Douyin for a while, he received a call from his cousin Xiao Jie, who was on the other side of the earth. What? After the call was connected, Jiang Yi asked directly, and Xiao Jie directly retorted. Are you crazy? Why are you talking so harshly? Jiang Yi gave a dry laugh. Okay, my dear sister. What do you want to contact me about? Xiao Jie's tone also softened. Nothing. Just calling to ask how you're doing. Are you eating normally? Are you feeling well? How is your health? Are you feeling unwell? Jiang Yi looked at the call message again and confirmed that it was Xiao Jie before he asked again. What are you talking about? Is it normal to eat? Are you feeling uncomfortable? It's not that Jiang Yi was speechless, but what Xiao Jie said was really incomprehensible. It's like your friend calls you and the first thing he asks you is, dude, are you sick? Nothing. I just woke up and my mind is confused. Where's Su Wanqing? Let her answer the phone. It's too much trouble to talk to you. The corner of Jiang Yi's mouth twitched fiercely. Sister Wanqing is not at home. She went back home tonight. Su Wanqing went home to live. Xiao Jie was stunned. Obviously, she was a little skeptical about the truth of this matter. She seemed to have something urgent to do. She made some excuses and hung up Jiang Yi's phone, then called Su Wanqing. It took a long time before the call was connected. Hey, Wanqing, what's wrong with you? I just called that guy Jiang Yi, and he said you went home tonight. What's wrong? Did you two have a fight? Su Wanqing, who had just tried on several sets of clothes but was not particularly satisfied with any of them, smiled helplessly. We didn't quarrel. We're just going to meet each other tomorrow. I will go home and think about what to wear to meet him tomorrow. Wait, Xiao Jie's CPU is burned out. What do you mean by going out to meet? Don't you see each other every day? I said I didn't understand. Do you believe me? Only then did Su Wanqing realize that she had not yet told Xiao Jie that she had added Jiang Yi using her QQ number. I added Jiang Yi via QQ before, as Su Yaya. Then, we made an appointment to meet tomorrow. Huh? Xiao Jiren was stunned. Her eyes widened like bells. So, until now, Jiang Yi doesn't even know that Su Wanqing is Su Yaya. Su Wanqing, are you sure of my brother who has been at my house? So he hasn't recognized you yet? Is he a fool? Damn, I'm really impressed. Why do I feel like you haven't changed at all since you were a child? I can't recognize you at first glance, but it shouldn't have been this long that I can't recognize you. This kid really gave his IQ and youth to his alma mater when he graduated from college. Su Wanqing listened to Xiao Jie complaining about Jiang, then simply threw her phone aside and continued to pick clothes. Finally, just when Xiao Jie was cursing, she spoke softly. Stop for a moment, Xiao Jie. Tell me, I'm going to meet Jiang Yi tomorrow. Is it appropriate for me to wear lace-trimmed pants? Chapter 58 Jiang Yi is gay. Is it confirmed? If Xiao Jie remembered correctly, Su Wanqing just said that she and Jiang Yi were going to have dinner tomorrow. Well, even if we just go home together after dinner. Just now I complained that you were too slow, but then I realized that I was too hasty, Wanqing. Now you and Jiang Yi have reached the point where you want to discuss what kind of pants to wear when you meet, right? Oh my god. Su Wanqing finally reacted. Yes, she and Jiang Yi went out to eat, and nothing would happen after they got home. All kinds of panties seemed to look the same. Anyway, Jiang Yi can't see them. Su Wanqing, who had figured it out, blushed slightly and spoke in a low voice after being stunned for a moment. Don't worry about it. As the saying goes, a night passes in the blink of an eye. Jiang Yi didn't know how he fell into a drowsy sleep. When he opened his eyes again, he was woken up by the ringing of the phone. Fuck, who is it? Jiang Yi, who was woken up, murmured in a daze. In fact, he had only slept for less than 4 hours up to now. There is something magical about playing games. The more you play, the more you lose, and the more you lose, the more you want to keep playing. So, he lost the whole night last night. Jiang Yi finally realized what was happening when he saw the call was from Zhang Xian. Oh, yes. Zhang Xian said he would come to see him for a while in the morning. Logically speaking, Jiang Yi should go downstairs to pick up Zhang Xian. When a friend comes from far, he should go downstairs to greet him. But at this moment, he couldn't really tell his upper and lower eyelids apart. Xian, come up by yourself. Didn't I give you the house number yesterday? I'm so sleepy. I'll sleep a little longer. The combination lock is 54,138. You can come in by yourself. Jiang Yi really didn't want to get out of bed, while Zhang Xian on the other end of the phone was in a mess downstairs. He stood in the cold wind, feeling a little helpless for a moment. Huh? How many times did you do this last night? Why are you so exhausted? Unveiled. Zhang Xian began to look for it in Jiangjing Lanwan community, but he really couldn't understand the distribution here. Hello, Auntie, can you tell me where Building 8 is? So he found an ant who looked friendly and asked for directions. The kind-looking ant looked up at him and then pointed at the building behind her. This is Building 8, young man. After Zhang Xian thanked him, he turned around and left very politely. However, the kind-looking ant looked at his profile and felt that he looked a little familiar. About 5 minutes later, a middle-aged man quietly came to the side of the kind-looking ant. Let's go upstairs. I bought a brand new pair of 7 wolves. If that incident was new, I would have turned this 7 wolves into a battle-damaged version today. The kind-looking ant smiled helplessly. Lao Jiang, I thought about it for a long time last night, and I still think there will be no problem with our son. Think about it. Our son has never had so many special hobbies since he was a child. Now he says that he likes men. I really can't understand or believe it. That's right, the friendly-looking ant and the middle-aged man were Lu Wan and Jiang Yinhai, who had rushed to Jinghai in the early morning. Jiang Yinhai did not comment on Lu Wan's statement. Anyway, they're already downstairs. We will know whether it is true or not after going up and interrogating Jiang Yi. Seeing that he did not reply, Lu Wan simply brought up a new topic to distract Jiang Yinhai. Hey, Lao Jiang, I just saw a young man. He's very pretty, like a little girl. The corner of Jiang Yunhai's mouth twitched fiercely. He always felt that Lu Wan was trying to bring up something that was irrelevant. At the same time, upstairs, Jang Yi, who was sleeping, even had a sweet dream. In the dream, he had a date with a super beautiful woman today. The standard outfit for a beauty is a high silk hip skirt. Just by chance, the beauty's hairband fell off, and she was about to bend down to pick it up. At this moment, Jiang Yi was standing behind her. This is a great opportunity. But before the beauty could squat down, Jiang Yi felt a very cold touch on his neck. He suddenly woke up, opened his eyes, and found Zhang Xian sitting beside the bed, looking at him with a smile. The coldness on his neck was obviously caused by Zhang Xian, who had just entered the room from outside and put his hand directly into his neck. You're not sick. Can't you just call me properly? I'm dating a beautiful woman in my dream. Jiang Yi stood up and started to scold. Normally, old friends should be in tears when they meet, but at this moment, he was really unhappy with Zhang Xian. Zhang Xian also got angry when he heard this. Oh my God, you still have a temper? No, Jiang Yi, I came to see you during such a busy schedule, and you greeted me while soundly sleeping. Why didn't I call you nicely? I almost slammed my size 42 shoes on your not-so-small face. Why don't you wake up quickly? Someone who doesn't know would think you fell asleep. Jiang Yi wondered why he didn't hear Zhang Xian calling. I didn't hear you calling me. Could it be that the barking of the dog wasn't loud enough? Calling me a dog? Zhang Xian was stunned. He felt that it had been a long time since they last met, and it was time for him to have a free fight with Jiang Yi. So he took off his shoes and jumped onto the bed, then prepared to choke her. Whoever gives in first today is a grandson. Seeing that he was still excited, Jiang Yi stood up and prepared to attack. They all came from university dormitories and are all masters of free fighting. Who's afraid of who? On the other side, Jiang Yinhai and Lu Wan were already standing at the door. They knocked on the door for a long time, but no one answered. Is he still not awake? Jiang Yinhai muttered, and Lu Wan called Xiao Jie directly, because she remembered that Xiao Jie's best friend sometimes lived here, and it would seem inappropriate to go in without saying hello. Although Lu Wan knew the password to the room. However, she was not very willing to enter the password herself, and would rather have someone open the door for her. Let's go inside. I just asked Xiao Jie, and her best friend didn't stay here last night. Jiang is the only one at home. He probably played games late last night and hasn't gotten up yet. Jiang Yinhai nodded. Good. About half a minute later, Lu Wan turned her head and glanced at Jiang Yinhai, then opened the door. What are you standing there for? Don't you know the password? Well, the wife has spoken, and Jiang Yinhai dare not resist. After successfully entering the house with the correct password, Jiang Yinhai and Lu Wan's mind planned to wake Jiang Yi up directly. But before they could step into the house, they heard Jiang Yi's voice coming from the bedroom. Still yelling? Is that wrong? If you don't yell daddy 5 times today, I won't let you go. Huh? Jiang Yinhai and Lu Wan looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. Could it be that they came at the wrong time? Is his son busy? How about we go out for a walk and wait? Lu Wan asked suddenly with an idea, and Jiang Yinhai also thought it was a good idea. But before they could step back and close the door, they heard another voice coming from the bedroom. I'm wrong, Dad. Get off me first. Your leg hair is prickling my neck. It's itchy. So itchy. Ha ha ha. Lu Wan and Jiang Yunhai were both stunned at the same time because this voice is obviously a male voice. In other words, the person currently lying on the bed in her son's room is a man. Chapter 59. Su Yaya? Su Yaya is okay. Lu Wan and Jiang Yunhai were completely confused at this moment. If Su Wuji's previous words planted a seed in their hearts, then the words they heard at this moment were the best nourishment. Let the seeds take root, sprout, and quickly grow into towering trees. The two looked at each other for a moment, with only one question written all over their faces. My son really likes men? No, I have to go in and take a look. Jiang Yunhai really couldn't help it. He really wanted to slap Jiang Yi in the face and tell him that homosexuals are prone to diseases. He walked straight to the bedroom where the sound came from and pushed the door open. This also stunned Jiang Yi, who was about to attack Zhang Xian. He subconsciously thought that Su Wanqing had returned, but he was confused when he saw Jiang Yunhai standing at the door. Dad, what? Jiang Yunhai did not answer Jiang Yi. Instead, Zhang Xian, who was being pressed down on the bed by Jiang Yi and did not see anyone at the door, agreed. My goodness, the scene was very awkward for a moment. Jiang Yi quickly let go of Zhang Xian. Zhang Xian was about to fight back, but when he looked up, he saw Jiang Yunhai standing at the door. Did Lao Jiang just call out Dad? Which means the person standing at the door now is really his father. Hello, Uncle. Zhang Xian quickly adjusted his state and started to greet. He is a very thin-skinned person, but given the situation, he can only thicken his skin. Jiang Yi, come out with me. I want to ask you something. Jiang Yunhai couldn't stand it anymore, so he dragged Jiang Yi out of the bedroom, leaving Zhang Xian alone in the messy room. Although Lu Wan found it hard to believe that her son was gay, she still couldn't help but want to come and see what the boy her son looked like. She quietly stood at the door, looked into the house, and cleverly made direct eye contact with Zhang Xian. Is it you? Lu Wan immediately recognized Zhang Xian as the young man who had just asked her for directions downstairs. Zhang Xian also realized it. Hello, Auntie. I'm Zhang Xian, Jiang Yi's college roommate. College roommate? Does that mean my son has been gay since college? Lu Wan couldn't figure it out. She looked at Zhang Xian in front of her. Although his clothes were a little messy, the young man looked normal. Just these two young guys who would have thought that they could, oh. Zhang Xian, to be honest, you are also considered a member of my aunt's family. Just tell your aunt the truth. When did you and my Jiang Yi start dating? An hour later, Zhang Xian had to leave quickly to attend the comic convention due to schedule arrangements, while Jiang Yi was pressed on the sofa by Jiang Yunhai and Lu Wan. His mind was full of black lines, and his head was buzzing, and he didn't know what to say. I say, you can believe Su Wuji's ridiculous excuses, but you are my biological parents. Fuck, he said I'm gay and I am. You really believe it? I finally understand why you looked at me so strangely just now. Then Su Wuji and I just met once in Jinghai. How did he know that I was gay? Jiang Yi really couldn't figure out why Su Wuji said that no matter how hard he tried. No. This Lao Deng, I disliked him since childhood. Why is he deliberately spreading rumors now? Where's his home? I'll go get him. Jiang Yi said angrily, but was pulled down by Lao Jiang and Comrade Lu Wan. Kid, we adults should solve our own problems among ourselves. It's rude of you to ask your uncle to settle the score. Okay. Maybe we can still be a family in the future. Your father and I are not here to ask for punishment. We mainly miss you. Think about what you want to eat for lunch. I'll go downstairs to buy some groceries, and then I'll make it for you. Lu Wan was obviously in a good mood, knowing that her son was not gay. Even Jiang Yunhai felt that the weather in Jinghai was not that gloomy today. Jiang, he was obviously stunned. Huh? You guys aren't leaving for a while? Lu Wan glanced at Jiang Yi unhappily. What are you talking about, kid? Your dad, and I just came here, and you're leaving. Jiang Yi thought that he didn't mean that, mainly because I had an appointment with a friend at noon. Lu Wan went straight over and gave an elbow strike. Jiang Yi, your dad and I rushed over from Songcheng, and you said you had an appointment with a friend at noon. What's so important about friends? Can't you eat tomorrow or the day after tomorrow? Viang Yishuruk. It's mainly because we haven't seen each other for a long time. It's a rare opportunity to meet up. If it doesn't work, I can ask her to come over to my house for dinner. You two know each other anyway, and you haven't seen each other for a long time. What friends do we know? Jiang Yunhai and Lu Wan were both stunned for a moment. Jiang Yi knew that they were waiting for his answer. It's Su Yaya. Su Yaya? Lu Wan and Jiang Yunhai looked at each other, and the next second they saw the gleam in each other's eyes. It's not possible for others, but if it's Su Yaya, it's not impossible for my son to eat with them. Lu Wan sat back on the sofa, supporting her cheek with one hand. Lao Jiang, you said that it's rare for your son to meet up with friends, and we really can't disturb them. How about we go out for a walk at noon and see what special snacks Jinghai has? Jiang Yunhai breathed a sigh of relief. I think it's totally fine. Comrades Lao Jiang and Lu Wan left happily, without taking a single cloud with them. Jiang, he was even stunned. He really didn't understand why these two people were so easy to talk to today. Forget it. It's almost 10 o'clock. Let's pack up and go out and wait for Su Yaya. Jiang Yi got up and ran to the bathroom, not forgetting to send a message to Su Yaya. At Jiang Yi, I'm going out at 10:30. Should I pick you up, or should I wait for you somewhere? On the other side, Su Wanqing, who had dressed up carefully, had already got into her car. She didn't need Jiang Yi to pick her up, as they had already agreed in advance to go to that hot pot restaurant. She just went over to wait for Jiang Yi. Su Wanqing started the car and drove off, completely unaware that there were 3 pairs of eyes watching her at this moment. Of course, 2 of them are from Su Wuji and Kai Jia. They looked at the car driving away with great satisfaction, and both sides saw the satisfaction in each other's eyes. Lao Su, our girl has finally come to her senses. She dressed like this when she went out today. She must be going to meet an important male friend. Yes, we're going to have a son-in-law. I just feel sorry for Jiang Yi. I feel uncomfortable when you tell me he's gay. I'll have to call Sister Wan someday to comfort her. Oh, I've already given Jiang Yunhai 1 million. Hurry up and take Jiang Yi to see him. Child marriage is easy to talk about. 10 billion is not a big deal. The most important thing is not to let the child's psychology be distorted. Yes, this kind of problem must be solved as soon as it is discovered, and the disease must be treated as soon as possible. Chapter 60, I'm here. How long will it take you? Just as Su Wuji and Kai Jia were chatting, the doorbell suddenly rang. The two looked at each other and then silently went to open the door. Who would come at this time? Hey, it's Chun Kai. Su Wuji opened the door of the villa and saw the person coming through the iron gate outside the yard. Chun Kai lives in the mansion next door. When the entire Juanfu mansion was for sale, Su Wuji's house and the one next door had the best geographical location. They're all the most suitable locations, close to mountains and water, and are also the most prosperous locations in terms of feng shui. The reason why Chun Kai's family was able to directly acquire the unit next door was purely because the entire Juanfu mansion was developed by Chun Kai's family. Chun Kai's father, Chun Wenhua, is also one of the top real estate tycoons in Jinghai City. Uncle Su, I came to see you and Aunt Kai. This is a painting and calligraphy that my father bought at an auction in Hong Kong 2 days ago. When we got home, he said he didn't like it that much, so he gave it to me. I didn't understand any of that. I think Uncle Su is good at calligraphy and painting, so I'll give them to Uncle Su to see if they have any collection value. Chun Kai's words were flawless. He first stated that this calligraphy and painting was bought at an auction and was worth a lot of money. Then he explained why he wanted to give it to Su Wuji, giving a reason that was not so easy to refuse. Su Wuji would not refuse something that was delivered to his door. Xiao Kai, come in and sit down. You didn't even tell me you were coming, kid. Kai Jia, go make some tea for Xiao Kai. Make some of my best Hong Pao. Chun Kai was invited into the house by Su Wuji, and he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. As expected, it is very useful to bring calligraphy and paintings. Of course, Chun Kai was not idle and came to visit the neighbors, but he was the 3rd person who just looked at Su Wanqing. As neighbors for many years, Chun Kai actually has always had a crush on Su Wanqing. Su Wanqing is older than him. Every time he sees Su Wanqing by chance, Chun Kai feels he can't control his heartbeat. It's that kind of heart-pounding feeling that makes people feel uncontrollable. However, Su Wanqing's attitude towards him has always been very bad. At most, she just greeted him coldly when they met. This also made Chun Kai very depressed, and he buried the feelings deep in his heart. But just now, he was basking in the sun on the balcony and saw Su Wanqing leave the house and get in the car. Seeing that extremely delicate face that made people unable to take their eyes away, Chun Kai admitted that he had completely fallen for her. He is grown up now, and he thinks that he should fight for himself, even if the outcome is not good. So, he came directly with the things in his hand. He wanted to establish good relationships with Su Wuji and Kai Jia first. Even the things he brought today were secretly stolen from his father's study. These two pieces of calligraphy and paintings are worth 20 million yuan, and his father treasures them like treasures. However, in order to have a good relationship with Su Wuji, Chen Kai tried his best. After he was stuffed to death, he was scolded by his father. But if it really succeeds, his father will not only not blame him, but will also praise him for doing a good job. He felt that he still had a good chance. After all, the one who is close to the water gets the moon first. Uncle Su, why don't I see my sister? Is she out? Chen Kai sat on the sofa in the Su family villa. He felt that this was the first step to his success. He will sit here every day until this place becomes his home. Su Wuji nodded and handed Chen Kai a cigar. Yeah, I went out on a date. Puff. Chen Kai almost choked himself after taking a sip of tea. He looked at Su Wuji in disbelief. What? Su Wanqing is out on a date? My sister has a boyfriend. Su Wuji sighed and nodded helplessly. That should be the case. She hasn't been home for several days. I just stayed at home last night. I think they had a fight. Well, I dressed up before going out today. I think I went to coax someone. I can't control this kind of thing, and I don't dare to ask, huh? The tone was quite helpless, which also shocked Chen Kai. What kind of man needs Su Wanqing to coax him? No, you are so ungrateful. Uncle Su, you don't care about these things? What if the person who contacted my sister has ulterior motives? Chen Kai spoke weakly. To be honest, he had already realized that he was being a bit gossipy. Su Wuji didn't care about all this and just waved his hand lightly. That can't be helped. I guess my family will have to prepare a feast to welcome my grandson in a while. Whether it's intentional or true love, your sister likes it. What can I say? 15 minutes later, Chen Kai left the Su family compound in a daze. Of course, he did not take away the calligraphy and paintings he brought with him. In other words, Lao Su can't take away what he has received. I don't know what Chen Kai was thinking since he failed before he even started, but old Su was already laughing out loud at home. Ha ha, this is Zhang Ziwan's handwriting. This is a good thing. I have to put it away quickly. Honey, where's the extra frame I used to hold calligraphy and paintings? Find it for me now. You are nothing. You know they came here just for our Wanqing. You've already made up your mind to reject him, but you still accept his things. You're really taking advantage of others and don't want others to take advantage of you. When Su Wuji heard this, his brows immediately furrowed. What do you mean I'm taking advantage of others? Did he offer to give me this painting? As for taking advantage of me, I didn't refuse, but you can't take advantage of my girl. I can't help it, wife. You don't know this Chen Kai. He and his father Chen Wenhua are not good people. Which celebrity was it last year? The very popular female celebrity from Tiana Entertainment. I came to Jinghai for a concert, but was threatened by Chen Wenhua and taken to the hotel. In the end, Chen Kai and Chen Wenhua were almost killed by a little star in the hotel. Don't be fooled by their outward appearance. They are actually more outrageous than the other. On the other side, Su Wanqing had already arrived at the hot pot restaurant designated by Jang Yi. Even though we arrived early and the restaurant was already 50% full, the waiters still greeted us warmly. Hello. Su Wanqing found a seat in a corner, smiled slightly, and replied gently. I'll order later. I'll wait for someone. The waitress was stunned. Okay. In fact, she could hardly hold back her surprise. The customers who come to our store are really beautiful. No, just to look at the beautiful sister a few more times, she has to send her a cup of hot drink first, and she has to pay for it out of her own pocket. At the same time, Su Wanqing sat down and opened the chat with Jang Yi and sent her location. At Su Yaya. I'm here. How long will it take you? Chapter 61, Su Yaya. It doesn't matter whether she comes or not. At Jiang, 2 intersections, almost there, Jiang Yi parked the car in front of the hot pot restaurant and then silently replied to the message sent by Su Yaya. Yes, he's already at the door. However, no matter whether I meet Su Yaya or anyone else, she is always a girl after all. When you meet a girl, you can't play by the rules. He walked towards the store while Su Wanqing in the house read his message and waited silently. At the 2 intersections, with an average speed of 50, it will probably take another. Before Su Wanqing could finish her thoughts, she caught a glimpse of Jiang Yi walking slowly into the store. Huh, so fast. Jiang Yi's speed. Is he the fastest man in the world? Before coming here, Su Wanqing had been preparing herself mentally for a long time. But now she found that the psychological preparation she had spent so much time on before had collapsed. Her heartbeat suddenly quickened, and she lowered her head suddenly. She didn't know whether Jiang Yi saw her or not, but after all, Jiang Yi would soon find her after taking a look around the store. So Su Wanqing prepared to wait silently. But after about half a minute, Jiang Yi still didn't come to her side. Su Wanqing looked up with some confusion and found Jiang Yi still standing stupidly at the door. She was stunned. Isn't he the fastest man? Why did he suddenly slow down? Could it be that Jiang Yi was also preparing himself mentally before going to meet Su Yaya? Su Wanqing suddenly felt that her timidity was not a big deal, and Jiang Yi seemed not that good either. She stood up silently, intending to go around to where Jiang Yi's site was to give him a surprise. But unexpectedly, as soon as she moved, Jiang Yi moved. At this moment, the receptionist who was apparently looking at her phone, but was actually paying attention to every move in the store, finally breathed a sigh of relief. Yes, handsome guy, if you can't see your girlfriend, why don't you walk around and look for her? The place where she was sitting was indeed a bit remote, but if you didn't move, it just meant you were too stubborn. This handsome guy is also very good-looking. How could his mother give birth to such a good child? The moment the receptionist saw Jiang Yi, she knew who he was looking for. There's nothing I can do. They look like a couple. But the next second, the lady at the front desk was also stunned. Suddenly, a gleam of light flashed in Jiang Yi's eyes. He turned around and walked in the opposite direction of Su Wanqing's seat. On the other side, there was a plump young lady sitting. Huh? Did I make a mistake? Is this handsome guy going to see that girl? The lady at the front desk was confused, and Su Wanqing on the other side was also confused. If you're not my friend, what are you doing? Hey, I don't mean to look down on that young lady, but in your eyes, Jiang Yi, Su Wanqing, after so many years, should be fat like this? Su Wanqing remembered that during the previous chat, Jiang Yi said that he would be able to find her easily based on her body shape. Jiang Yi, I'm so mad, Su Wanqing murmured, unconsciously taking a few steps forward. Her seat was in an invisible corner, and a few steps up exposed her to the visible view of the store. So, Su Wanqing watched Jiang Yi run straight towards the young lady's seat, and suddenly stopped when he passed the table. Then he turned sideways and took a large bucket from the juice buffet nearby and filled it up directly. After answering the call, Jiang Yi turned around silently and looked directly at Su Wanqing, who was at the end of his sight. AUV, Sister Wanqing, why are you here? Isn't this a coincidence? You come here to eat too. Jiang Yi ran towards Su Wanqing with a smirk on his face, and without any courtesy, he put the glass of juice he had just poured on the table next to Su Wanqing. Ah! Su Wanqing wondered what question Jiang Yi was asking. This is a hot pot restaurant, not a place to eat. Is there anything else you can do? Besides, why did she still call him Sister Wanqing? Didn't Jiang Yi realize something yet? Yes, I'm here to eat, and you should come to eat too. As soon as she finished speaking, Su Wanqing felt like pinching herself. She had just complained about Jiang Yi in her heart, so what nonsense was she saying now? Jiang Yi smiled and waved his hand. Well, not only am I eating, I'm also waiting for someone. Sister Wanqing, did you come here by yourself? How about we eat together later? Eat together? Su Wanqing was confused. Didn't Jiang Yi make an appointment with Su Yaya? Don't you have a date? Isn't it a bad idea to eat together? Jiang Yi waved his hand and said indifferently, well, we're all friends, so let's eat together. She is also my cousin's best friend. Maybe you have met her. Anyway, I want to have dinner with Sister Wanqing today. Sister Wanqing is wearing such beautiful clothes. If someone else comes to the store later, they will definitely be very envious of me. Jiang Yi grinned, his eyes calm, as if no one could tell what he was thinking at this moment. However, his verbal praise was absolutely genuine. What Su Wanqing wore today was absolutely beautiful. A brown trench coat with a white shirt underneath, and simple hot pants on the lower body. Well, they look a bit like yoga pants. Jiang Yi can only comment on this. Great simplicity means great beauty. Ah, I won't disturb you, will I? Haven't you seen each other for a long time? I guess you have a lot to talk about. Su Wanqing sat down silently and asked. She wanted to know something about Jiang Yi's thoughts, so she was trying hard to get some information from him. In her expectation, this meeting between her and Jiang Yi should be a heart-to-heart talk, and she should tell Jiang Yi her feelings. But it seems that the current situation is not right. Jiang Yi seemed to really treat this meeting with Su Yaya as a simple dinner date between ordinary friends. And Jiang Yi just praised her. Su Wanqing didn't know whether this could be considered as being jealous of herself, as she didn't have time to think about it, because Jiang Yi keenly captured the key point in her words. How did Sister Wanqing know that we haven't seen each other for a long time? Did I say that? Su Wanqing was stunned for a moment. then bit her red lips and lied. I guessed. Jang Yi said, oh, lightly, and then naturally raised his voice tone. Waiter, please take our order. Su Wanqing was very relieved that Jiang Yi did not dig deeper into the matter. However, Jiang Yi ordered the dishes directly, which made Su Wanqing a little unhappy. No, Jiang Yi, I accept that you're going to have dinner with Su Yaya, and you want to bring a third person with you. Now, in your mind, Su Yaya hasn't arrived yet, so why did you order food directly? Order right away? Don't you want to wait for your friend? Let's order some when she comes. At this moment, the waitress had already come to the table. She looked at Jiang Yi and Su Wanqing. The more she looked at them, the more she liked them. The more she looked at them, the better they looked. They looked like a perfect couple. It just seems like the current atmosphere. Isn't it quite right? Be direct. My friend is a bit slow, and I don't know when she will come. Can I wait for her while hungry? Besides, she can eat anything. I pay for her meal, and I have the final say on what she eats. Chapter 62 Su Yaya, I want to have a good talk with you. Jiang Yi quickly checked the menu handed over by the waitress, and then pushed it in front of Su Wanqing. Sister Wanqing, what else do you want to eat? Su Wanqing didn't answer Jiang Yi for a long time because she was stunned. Jiang Yi just said, it doesn't matter what Su Yaya wants to eat. Why is she so hesitant and no one knows when she will come? She had just sent a message to ask Jiang Yi when he would arrive. Doesn't this prove that she has already arrived? Sister Wanqing? Oh, just order whatever you want. I'm trying to lose weight recently, so just eat whatever you want. Just eat something. Then why would you sneak to a hot pot restaurant? Jiang Yi smiled slightly and did not expose Su Wanqing's lie, which was like a bubble that would burst with a poke. Then serve these first. Hurry up. I'm hungry. After handing the menu to the waitress, Jiang Yi waited silently for the meal to start. But he didn't play with his phone, but stared straight at Su Wanqing. At the same time, outside the hot pot restaurant, Jiang Yunhai and Lu Wan had parked the car. When Jiang Yunhai saw Jiang Yi's car parked here, his eyes widened and he looked at Lu Wan in disbelief. No. How did you know Jiang Yi was here? Did you install a navigation system in his car? Lu Wan burst out laughing and shook the phone in her hand. Because I have a brain. When I said I was going to get on the bus to take a look at the car, I secretly put my other phone into the passenger seat's wristband. My two phones have location sharing. Technology changes life. It is rare that Comrade Lu Wan came up with such an abstract way to track her son. The main reason is that she really doesn't want to earn those 10 billion happy beans. It's too damn hard to win. She must come and see with her own eyes how far her son and Su Yaya have come, whether they're going to run away or something else. She has to prepare in advance. Old Jiang, can you locate your son in the house? Let's find a position where we can see them, but are not easily discovered. Lu Wan signaled Jiang Yunhai to find a location, and Jiang Yunhai quickly determined the location. They were sitting in a blind spot, and there was only one seat where you could see them. But that won't prevent us from being discovered. What should we do? Lu Wan frowned slightly and glanced at the supermarket next door. Yes, I'll go buy a wig, and you go buy some non-mainstream clothes. Then when we get in later, just turn your back and let me see it. If I put on a white wig and didn't look Jiang Yi in the eye, would he be able to tell that this was his mother? Similarly, based on Lao Zhang's dressing style, if he was wearing Arthur from King of Glory, would he dare to guess that that was his father? Comrade Lu Wan felt that her method of cover-up was truly invincible, so she quickly took Jiang Yunhai into action. On the other side, Jiang Yi had already started to cook hot pot. This old Beijing copper pot hot pot meat is very particular about the ups and downs. Sister Wanqing, do you want to do it yourself, or should I help you? Jiang Yi really had no intention of waiting for anyone and started eating right away. Su Wanqing's mood is a little complicated now. She doesn't know whether she is happy or sad. I'll do it myself. But, Jiang Yi, do we really not have to wait any longer for your friend? Jiang Yi waved his hand. No need to wait. He hasn't come in after so long. Maybe he can't come due to something, or he stood me up, right? Su Wanqing was stunned. How about you send a message to ask where she is? Jiang Yi continued to wave his hands. No need, Sister Wanqing. Don't you understand when a company recruits people? Some talents cannot be forced, and a forced melon is not sweet. If I ask you if you don't come, it will seem like I'm being too much of a pushover. Don't do it. Su Wanqing asked again. What if something happens to her along the way? Jiang Yi waved his hands 3 times. No, she is a fool with luck. Nothing will happen to her. In short, no matter what Su Wanqing said, Jiang Yi always had the same attitude. That is, he didn't take Su Yaya's coming seriously at all, and felt that Su Yaya's feelings didn't matter. This made Su Wanqing feel more and more uncomfortable, and finally, when Jang Yi was eating heartily, she slammed her chopsticks on the table. "Don't eat, Jang Yi. I think I need to talk to you." Jang Yi raised his eyebrows and looked at Su Wanqing without any surprise. "Can I have 2 more bites?" "No." "Oh well." Jang Yi also slammed his chopsticks on the table, and just when Su Wanqing was about to speak, he made a gesture to silence her. Then he sat up straight, spoke with a harmless smile on his face. "In that case, I think I should talk to you too. Dirklasmat Su Yaya." "He still wants to talk to me?" "What?" "Nothing will work. He doesn't take me, Su Yaya, seriously at all. Today I must," etc. What did Jang Yi just say? Is he calling me? Su Wanqing, who had been talking countless words, was stunned. Her eyes suddenly became clear, as if Nangong Wenya had touched her head. I was most afraid of the air suddenly becoming quiet, but the waitress who came to serve the food felt that the atmosphere was right at this moment. About half a minute later, Su Wanqing spoke softly, but her voice was very low. "So, you knew from the moment you came in that what you just said was just to tease me." She was a smart person. In fact, Jiang Yi just meant to irritate her, but she was in the middle of it and was so confused that she didn't react for a while. But Jiang Yi shook his head. "No, I should have known a long time ago, but I was not sure until yesterday." Jiang Yi replied, which was actually a reveal of his cards. From the first time he met Su Wanqing, he felt that this person looked very familiar. Then Su Wanqing bought him a car and took him out to dinner, which was a good thing. Yes, if you do all this as Xiao Jie's best friend, there is really nothing wrong with it. But there is one important point. Jiang Yi would call Xiao Jie and have an argument almost every week. If Xiao Jie really had such a good friend, then Jiang Yi should have known about Su Wanqing's existence a long time ago, and Xiao Jie should have mentioned it a long time ago. Jiang Yi was already slow to realize it. Since the last time he dared to tease Su Wanqing on purpose, he had already guessed it almost exactly. Of course, there are 2 pieces of solid evidence to confirm the real reason. "So, how did you know for sure?" Su Wanqing looked at Jiang Yi quietly. She wanted to hear how Jiang Yi was sure that it was hers. "Viang Yi shuruk helplessly." "Forget it, just leave it alone. You won't be happy if I tell you." Su Wanqing snorted, stood up, and snatched the chopsticks from Jiang Yi's hand. "No, tell me. If you tell me the truth, how could I not be happy?" Jiang Yi sighed helplessly, and he simply stopped hiding it. "Although I don't know why we were in the same bed yesterday morning, I vaguely noticed 2 moles under your chest. Well, I pinched you a lot when you were bathing me when you were little. I can locate the positions of the 2 moles more accurately than I can walk home." Chapter 63. How did Jiang Yi survive to this age? Jiang Yi finally told the truth this time. Although he was in a hurry when he got up yesterday morning, he saw everything clearly at a glance. Let me put it this way. If there is suddenly a black stone on the pure white snow peak, would you find it eye-catching when you look at it? What if the stone is still where you placed the goal before? Jiang Yi, you are a hooligan. Su Wanqing's face turned extremely red in an instant, and Bai Li's face seemed to be dripping with water at this moment, just like a ripe peach. She finally understood what Jiang Yi meant by being unhappy, even though he said it. "It's not that I'm a hooligan, Sister Wanqing. It's mainly..." Jiang Yi quickly explained that he didn't want to be labeled a gangster for no reason. From childhood to adulthood, he has always done everything openly and honestly. That's how it is. Only those who are sneaky and vulgar are called hooligans. People like him are always open about it, and at most it could be called flirting. But before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by Su Wanqing. "Stop talking about that. Tell me the second reason you're sure of." Su Wanqing noticed that a middle-aged couple dressed strangely sat not far from where she and Jiang Yi were sitting. So she simply asked Jiang Yi to shut up. "Well, the topic just now is not suitable to be discussed in public." Of course, Su Wanqing didn't mean that they could discuss it when they got home. "Oh, the second reason is more crude and simple. After I suspected you, I went to the company and checked it out. I found that our company and Wuji Group are almost like a parent subsidiary company. And isn't Wuji Group your father's business? And since both of you have a last name Su, the answer is self-evident." Jiang Yi said slowly. When he suddenly met Su Wuji in the mall before, he felt that Su Wuji's eyebrows gave him a familiar feeling. Well, not the kind of deja vu where you've seen it before, but I've seen it recently. Later, he suddenly realized that they must be alike, father and daughter. "I see. So, these are all clues you got by yourself. What about what you said before? that you would recognize me through my eyes. Are you just making up a lie? Su Wanqing asked with a slight smile on her lips. She suddenly wanted to tease Jang Yi. Maybe it was because he had just teased her on purpose? Jang Yi smiled without saying anything, then raised his eyebrows and looked at the two people at the table not far away. Sister Wanqing, look at that couple. The man looks almost 50 years old, and he's still wearing Arthur's clothes. It's so tacky. And the old lady across from him, oh my, is she wearing a wig? It's so ugly. Su Wanqing's eyes widened instantly, and she quickly patted Jiang Yi's hand to signal him to stop talking. Actually, it's not that we can't say it. It's normal to point fingers at others outside. Su Wanqing really wanted to know why Jiang Yi spoke so loudly. Isn't he afraid that someone will rush over and beat him up? At this moment, at the next table, Lu Wan and Jiang Yinhai had already clenched their fists with the mentality of a strict father and mother. They really want to know how their son could live to this age. Don't you know to keep your voice down when you're whispering about others outside? Damn, if he wasn't afraid that if he went over and attacked him directly, he would be recognized and ruin the plan, Lao Jiang would definitely take out his 7 wolves at this moment. Old Jiang, did you hear clearly just now? Our son calls that girl Sister Wanqing. I heard it clearly. That girl is really beautiful. She would be a good daughter-in-law for us. Don't talk about this for now. Didn't my son tell me that he was looking for Su Yaya? So what's the situation with this Sister Wanqing now? I don't know. I'm used to my son telling lies all the time. But I have to say that girl is really pretty. She would be a good daughter-in-law for us. What's the point of him deliberately lying to us? Could it be that he knows about the child marriage? Let's go back and ask him later. I don't think he knows. After all, only Lao Su and I know about it. The girl looks. Lu Wan slapped the table and spoke softly, gritting her teeth. In that case, go find a way to make 10 billion. I forgot that my son is not free. Jiang Yinhai said softly after thinking for a while. Observe for a while longer so that we can communicate with our son later. Although this girl is pretty and would be a good daughter-in-law, I think Yaya is more suitable for our son. On the other side, in the central square of the large comic exhibition in Jinghai City, Chun Mingho and Zhang Ying were strolling aimlessly. In fact, Chun Mingho had no plans to go out today and was planning to play games at home all day. But when Zhang Ying sent him a message to ask him out, he didn't hesitate. Well, of course, Zhang Ying had no other intentions. She just wanted to go out for a walk, but she felt too lonely and her friend were all busy, so she thought of Chun Mingho. Huh? That cosplayer is such a great figure, right? As Zhang Ying walked, her eyes were attracted by the cozer standing not far away. Looking in the direction Zhang Ying was walking, Chun Mingho saw a cosplay of Kanan's character from a 4-character sword vibrating game. I have to say, it is very authentic, but that thing doesn't look like a human being. Sister Ying, that one looks like a fake model. Chun Mingho reminded softly. He was afraid that Zhang Ying would be frightened when she walked over and saw it. As an old fan of the second dimension, he often attends comic conventions and naturally knows a little about these things. Huh? A fake model? Zhang Ying was stunned for a moment, then quickened her pace and walked towards that direction. The next second, she felt her worldview collapse. No, this thing is really a fake model. Isn't this a bit too realistic? Generally, these things are 1:1 simulations, Sister Ying. This model is sitting down, so you should be able to use it. You can touch it and feel it. Chun Mingho reminded Zhang Ying, and Zhang Ying's head was already buzzing at this moment. In fact, what she was thinking about just now was that the nail of the fake model in front of her was so big. Could she touch it and feel it for herself? As the saying goes, the more a person lacks something, the more he wants it. Zhang Ying looked down at her own poorly developed body and then looked at the one in front of her. She was really envious. Then I won't be polite. Zhang Ying felt a little embarrassed. At the same time, 2 men came out of the small room behind the display case. One of the men was the owner of a shop that sold these fake models, and he laughed heartily. Don't be embarrassed. Our products are selling very well now. This is legal and compliant. Look, this brother just bought one and has transferred the money to me. The moment the words fell, Xie Kai, who had just paid and signed the purchase contract with the boss, glanced at Chun Mingho and Zhang Ying standing not far away and frowned instantly. Chapter 64, Subway Maniac. Stop reading the useless stuff. If Xie Kai had a pair of iron hands, he would definitely smash a hole in the ground and crawl into it. No, buddy. Can you please look at my expression when you introduce someone else? Have you ever thought that we might know each other? Don't you think I should avoid people I know when buying this? Shit. Are you treating your new customers like fucking ghosts? Yeah. Kui. You buy. Chun Mingho looked at Siekai with a look that only men can understand, and Siekai quickly stepped forward to help Chun Mingho shut his mouth. We're in public here, and Secretary Zhang is here, so please say less. What a coincidence. I can meet you here. Just wait and see. I'll leave first. Siekai said hello and was about to retreat. The next second, Zhang called him. Don't go yet. You just bought one, right? Give me some advice. I want to buy one too and put it home. It's so exquisite. Die? Chun Mingho, ouch. Huh? You bought this to keep at home? Secretary Zhang. The corner of Siekai's mouth twitched fiercely, and he couldn't help but ask. Zhang nodded calmly. Yeah, isn't this a large-sized action figure? I see that you can change clothes here, so doesn't that mean you can dress up any figurine you want? And she is such a great figure. It's pleasing to the eyes. This is a good deal. Chun Mingho lowered his head and glanced at the price tag of $24,999, and the corners of his mouth twitched. Good value. Comparing yourself to others will make you feel nauseous. But the next second he felt relieved when he thought of Zhang Ying's 13th salary level in the company. Forget it, the aftereffects of going out with Zhao Lily were so severe that I forgot that Secretary Zhang was a real wealthy woman. On the other side, Jang Yi and Su Wanqing had almost finished their meal. They didn't really talk about anything. There were a lot of people in the hot pot restaurant after 11:30, and the restaurant was very lively, so there was no atmosphere for chatting about serious business. After eating and drinking, the two got up and left, but now when they walked side by side, Su Wanqing would take the initiative to hold Jiang Yi's arm. What are we going to do next? Jiang Yi took out 2 movie tickets. Let's go to the movies. I bought the tickets. After the movie, we'll go back to Jiangjing Lanwan. My parents are here today, so I'll just take you to meet them. You two haven't seen each other for a long time. Huh? Uncle and aunt are in Jinghai today? Jiang Yi, why didn't you tell me earlier? Su Wanqing's eyes even dazed for a moment. She didn't expect to meet her parents so early. Oh no, she had met her parents before, but the situation now is completely different from when she was a child. So soon. Fast? Jiang Yi showed a puzzled expression. We have to hurry up. The movie is about to start. If we dawdle any longer, the movie will probably be almost over by the time we get there. Jiang Yi really didn't get the real meaning of Su Wanqing's words because he didn't put himself in that context. And his words directly brought Su Wanqing back to reality. Yes. Let's watch the movie first, and we'll talk about what's happening later. Besides, she hasn't confessed her feelings to Jiang Yi yet, so she's not even considered a girlfriend, and this isn't like an ugly daughter-in-law meeting her parents-in-law. The hot pot restaurant is about a few kilometers away from the cinema where Jiang Yi bought the ticket. Because today is Saturday, Jiang Yi checked the navigation in advance and saw that the traffic jam had turned deep red, so he resolutely chose to take Su Wanqing by subway. Let's go, subway. Take out your subway code. Su Wanqing was stunned. What? Oh, Jiang Yi realized then that Su Wanqing probably had hardly ever taken the subway. He snatched Su Wanqing's phone, helped her get the subway code, and took her into the station. Dear Miss Su, you'll have to stand for a while. I don't think there will be any seats on the subway. Su Wanqing didn't quite understand why Jiang Yi had to take the subway. She took out the navigation on her phone and pointed it to Jiang Yi. So why don't we drive? Look, Jiang Yi, this road is completely blocked, but isn't the cinema we want to go to the far west? We took a detour, and it only took 5 minutes longer, but the whole journey was smooth. Why stand in the subway when we can sit and drive? Damn, Jiang Yi thought about it, and it made sense. No, doesn't navigation directly display the optimal route? Damn, what's wrong with this evil map? Now that we're here and have spent our money, let's go and get in the car. Jiang Yi shrugged helplessly, but Su Wanqing burst out laughing. She stared at Jiang Yi with her beautiful peach blossom eyes and spoke with interest. I see. You deliberately wanted to take me to stand on the subway, and then you stood behind me and took advantage of me when there were so many people, right? Wow, Jiang Yi, I really can't believe you are this kind of person. TSK. How does it feel to have your little tricks exposed by your elder sister? I'll find a seat for you when I get on the bus. Let's see what you will do. No, buddy, Jiang Yi feels that Su Wanqing is a little BT now. He stretched out his arms and put them around Su Wanqing's neck as if he were a brother. When we first met, we were younger and didn't understand each other very well. Later, we didn't have any interactions, and I didn't have the chance to remind you. Now let me tell you a little advice, Su Yaya. Watch less of those useless things. There were unexpectedly a lot of people on the subway, even more crowded than Jiang Yi had expected. Of course, there were still places to stay. He and Su Wanqing stood next to two middle-aged and elderly women who came out to buy groceries. The two women were chatting. Didn't they say before that they would extend and expand the subway line? I don't know when this will be implemented. Now, the subway is crowded enough on weekdays, but it's impossible to ride on Saturdays and Sundays. One woman complained with a slightly frown on her face, while the other seemed calm. Oh, there must be a plan, but has not been implemented yet. Jiang Yi subconsciously turned his head to glance over, and the next second he was stunned. If he was not mistaken, the middle-aged woman who spoke last should be someone he had met before. He remembered it very clearly because he had just seen it not long ago when he was about to come to Jinghai. Jiang Yi and the woman looked at each other. The latter had obviously forgotten about Jiang Yi, or maybe she didn't recognize Jiang Yi because Su Wanqing's position blocked half of his face. Neither of them spoke. Su Wanqing noticed Jiang Yi's condition but did not ask any questions until 2 stops later, when Jiang Yi and Su Wanqing got off the subway. Jiang, you glanced at that Annie just now? Intentionally or unintentionally? Do you know her? Jiang Yi nodded silently. Yes, she has been a songchang with her brother before, and my father accompanied the leaders to entertain them. Later, my dad asked me to deliver something to him. I ran into them just as they were coming out of dinner. Chapter 65, let's walk together and face it together in the days to come. I think I recognize the right person. Can you guess who she is? Or guess who her brother is? Jiang Yi deliberately kept the secret, and at the same time, his body naturally moved closer to Su Wanqing. I don't know if he did it on purpose, or if it was just the inertial romance brought about by the star of the subway. If I could guess this, I would set up a fortune-telling stall in front of the company tomorrow. Su Wanqing said angrily, feeling the warmth coming from Jiang Yi's body, and couldn't help feeling a little emotional in her heart. No wonder the subway is so expensive. The riding experience is first class. I think it's okay, just set up a stall and count it as the salary and promotion of our company employees. Just as he finished his calculations as Taoist priest Su, he went to the office and started to operate behind the scenes. Jiang Yi didn't dare to think about Su Wanqing setting up a stall to tell fortunes in front of the company, so he joked deliberately. Then he didn't keep the suspense any longer and explained softly. That woman's younger brother should be the current first secretary of the Jinghai Municipal Party Committee. Sister Wanqing, where can I get news about her? It's possible that the current secretary mentioned this matter at home. In that case, can't I go there in advance and buy some land to make a small profit? Su Wanqing nodded calmly and took out her cell phone. Where? Jiang Yi, I'll ask Zhang Yi to go talk to us now. Let's buy up everything nearby. Wow, is this what it feels like to be with this rich woman? No wonder even though Jiang Yi had followed Xiao Jie to eat, drink, and play for free before, he didn't feel comfortable at all. Damn it, it's all Xiao Jie's fault for not being rich enough. Sister Wanqing, please leave a way out for an ordinary person like me. It's not suitable for large-scale acquisitions. After all, it's still just in the planning stage, and there are too many things involved. If we take all the benefits, there's a high probability that the place won't be transformed. It was already past 4 in the afternoon when Jiang Yi and Su Wanqing finished watching the movie. They got the car and headed straight for Jiangjinglan Bay. When passing by a tobacco shop and a vegetable store, Jiang Yi bought some fresh vegetables, fruits, cigarettes, and good wine. 2 bottles of Feiqian Mitai were obviously 20% more expensive than the online shopping price. But in order to cope with the situation that followed, he had no choice but to grit his teeth and pay. After opening the door, Su Wanqing, who was a little tired, collapsed directly on the sofa. But the next second, she was shocked when she found the changes in the house. Did you clean up the house when you came out today? It's so clean. Didn't your college roommate come to see you? Do you still have time to clean up the house? Jiang Yi was slightly stunned, and he immediately understood that it was Lao Jiang and Comrade Lu one who cleaned up the mess. It's not me who cleaned it up. Forget it. Don't worry about it. Anyway, this isn't the first time someone has entered this room for no apparent reason. These light words touched Su Wanqing's sore spot, as she thought of the scene when she first met Jiang Yi. What a joke. Su Wanqing really thought that Jiang Yi was deliberately joking with her, but the next second she felt footsteps coming from the inner room. Huh, there really is someone here. Jiang Yi, there really is someone. Jiang Yi thought there must be someone there. He looked at Comrade Lu Wan walking down the aisle and smiled slightly. Mom. Su Wanqing subconsciously turned her head and looked at Jiang Yi with wide eyes. She wanted to ask him why he was so young and didn't learn his lesson by calling her mom. Yes, she thought Jiang Yi was calling her. After all, she had been browsing Douyin recently and found that many netizens randomly recognized their mothers online and in games. It seemed that she called her junior brother Hua, but the figure that came into her sight the next second made her gasp. Su Wanqing stood up suddenly. Her posture was very straight, but her attitude was a little stiff. Annie, long time no see. Long time no see? Comrade Lu Wan was obviously a little dazed. For a moment, she didn't understand why it said, long time no see. Could it be that her son and daughter recognized her in the afternoon? It shouldn't have been a long time since we last met. Wait, why does this girl's face look so familiar? Lu Wan's pupils suddenly shrank, and the next second an ant smile appeared on her cheeks. Yaya? Ouch, you kid. In a restaurant, Lu Wan didn't dare to recognize Su Wanqing because she only saw her profile. Now that they were face to face, she would naturally recognize her. So, the girl who was with Jiang Yi in the afternoon was Su Yaya. Lao Jiang, come out quickly, your son and Yaya are back, and you didn't even come out to greet them. Oh my god, Lao Jiang is in the house. Jiang Yi thought that Lao Jiang hadn't come out for such a long time, so he hadn't come back yet. Okay, you don't treat your own son as your own son? Then forget about these cigarettes and alcohol. Mom, I bought some food. This is what we want to eat tonight. Oh yeah, and this bracelet. Su Yaya knows you're home and bought this specifically for you. Go try it on to see if the size fits. Jiang Yi took out a jewelry box from his shirt pocket, which contained an ancient bracelet. He bought this for Comrade Lu Wan when he was shopping some time ago and thought it was suitable. He had been thinking of finding an opportunity to give it to her. It just so happened that I had just bought some cigarettes and alcohol for Lao Jiang, so I took the opportunity to give the bracelet to Lu Wan. At 5 o'clock in the evening, Comrade Lu Wan was preparing dinner, while Lao Jiang was in the living room, smiling and talking on the phone with Su Wuji. Lao Su, don't worry about it. Just bring your sister-in-law over now. Hurry up. If you come too late, there will be no food or drink. In the master bedroom, Su Wanqing and Jiang Yi were standing in front of the balcony, looking at the exclusive romance brought by the sunset. Witch God lost his mind and spilled colored ink to create this beautiful scene for everyone. Jang Yi, so I am your girlfriend now, right? Su Wanqing's zero frame start made Jiang Yi slightly stunned, but it was only a slight surprise. Not yet. I haven't confessed to you yet. It will count after I confess. I need to plan something, try to make it as romantic and memorable as possible. Life is boring, and a sense of ritual is an effective way for people to add fun to their lives. But unexpectedly, Su Wanqing actually shook her head slightly. No, Jiang Yi, every day with you is romantic and unforgettable. I don't want to waste any more time. Let's get married this week, okay? Well, now Jiang Yi was more than just slightly stunned. Getting married this week? What's the point? No, Sister Wanqing, you are eager to get married. Ah! Just when Jiang Yi was distracted, Su Wanqing's eyes were red. She thought of the warm scene of family reunion at this moment, and the terminal illness that Jiang Yi was suffering from. She just couldn't be happy. What? Do you really think you can hide this from everyone? Xiao Jie has seen your critical illness notice a long time ago. She told me about it early in the morning. Jiang Yi, I know you must be in great pain, but what I want to say is, there is nothing absolute in this world. Although it is a terminal illness, technology is so advanced now. I'll be with you, and we'll face it together, okay? What? Wait? No. Jiang Yi wondered what was wrong with him. What critical illness notice? What terminal illness? What does this have to do with Xiao Jie? Suddenly, Jiang Yi slapped his forehead. He remembered that when he was staying with Xiao Jie abroad, he made a fake cancer notice for April Fool's Day. Damn, Xiao Jie wouldn't dig that thing out and take it seriously, right? Forehead. Jiang Yi frowned and showed a very painful expression, which scared Su Wanqing. She quickly supported Jiang Yi and took him step by step to the bed to sit down. But the next second, Jiang Yi turned over and locked her. Yes, Sister Wanqing, I have a terminal illness. It's very serious. I am in so much pain now. I agree to your request to get married in 2 days, but I would like to have the wedding night tonight. After all, time is money. Jiang Yi's poor acting skills made Su Wanqing unable to bear it. I know you're upset, but your behavior right now is really fake. Jiang Yi let Su Wanqing go. Yeah, everything is fake. Even my critical illness notice is fake. I'm so full of energy that I wish I could eat a pig for one meal. I don't have any terminal illness. Su Wanqing. Jang Yi rab Su Aning's head, resolutely ignoring Su Aning's days. There was a sound of a door opening. It looks like Annie and Su Wuji have arrived. Let's go out too. I know you have a lot of doubts now, but I will explain the details to you when we get into bed tonight. Jiang Yi stood up and prepared to leave the bedroom, and Su Wanqing followed closely behind him. Wait me a moment. This scene is very similar to when Jiang Yi was a kid, anxious to go home for dinner, running in front, and Su Yaya behind him shouting in a baby voice. Jiang Yi, wait for me. End of the book.